Quiet, please. Good morning and welcome to the New York City hybrid hearing on the Committees on Mental Health, joint with Public Safety and Hospitals and Fire and Emergency Management. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Also, please do not approach the dais. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. One of us, as Sergeant at Arms, will kindly assist you. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Chairs, we're ready to begin.
Oh, sorry. I had to plug in a laptop. Hold on. Good morning, everyone. We have been anticipating this hearing for quite some time. And I'm very excited that the day has finally come. I just want to thank all the advocates for being here. I want to thank the admin and all the staff for being here, and the chairs and my co-chairs, because I gotta say, we have council members who have very crazy schedules, so to get 4 council chairs in the room at the same time to schedule something was very, very difficult. So I appreciate all of you being here. And as I said, good morning. My name is Linda Lee, chair of the Committee on Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addiction. And of course, I just want to take time to thank my co-chairs, Joanne Ariola, chair of the Committee on Fire and Emergency Management, Mercedes Narcisse, chair of Committee on Hospitals, and Yusuf Salam, chair of the Committee on Public Safety. And before we begin, I'd like to note that we are joined by council members Riley, Abreu, our public advocate, Councilmember Stevens, Councilmember Caban, and of course, Chair Narcisse, Chair Salam, Chair Ariola, Councilmember Brandon, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Schulman, Councilmember De La Rosa, Councilmember Holden, and then on Zoom we have Councilmember Hanif and Councilmember Moya. And I would also like to thank, as I mentioned, everyone who has joined us today for this long overdue and important hearing on Behavioral Health Emergency Response Division, also known as Be Heard, and responses to mental health crises. We will be hearing 2 pieces of legislation today, intro number 532, sponsored by Councilmember Justin Brandon, as well as introduction number 1019, sponsored by Councilmember Brandon and myself, in relation to reporting and publication of mental health emergency response data. In June 2021, New York City implemented a pilot program in East Harlem and parts of Central and North Harlem where both mental and physical health professionals responded to 911 mental health crisis calls, referred to as Be Heard. According to OCMH, Be Heard teams operate 7 days a week, 16 hours a day, and include 2 EMTs and paramedics from FDNY EMS, as well as mental health professionals such as licensed clinical social workers from H&H. The goal of the program is to route 911 mental health calls to Be Heard teams when appropriate to increase connection to community-based care, reduce unnecessary voluntary transports to hospitals, and reduce unnecessary use of police resources. At this hearing, the committees will seek an update on and an in-depth overview of the Be Heard program, including efforts to maintain and improve the program, as well as any plans for its expansion. We are very interested in hearing more about the newly implemented policy strategies that the administration announced this past Friday, as well as the most recent Be Heard data that has been released. The committees are also interested in understanding the roles of each agency involved in carrying out the program, how data is collected to evaluate the effectiveness of the Be Heard program, and any other issues that have arisen related to the implementation or evaluation of the program. All things I'm super interested in because I love data, and also figuring out how to coordinate between agencies. Today we look forward to hearing from the administration and members of public and other interested stakeholders, including those with lived experiences, who have taken the time to come here today and join us. So thank you so much. We thank you all. I would like to thank my own staff as well as those of the 3 committee staff members who worked so hard to prepare this hearing. There was a lot of prep involved. And finally, I'd like to thank the Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addiction Committee staff, Legislative Counsel Sarah Sucher, Legislative Counsel John La Rosa, Senior Legislative Policy Analyst Christy Dwyer, Rose Martinez, Assistant Deputy Director of Data, and Danielle Heifetz, Financial Analyst. I will now pass it along to my colleagues for their opening remarks, beginning with Chair Ariola, followed by Chair Narcisse, and then Chair Salam. Oh, and I'd also like to recognize Councilmember Mamarato.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Joanne Ariola, Chair of the Committee on Fire and Emergency Management. First, I'd like to thank my colleagues, Chairs Narcisse, Lee, Salam, for collaborating in leading today's important hearing. The medical emergencies involving individuals experiencing mental health crises present unique challenges to first responders and our society at large. The potential volatility and unpredictability of these emergency calls can create meaningful risk of escalating violence that has too often led to serious injury to first responders and individuals desperately in need of mental health care. As a city, we have an obligation to our citizens and to our workforce to establish training protocols, emergency procedures, and a multi-agency response that bring treatment and care to those experiencing mental health crisis, while still ensuring protections are in place that protect the life and safety of our first responders and civilians alike. As you've heard from Chair Lee's statement, the Be Heard program is one example of a multi-agency response to mental health crisis, one that aims to provide clinical support to those in need. I am eager to hear from the FDNY, H&H, and NYPD regarding the operations of Be Heard, evaluations of the success and limitations of the program, and examine the administration's vision for the future of Be Heard and how the city aims to improve outcomes for mental health calls. I'm also interested in hearing from FDNY about their ongoing efforts to afford EMS workers the training, support, and protections they need to successfully navigate mental health calls, as ambulance workers have increasingly faced occurrences in the workplace that are violent. Again, thank you all for being here today, and hopefully at the conclusion of today's hearing, we will have a better understanding of how the city plans to address the needs of New Yorkers with serious mental illness, as well as provide the necessary tools, training, and safety equipment needed for our first responders. Thank you so very much for the time.
Good morning, everyone. And I want to say thank you to Chair Ayola, Chair Salam, and my name is Mercedes Narcisse, and I'm the Chair for Committee on Hospital. And thank you, Chair Lee and the Committee on Mental Health and Disabilities and Addiction for spearheading the effort to organize this hearing to discuss the Be Heard program and our city's approach to addressing mental health crisis. As Chair Lee stated, it has been a difficult task to put this hearing together to listen to Be Heard, because you play really a key role right now more than ever in our community in New York City. Across the city, Be Heard has been implemented as a pilot program in high-needs areas to provide holistic, health-centered care to individuals experiencing mental health emergencies. Be Heard teams are trained in providing crucial emergency responses that can include mental care, mental health treatment, de-escalation tactics, and linkage to appropriate care. I heard that. New York City Health and Hospitals employs social workers who work alongside EMT and EMS staff as Be Heard team responders to deliver the excellent mental health expertise that individuals in crisis need and deserve. Since its launch in 2021, Be Heard has played a critical role in improving the safety and health of New Yorkers that they serve. But the program has plenty of room to grow, both in capacity and agency coordination. As of August 2024, New York City Health and Hospital Corporation had 42 social worker positions dedicated to Be Heard program, which is currently active in 31 of the city's 77 police precincts. In March of 2023, the mayor pledged that Be Heard teams would become available in all police precincts across the city. Yet, that plan has stalled due to administrative budget constraints and hiring challenges. We know that This type of response system is effective in caring for individuals going through a mental crisis, yet remains awful or unfortunately understaffed and under-resourced. Many of our council member colleagues have requested that Be Heard be expanded to be active in the district, which would allow individuals in crisis to receive appropriate care and thereby improve public safety. I hope that by discussing the merits and the challenges expanding this program, the attention to the necessity of expanding this program, a holistic health-centered approach to individuals experiencing mental or behavioral crisis, and is the only way forward. And I'm hopeful that we can provide New Yorkers with the care that they need and they deserve, and they can be successful. As a registered nurse for over 3 decades, I have come close to all this mental health crisis. When somebody in a mental crisis, they need someone that understands what they're going through, someone that experience, and not only experience, sometimes you need life experience to be able to help someone in crisis. So I want to say thank you for all the team that here, and I'm looking forward to hear from you. Now I will turn it over to Council Member Salam for his opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Councilmember Yusef Salam, and I am the chair of the Committee on Public Safety. I'd like to thank the chairs, Lee, Narcisse, and Areola, for joining the Public Safety Committee in convening this most important hearing. And I'd like to also thank the committee members who have joined us for this hearing. As my colleagues have eloquently stated, today's hearing is an opportunity for the council to examine how the city can compassionately and safely respond to mental health emergencies. Looking back, history has demonstrated that law enforcement responses to people experiencing mental health crisis can create undue risk of already escalating tensions. Due to fear of arrest, excessive force, or involuntary hospitalization, police presence can trigger heightened reactions by individuals in mental health crisis, which can result in dangerous police-civilian interactions and too often lead to tragic consequences. I want to note that this is not police-criminal interactions, but rather police-civilian interactions. That's why investing in alternative programs such as Be Heard, which seeks to identify appropriate circumstances for non-police responses to mental health calls, is so essential as part of the city's holistic efforts to address growing mental health needs. To achieve further success, we must continue to train clinical professionals and be sure to expend city resources in a way that does not result in increased criminalization and/or victimization of some of the most vulnerable New Yorkers. Specifically regarding the NYPD, I'm interested in hearing how officers are trained to successfully navigate engaging with people in mental health crisis and how they de-escalate volatile situations. How emergency calls are dispatched such that NYPD call takers are provided with the training, processes, and information needed to appropriately triage emergency mental health calls. How NYPD procedures for mental health calls aim to de-escalate situations and protect both civilians and first responders. And how procedures can be improved such that our city does not fail to protect the lives of vulnerable New Yorkers in crisis, such as the late Wynn Rosario, Kowalski Trawick, Deborah Danner, and many others. I look forward to hearing the administration's testimony and the valuable perspective brought by members of the public and experts who dedicate their lives to providing care and service to those with mental health issues. And and I challenge the administration to develop long-term strategies that ensure fair, compassion, and practical approaches for providing care when responding to mental health emergencies. Additionally, the Public Safety Committee will be hearing unrelated legislation, intro number 532, sponsored by Councilmember Brannan, which would expand the existing program to provide reimbursements to non-public schools for expenses related to hiring of unarmed security guards. With that, I yield to Chair Lee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we will hear from Councilmember Brennan, who will make a brief statement on the two bills we're hearing today.
Thank you, Chair Lee, and thank you to this committee for hearing two of my bills today. Intro 1019, which is with regard to reporting and publication on mental health response emergency data, and as well as my Bill 532, which I'm proud of, that relates to unarmed security in non-public schools. The safety and security in our schools should always be non-negotiable. There's nothing more important than keeping our kids safe, and when it comes to their well-being, we can't afford to take chances. Anything we do to enhance their safety, it should be a non-brainer for this body and for the city. For school communities not covered by public school safety agents, we have seen firsthand how effective our city's non-public school security guard program can be. The positive results from its initial rollout demonstrate its value, and expanding this program to cover more schools and a greater number of students is a logical step forward. By investing in our children's safety, we empower them to focus on what truly matters, learning and growing in a safe environment. The shift in focus leads to improved educational outcomes, fostering a brighter future for all of us. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the families, the schools, and the stakeholders who've actively engaged on this critical issue for many years since the original bill was passed back in 2019. Your voices and concerns have driven us to this point today, where we can confidently move forward with this crucial legislation. It's clear that expanding our support for non-public school security guards is a win not just for our kids, but also for their families and our communities today and for generations to come. So let's unite our efforts and ensure that every child, regardless of their school, has the protection and security they deserve. Together, we can create an environment where students feel safe and secure, allowing them to thrive academically and socially, and putting their parents and relatives at ease. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Brandon. And also now we will hear a brief statement from the Public Advocate, Jumaane Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peace and blessings to everyone. Happy Monday. Good morning again. My name is Jumaane Williams, Public Advocate of the City of New York. Thank you to Chairs Lee, Salam, Narcisse, and Ariola, and members of the Committees on Mental Health, Disability and Addiction, Public Safety, Hospitals, and Fire and Emergency Management for holding this hearing today. Each year, NYPD responds to approximately 200,000 calls related to people experiencing a mental health crisis. Despite most often being the first responders, we know that our police are not the best equipped to safely and effectively handle these calls. Additionally, officers have also themselves expressed that they do not want to be responding to these calls. When law enforcement responds to people in mental health crisis, those who need help are often subject to use of force, arrest, incarceration, and at times, unfortunately, even death. In light of tragedies where people in mental health crisis are killed by law enforcement, municipalities across the country have implemented various alternative response models. In 2021, New York City launched the Behavioral Health Emergency Assistance Response Division, or BHERD. BHERD teams are FDNY EMTs or paramedics teamed with a mental health professional from Health and Hospitals, also H&H. These teams operate 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, in 31 precincts out of a total of 77 precincts. It has been heartening to hear that the number of 911 calls that BHERD responds to is increasing, responding to 73% of all eligible mental health calls in FY24. But our goal should be for those teams to respond to every eligible call that comes in. Also note that when you count in the quote-unquote ineligible, that number drops very significantly to 30%, and we have to look at the definitions of eligible and ineligible. Many of the challenges that BHERD faces lie in inadequate staffing. There is a shortage of 911 operators who can appropriately triage the calls leading to default police response. It can be difficult to discern over the phone what is happening at the scene and whether there is a risk of harm or to the caller or to the responders. The city is hiring more 911 staff allowing Be Heard teams to join or take over the responses to some calls that were initially routed to the NYPD or EMS, but we do not have the data on how often the NYPD or EMS calls in Be Heard to assist on a call. It is also imperative to ensure that 911 dispatchers are properly trained in how to effectively determine which calls can be sent to Be Heard. Dispatch training must be improved to incorporate dispatching for mental health crisis through ways such as mental health solution tree that will branch off in separate dispatching categories for various responses. Mental health training must be conducted regularly to ensure calls are being appropriately dispatched to the right teams. Staffing of the Be Heard teams themselves is also an issue. Currently, the teams only operate 16 hours per day, and calls that are determined to be eligible for Be Heard response may go to police or traditional EMS anyway because the Be Heard team is not available. It is understandable that Be Heard responses may take much longer than a typical police response, as de-escalation and determining what an individual in crisis needs takes time. Just want to point out that shouting at someone to put something down is not a de-escalation tactic. These calls can also be more challenging than the non-mental health calls to EMS. We should be incentivizing EMS workers and paramedics to join Be Heard teams and compensating them fairly for the work they are doing. The city should also be allocating funding directly to H&H to hire social workers, mental health professionals, also peers for Be Heard teams. While the city has not detailed what a citywide Be Heard program looks like, if the program scaled up staffing in the same proportion it had in the 25 precincts, that would mean 280 people for all of the city's 77 precincts compared to 35,000 NYPD officers. If we want an effective alternative to police responses to people in mental health crisis, we must be meaningfully prioritizing resources for that response. Otherwise, we continue to endanger not only those who need help, but those who respond. And we have heard the names of Win Rosario, Kowalski Trawick, and Deborah Dana, Eleanor Bumpers. I know Miss Peggy Herrera is here, Mohammed Ba, who called to get help, and their children are no longer with us. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the subway shooting, because we do know that Mr. Nichols more than likely was failed by our system long before that shooting occurred. We are at a point in time where we all agree that we need to do more with mental health, and I hope we have the courage to actually put the systems in place so that we don't have to add any more people to those names. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Public Advocate. I just want to recognize we've also been joined by Council Members Zwang, Botcher, and Nurse. And now I will turn it over. We're going to hear from a panel of advocates and folks from our communities that have lived experience before moving on to the administration. So thank you all for your patience, and I think it's really important for us to hear from the folks that are sitting here today. So we've been joined by Alex Brass, Peggy Herrera, and Jordan Rosenthal. So it doesn't matter which order, whichever order you guys feel comfortable in testifying, please feel free.
Sure, thank you so much. Should I start or? Okay. Thank you to all of the chairs and everyone. I submitted formal testimony, but anyone who knows me tends to know I'm better off script, so we're gonna go off script. My name is Jordan Rosenthal, and I am a social worker. I am the Director of Advocacy at Community Access, which is a nonprofit that helps people with mental health concerns. And most importantly, I'm a peer. I'm a person with lived mental health experience. In 2018, and also I'm the lead organizer of Correct Crisis Intervention Today, CCIT, which is one of the main advocates that was pushing for this hearing. So in 2018, I had kind of like my first big advocacy job, and I literally felt like I was driving a Mack truck with a learner's permit and ended up having a mental health crisis in my apartment. My mom almost called 911 because she was so scared that I was gonna hurt myself when we were on the phone, and ultimately respected my choice. Now, I'm here to talk about what would have happened if she called 911, and also what type of response do I want to be met with. I'm not here to shit on Be Heard. I'm here to say, what are the ways that we can make it better so it can serve more community members and connect people with in crisis so we don't have situations like Win Rosario, Kowalski Trawick, or Peggy's son. So what does that look like? That really means the inclusion of peers. So in the times that I've called a 911, or not 911, but a mental health crisis line, and I've said, like, if this is the rat race, like, oh my God, what, like, exhausting. And they're like, do you have a plan to hurt yourself? And I'm like, you're not listening to me. And that's the type of situation that we see a lot. We need peers because the peer actually is able to connect with the person and hear what they're saying and understand what it's like to consider maybe not actively having a suicidal plan, but if this is like the anguish that I deal with every day, how to connect with that person and de-escalate. So even in situations where we're talking about violence, I'm sorry, I realized my time. What I really want you to think about is how can we de-escalate? And having things like sirens, uniforms, and guns does not do that. What we do need are peers, not police. We need 988 to be a dispatch system that has interoperability with 911 and 311. We need a citywide system that is 24/7, and also you currently can't request a Be Heard team, which I understand the logistics behind that, but there should also be some type of acknowledgement that if someone is saying, I want a non-police response or I want to be met with this, that is at least considered. So I really encourage you to look at the testimony I submitted. I'm sorry, it's not double-sided, it was early. The formal testimony of Community Access, my other colleagues of CCIT, NYC, and I'm here for any questions you have. Thank you so much.
And we will be getting into a bunch of those topics you mentioned today, especially around 988 and all the other things and, the responses. So
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm so grateful for all of you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peggy Herrera. I am a member of Freedom Agenda, a mental health advocate, a youth counselor with incarcerated youth. Most importantly, I'm a mom, a survivor whose child was taken through gun violence 2 years ago. And while I thought I lost the fight, today I'm here to fight. Thank you for having me here today. I'm very confused when it comes to Be Heard because I don't understand how Be Heard is a medical response put in place for people who are in crisis or having a mental health crisis or a mental health issue. And so I don't understand how they separate someone who's having a crisis from someone who is not. I believe that those who are having a deeper crisis need a different level of care, right? Someone is sick, you're either sick or you're not. And I don't think that guns help the situation, uniforms do not help the situation. In August 2019, I called for help while my son was having a crisis. I specifically said I wanted the ambulance there. Police showed up, and we all know how they show up. When they showed up, I did not want them to come in, afraid of all the stories I've heard, afraid that they would kill my son. By the end of the ordeal, I was in handcuffs. I was dragged away, screaming. My son was beat up. My son never got the help he needed, and I spent the night in jail. We need to consider the way we're doing things. All crisis, all mental health calls should go to Be Heard. There should not be any mental health calls that go to police because they do not escalate the situation. They are not trained to respond to a mental health situation. A person in crisis should feel safe. Crisis doesn't have a time frame. I think the 16 hours should be 24 hours. We don't know what time a person's going to have a crisis. So I think it should be constant in every borough, in every school. You know that most of our schools and Rikers Island, they're filled with people with mental health struggles and issues. And we need to start to process and make people better. So we need peers, not police. We need people with lived experience that can help someone to de-escalate the situation, help them process it, and help them feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peggy, for sharing your story. Alex?
Hi, thank you, Chair Salam, Chair Lee, Chair Ariola, and Chair Narcisse, and everyone else here today. My name is Alex Brass. I am a steering committee member of CCIT NYC. In January of 2022, I was experiencing a mental health crisis. My parents called 911. As soon as that occurred, my mental health crisis went into a high gear, and the police responded. There was about 4 or 5 police officers. When I saw them, things got even worse. I simply needed someone to speak with, someone who could listen to me, And instead, when the police responded, that just made me feel more lonely. The following 2 years were consumed by stigma, shame from my experience. I was a non-functional member of society, and not one time during those 2 years did I have a peer to interact with. Thankfully, I got involved in advocacy work. I seeked out peers, and that's been a big part of my recovery. I also had access to resources that most individuals do not have. And unfortunately, my experience is the most mild police interaction that I've heard of to date. We have situations like Peggy and Peggy's son. We also have situations for individuals who are no longer with us. I just met Roland Pierre, whose younger brother was killed by the police after he called the police himself. His name is Erds Pierre, and that was on December 20th, 2021. And this is continuing to happen. I also have friends who, I have one friend who's had 20 plus police interactions. Once again, she needs someone to speak with, someone that can listen to her. She's called the police herself several times, and not once do the police ask her how she's feeling. Through my own peer work, I've seen the value of connecting with individuals, the trust that can be gained through someone with a lived experience without the inherent power dynamics with the police. Thank you.
Thank you so much to each and every one of you for sharing all of your stories for today. And we'll continue the conversation on how, as you mentioned, how to improve coordination of services and response. So thank you so much. Okay, and now I'm going to actually turn the mic over to Committee Council because we're going to bring up the administration. What? Do you guys want to, can we ask? Okay, so sorry, before you guys leave, sorry, my fault. Yeah, if there's any questions that council members have for this panel, sorry about that. Councilmember Caban.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank all of you for your testimony and your advocacy. I think it's, like y'all have said, it's a wonderful thing that Be Heard exists here. We're seeing these programs expand across the country, but we want it to be as good, as strong, and as life-saving as possible. And y'all are a big part of that solution. I just wanted to ask you all a question. I think it's a pretty simple one. So I've had the privilege through an organization called Local Progress to visit a lot of alternate responders around the country, even with the CCIT member, Evelyn, who has testified here before. Denver, Portland, these different places. So I just want to read a couple of statistics to you, and then I'll pose my question. Community responder programs around the country. So the Denver Star program, they have responded to several thousand cases, and in those responses, not once have they called in the police. San Diego's mobile crisis team responded in over 3 years to over 13,000 calls. 98% they did not call in armed law enforcement, so only 2% of the time did they call police. And we're seeing Albuquerque Community Safety Department, out of 8,000 calls, only 1% of the calls were sent to police. Oakland Macro program, out of 10,000 calls, less than 1% were transferred to the police. We're going to hear from the administration the percentage of which Be Heard has then called in police backup. But my question for you is this. These are all cities around the country. In your personal experience, in your professional opinion, are folks struggling with mental health diagnoses or mental health incidents in other cities fundamentally any different than those in New York City? Are New York City folks who are struggling with mental health issues more dangerous than folks with a mental health diagnosis outside of New York City?
Sorry, we just need to keep it quiet in the chambers. Thank you.
So,
okay. Okay, sorry, if you could just hold off on that. Hold on one second. Sorry, just hold on 1 second while we wait.
Thanks for your patience, y'all. And you guys heard my question, right? Okay.
So I know we're not allowed to hold up signs in here, but is it okay if I hold up my bag? It just has a phrase on it that I think all council should see.
And just for the record, it says mental illness
So
is
this
not a
says
crime.
mental illness is not a crime. And I think that really speaks to what you're talking about. It's not that people in New York have more mental health concerns than anywhere else. I mean, we do live in a very stressful city where, it can take a toll on us. But I don't think also that people are necessarily more violent here either, or anything like that. I think violence is a concept, and what violent to one person is very different for another person. And part of the reason I'm so passionate about moving to 988 is that 911 operators have some of the most stressful jobs in the United States. And they actually have their own mental health concerns, which does make them appear, But because of that high stress job and not necessarily having the training specifically in mental health triage and types of dispatch and that type of thing, we need a different type of system that can actually dispatch responses that's able to kind of take into account what this type of situation needs. And I don't think that, 911 operators are the appropriate responder for that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And that is something that we're going to delve into too. Okay, any other questions for this panel? If not, okay, sorry.
to
go ahead.
that?
Mhm.
Sure.
While the mayor is saying that it's working, and he put out data saying it's working, who is it really working for? Because if a person in crisis who's having a real serious crisis and they say it's a weapon involved or they're violent, so what does he consider violence to be? Because they're in a crisis. And if you show up with a gun, you're gonna shoot to kill them as opposed to trying to de-escalate the situation. The system have made us feel isolated and traumatized. The STAR program, it works. All the other programs work. Why does it not work here? We need to mirror what they're doing. Whatever they're doing is working. What we're doing here is not working, and they're not listening to us because those closer to the problem are closer to the solution. We understand what is needed, and so we're trying to tell you. And in 2019, I was arrested, and in 2024, we're still saying the same thing, and no one's changing anything, and we're having success in other cities, then it's because the system is not listening to us.
And one more thing to add, New York City is often touted as the greatest city in the world, and as Peggy's saying, these other cities have shown proven models. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, and it's sad that we're still at where we're at right now.
Thank you. Okay. I just want to recognize council members Joseph and Palladino that we've been joined by, and we're just going to take like a 2-minute break just so that we can get the administrative panel up here, and then we'll just proceed after that. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keep it on, please. Keep it on. Shh. Quiet, please. Thank you. Please have a seat. We're about to resume. Have a seat, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right, welcome back. Okay, so thank you so much to our admin team that is here today. And I'm going to hand over the mic to our committee counsel to administer the oath.
Now, in accordance with the rules of the council, I will administer the affirmation to the witnesses from the mayoral administration. After stating the oath, I will call each individual by name, and please affirm the oath. All please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Eva Wong?
Yes, I do.
Jamie Nichols?
Yes, I do.
Lakeisha Grant?
Yes, I do.
Jason Hansman?
Yes, I do.
Assistant Chief Cesar Escobar?
Yes, I do.
Captain Michael Butler? Can you please come to the mic and state it for the record?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Whoever is not at the, please come to the table so we can affirm. Chief Alufunmilola Obe?
Yes, I do.
Deputy Chief Ebony Washington?
Yes, I do.
No, we didn't.
One more time, please.
Yes, I do.
And Joshua Levin?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chair Lee and members of the Committee on Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addictions, and Chair Narcisse, and members of the Committee on Hospitals, Chair Salam, and members of the Committee on Public Safety, and Chair Ariola, and members of the Committee of Fire and Emergency Management. And also good morning, Public Advocate Williams. My name is Eva Wong, Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Community Mental Health. I'm joined by several colleagues. Jason Hansman, Senior Advisor of Behavioral Health Communications and Policy in the Office of Behavioral Health and New York City Health and Hospitals. Chief Cesar Escobar with New York City Fire Department Emergency Management System Operations. From NYPD, we have Captain Michael Butler from Interagency Operations, Chief Lola Obe from Training, Deputy Chief Ebony Washington from Communications, and the Director of Legislative Affairs, Joshua Levine. I'm also joined by my colleague Jamie Nichols, Assistant Commissioner of Mental Health at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, and Lakeisha Grant, Deputy Executive Director of Mental Health Access from my office. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. In spring of 2021, during the COVID-19 pandemic, New York City launched the Behavioral Health Emergency Assistance Response Division, as we know it as BHERD, as a health center response to 911 mental health calls. BHERD has since become an integral part of the city's crisis response and mental health care system, transforming emergency mental health responses. Previously, 911 mental health calls were handled solely by NYPD and FDNY EMS, often resulting in hospital transports, which were the only treatment option available. BHERD reimagines this process, enabling rapid on-site support for individuals in crisis, an essential improvement in our mental health care system. I'll now turn to specifics on BHERD. When BHERD was announced in November 2020, many across the country were grappling with how to prioritize mental health and emergency responses instead of relying solely on law enforcement. New York City's solution was to unite FDNY EMS and New York City Health and Hospitals combining FDNY's emergency response expertise with health and hospitals' extensive mental health services, which account for over 60% of the city's behavioral health care. The result was the creation of a new option for people in crisis: interdisciplinary teams where 2 EMTs are paired with a mental health professional to respond as a single unit to 911 mental health calls that do not have violence or weapons as the primary concerns. Be Heard teams have both the experience and expertise to de-escalate crisis situations and respond to a full range of medical and mental health problems. The teams can assist individuals in crisis by providing immediate health center assessments from trained medical and mental health professionals. The goals of the program reflect the city's commitment to ensuring the highest patient outcome through routing 911 mental health calls to a health center Be Heard response whenever it is appropriate to do so, increasing connection to community-based care, reducing unnecessary voluntary transport to hospitals, and reducing unnecessary use of police resources. A core principle of Be Heard is to provide community-based care for individuals experiencing mental health emergencies. This approach allows people to receive appropriate help at home or in the community, ensuring that only those who truly need further evaluation are transported to hospitals. Since the pilot start, 44% of individuals assessed were connected to community services instead of being taken to a hospital. In New York City, 911 remains a primary way to request help during emergencies, including mental health crises. Most calls come from bystanders, making it challenging to gather accurate information. The complexity of these calls directly affects Be Heard's response capacity. To ensure appropriate deployment, EMS 911 call takers assess calls for violence, weapons, and immediate hospital transport needs. Fully triaged calls are more likely to result in meaningful support. Be Heard teams respond to mental health calls independently from NYPD dispatch decisions. Although NYPD is informed of Be Heard deployments, NYPD will respond to high-risk situations, and once a Be Heard team arrives, they can request police backup if necessary. Since launching Be Heard in 2021, we have continuously optimized our health center crisis response model based on insights gained. For instance, FDNY EMS developed an automated algorithm to help call takers determine if an individual has previously been assessed by a mental health clinician. Additionally, FDNY has hired more EMS 911 call takers in fiscal year 24, and a recent patient satisfaction survey showed overwhelmingly positive feedback for Be Heard. As the program has expanded to more communities, we have continually examined innovative ways to improve the Be Heard team's ability to get to more calls, as well as strengthen New York City's responses to mental health emergency calls. Last week, the city announced 2 new strategies that have been implemented to strengthen Be Heard's ability to provide as many New Yorkers as possible with a health center emergency crisis response. The first strategy is prioritizing sending teams to 911 mental health calls that have been fully triaged by EMS call takers as appropriate for a Be Heard response. For almost a year, Be Heard teams were dispatched to a broader range of mental health calls, namely ones assigned to NYPD and/or EMS where eligibility for a Be Heard response may not have been established yet during the call triaging process. This did result in Be Heard teams responding to more calls and a higher percentage of mental health 911 calls. However, after monitoring this new approach closely, the city learned that the teams were experiencing a higher number of instances where the patients were no longer on a scene or in need of their assistance when they responded to the calls that had not been fully triaged. Therefore, the city will prioritize deploying Be Heard teams to calls that have been fully triaged by EMS 911 call takers to maximize the time Be Heard teams spend serving patients. Coupled with this approach, the city will be switching from using police precincts as geographic boundaries within the existing pilot area to flexible ones that are more aligned with how EMS units are dispatched. This program modification will allow existing teams to be nimble in their ability to respond to nearby calls outside a precinct boundary once they have completed a call. Rather than being confined to only responding to calls within certain precincts, the team would be given flexibility to go to calls that are more convenient from an operational standpoint, which will increase their ability to respond to the most appropriate calls. Be Heard has consistently been responding to the majority of eligible calls in the pilot area since launch. The number of people who received a Be Heard response increased significantly from about 2,000 in fiscal year 22 to over 7,000 in fiscal 23 and about 15,000 in fiscal year 24. This means more and more people in crisis received support from a mental health professional when they needed it most during the first 3 years of operations. Each Be Heard response reflects the city's historic commitment to providing people experiencing a mental health crisis with the most appropriate care by pairing mental health clinicians with EMTs. Each encounter a Be Heard team means that the city is providing a more appropriate response and better care to an individual experiencing a mental health crisis. I thank your committees for your ongoing partnership and commitment to serving New Yorkers who experience a mental health crisis. We're happy to answer questions you may have, and I would like to pass it along to Jamie Nichols, Assistant Commissioner for the Bureau of Mental Health at the OHMH. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairs Lee, Salam, Ariola, Narcisse, and members of the committee. Good morning, everybody back there, up there. I'm Jamie Nichols, Assistant Commissioner for the Bureau of Mental Health at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. I'll refer to it as the Health Department in my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am pleased to be here with my colleagues to explain the Health Department's vital role in addressing the mental health needs of New Yorkers. The Health Department's mandate is to protect and promote the health and well-being of all New Yorkers. Promoting mental health is a critical part of this responsibility. We employ a public health approach to this work, with the primary goal of preventing mental health crises before they happen. However, when they do occur, we seek to ensure all New Yorkers have access to responsive care that includes health and social supports that are affordable, accessible, effective, and free of stigma. Providing support in moments of mental health crisis is a tremendous duty that we share with our city partners. My colleagues at the Mayor's Office of Community Mental Health, OCMH, spoke to one critical piece of this ecosystem, the Be Heard program. This is a health-centered response to 911 mental health emergencies and administered by the New York City Fire Department and New York City Health and Hospitals with oversight from OCMH. I will speak to the mental health crisis response and treatment infrastructure that the Health Department administers. This is to give context for the broader system in which FDNY and H&H's Be Heard program operates and promotes awareness of valuable services and supports available to New Yorkers from the Health Department. First, I want to provide some context for the Health Department's work in this space. What constitutes a mental health crisis can look very different from person to person. You do not need a diagnosable mental illness, a serious mental illness, or to be experiencing homelessness. A crisis may be triggered by a myriad of different internal, emotional, or cognitive experiences. Interpersonal conflicts, including abuse or violence, or environmental stressors, such as neighborhood safety. It is essential to recognize the complexity and nuances of these experiences in this discussion today. To say it plainly, anyone can experience a mental health crisis. A diagnosis or specific experience is not required. We're here today to discuss the mental health care system that aims to support all New Yorkers. It is important to note that the affordable housing crisis exerts tremendous pressure on our healthcare system. Housing is a well-established determinant of health, and lack of it negatively impacts health in many ways. As a city, we must support both mental health care infrastructure and affordable housing for all New Yorkers. I will now speak to our programs. The Health Department offers 3 kinds of mental health crisis services, simply categorized as someone to call, someone to respond, and somewhere to go. I'll start with someone to call. When someone experiences a mental health crisis, it can be helpful to talk to someone we trust, a family, friend, a religious advisor, a mental health or health care provider. Anyone can reach out to 988 at any time of day or night, any day of the year, to speak with a trained crisis counselor or peer support specialist. NYC 988 is the health department's largest mental health crisis service. Bless you. 988 provided crisis counseling over 311,000 times via call, text, or chat during fiscal year 24. 988 counselors and peers will listen to a caller's situation and help them through a moment of crisis with emotional support and coping skills. They will also help connect them to ongoing mental health services that meet their needs. Sometimes a person may be unable or unwilling to seek mental health services to get through their crisis. This brings me to the someone to respond category. In these situations, NYC 988 will dispatch a mobile crisis team to visit the person wherever they live within a few hours, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week. Citywide. Mobile crisis teams are our cornerstone short-term intervention for non-life-threatening mental health crises. Mobile crisis teams represent a significant portion of the mental health crisis response infrastructure in this city. There are 24 teams serving all 5 boroughs, 19 serving adults, 5 teams serving children. In fiscal year 24, we received 16,500 referrals for the adult teams alone. Mobile crisis teams include both master's level mental health clinicians and peer specialists. They meet face-to-face with the identified person experiencing the crisis, as well as their family or other support systems, to engage, assess, de-escalate, and connect individuals to the most appropriate services. Meetings typically occur wherever the person resides, such as a private apartment, a supportive housing setting, or emergency shelter. After a crisis is de-escalated, people can be connected to out or inpatient care if appropriate. We consider mobile crisis teams a short-term intervention, typically engaging with people 1 to 3 times in up to a 2-week period. Some people need more support than they can access in their home or wherever they are currently residing. These folks might need somewhere to go, our third and final category of mental health crisis services. For these situations, the health department also supports crisis residences, which provide an alternative to hospitalization for people experiencing mental health crisis. They are warm, safe, and supportive home-like places that offer 24-hour peer support, group activities, and connection to clinical services as needed. Guests typically can stay for up to 1 week. These open-door settings enable people to remain connected to their lives, school, work, family, while getting additional supports through a crisis. People may be referred to a crisis residence by 988, by a mobile crisis team, by their mental health provider, or they may self-refer. Now that I've described our short-term crisis services that offer someone to call, someone to respond, and somewhere to go, I'll move on to describe our longer-term treatment and recovery programs. These programs are designed to serve people with the most complex behavioral health needs. We use the term serious mental illness to refer to this combination of behavioral health and functional needs. The health department manages New York City's single point of access system to these specialty treatment and recovery services. People are connected to these programs by providers who make referrals through the health department's website. Referral sources include the crisis service providers I just described, as well as community-based mental health, shelter and housing providers who recognize that their client could benefit from a higher level of care. Hospitals, jails, and prisons also make referrals to our single point of access as a part of their discharge planning process. Our single point of access received 4,107 referrals in FY24. Single point of access, otherwise known as SPOA, sorry for the acronyms, programs include assertive community treatment and intensive mobile treatment, which have a combined capacity to serve about 6,500 people at a time. These programs provide longer-term engagement and treatment for people with serious mental illness who have not found the support they need in traditional settings. One of the many benefits of these programs is reduced risk to future mental health crises. Clinicians at the health department SPOA review eligibility and make referrals to the appropriate level and location of care. In addition to managing the referral process, the health department also contracts with community-based organizations and hospitals to provide assertive community treatment, also known as ACT. ACT provides longer-term mobile mental health and substance use treatment to people with documented serious mental illness. These teams are staffed by behavioral health clinicians and peers. There are 77 total in New York City. The health department contracts for 47 of them. The remainder are contracted or operated by the New York State Office of Mental Health. Some of these teams specialize in certain populations. Our 6 Forensic ACT teams work exclusively with eligible individuals with current or recent criminal legal involvement. 10 shelter-partnered ACT teams work exclusively with eligible individuals residing in New York City mental health shelters. We also contract with community-based organizations to operate intensive mobile treatment teams. These are interdisciplinary teams, including peers, that provide mobile mental health and substance use services for people with serious behavioral health concerns, very complex life situations, transient living situations, and/or involvement with the criminal legal system. We support 36 teams serving all 5 boroughs. These teams are designed to engage the hardest to reach New Yorkers. The health department works tirelessly to administer short-term interventions to de-escalate moments of mental health crisis and provide long-term treatment and recovery supports in the community for people with complex and high needs. This is in addition to administering a continuum of other essential mental health services, such as youth and school-based programs, supportive housing, and much more. The health department is deeply committed to this work and has been for decades. I am pleased with the progress we have made, but we still have so much more work to do. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Okay, thank you. I have so many questions, so please bear with me. And again, I think as mentioned on the previous panel, the goal is to have more programs and services like Be Heard and to have it work well, and how can we improve it, and how can we figure out how to expand it. I have 4 precincts alone in just my district, for example, and I think all of us recognize that, you know, folks in NYPD, they know they're not mental health professionals and that a lot of times they are not equipped to necessarily respond to these situations the best. So how do we use services like this? And so I'm gonna just start my questions a little bit off script from what I have here because I'm going based on your testimonies. And just really quickly, I haven't heard of the crisis residences, actually, and I think this could be, is this like the crisis respite centers? Can you just clarify that? Because it could be an incredible resource, but I don't know if people know what this program is. So if you could just expand on that a little bit.
Happy to. They are the same thing as the crisis respite centers.
Okay.
The term is used interchangeably.
Got it.
The health department actually opened up the first 4 through a federal grant in 2012. So we pioneered the model in the city, and we called them respites at that time. They were really successful, recognized by the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation, became reimbursable and licensed in New York State, and the licensing process gave them a new name to confuse everybody, known as crisis
so I have heard of
residences.
it,
Yes.
turns out, okay.
Same
and
thing.
it's reimbursable by Medicaid?
Yes.
And
With,
private?
there's also funding to support uncompensated care people without insurance, so that's not a barrier to accessing it.
Okay.
But the services are billable.
Okay, perfect. And do we have more than 15 beds now at this point? Because I know that one of the things we were trying to do was expand it.
Yep.
Okay, and how many beds are we at right now?
There are 38 beds in contract with the health department citywide.
Okay, which is better than 15, but I will
Yes.
say, as you mentioned, as housing is a huge part of someone's health, we definitely need more. So, you know, whatever plans you have, if you could share, I know it maybe not necessarily now, but if you could share plans on how the city's planning on expanding that program, because that's also something that we had on the council's mental health roadmap also was to expand the CRCs. Okay,
There's a couple in the works in the licensing process, so we
Okay.
anticipate the capacity to expand, but it's contingent upon the State Office of Mental Health license.
right, because the licenses are offered by the state, not
Yes,
the city.
that's right.
Okay, right, as everything is very confusing
Absolutely.
in the state. Okay. which is I think we're going to get to this whole theme and a large part of my concerns because, and you hit the nail on the head because, I mean, as someone who worked in the mental health sector before, and I'm a social worker as well, I'm familiar with the different outreach teams like ICT, ACT, IMT, AOT, all of those things, right? But I think to the general public, it's very hard to sometimes distinguish what and when each of these outreach teams are appropriate. And so I just want to just simplify this, right? If I'm calling 911 and I'm experiencing a mental health crisis, and we all know, as mentioned before, that the 911 dispatchers have a tremendously difficult job, right? Are they aware of all the different outreach teams? And can you speak to, and this is for any of you here, because I don't know who would best speak to this, but can you speak to, and I'll go more into depth about this, but the training that the 911 dispatchers receive, as well as if they are aware of all of these programs that we have available?
Hi, good morning. So, I'm sorry, can you just repeat that again?
Sure. So, you know, considering that we have multiple outreach teams that are available, right? If I call 911 and I'm experiencing a mental health crisis, maybe it's not quite an emergency, maybe it could turn into an emergency, which is why I think it's so difficult for some of the 911 dispatchers. If you could speak to the level of trainings that they receive, whether they have all of this information available to them, and how they are trained to appropriately route these calls to either Be Heard or one of the other outreach teams.
Okay, so in New York City, 911 operators receive 90 days training. During that training, they receive about 25 days of hands-on training where they're actually sitting with an operator, an experienced operator. As far as mental health, it is a full-day training by a certified instructor, okay, giving them all types of scenarios that they may encounter. As a policy, we always connect the person calling to EMS, okay? We don't medically triage. So our policy is to connect to EMS.
Okay, so the 911 dispatchers would call and contact EMS, and then from there, they're automatically dispatched to the scene.
Good morning. I'll give you a little brief interpretation of that.
Oh, sorry, hold on one sec. Can we just make sure that the outside is a little quiet? Because I just want to make sure that everyone hears what you're saying. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. So you're correct. The 911 call will come in, and NYPD dispatcher will take the call, classify it as a mental health emergency, and it will be moved over to EMS for additional triaging. Our dispatchers go through 10 weeks of training to become assignment receiving dispatchers. Those are the members of EMS that take in the calls. They will be the ones that will ask additional questions of the caller to be able to target these calls to the appropriate resources. The members of our emergency medical dispatch do an amazing job. They handle 1.6 million calls a year. These are 1.6 million calls that all have to get triaged, questions asked, so that we can send the appropriate resources. We also have at Emergency Medical Dispatch dispatchers that get an additional 10 weeks of training to be able to dispatch those calls to the appropriate resources. In addition, our members in communications get ongoing training when new procedures come out regarding mental health emergencies. So they are aware of some of the services, they are aware of Be Heard, and they dispatch all the calls that come in, using computerized triage algorithm to be able to categorize the calls appropriately for Be Heard.
Okay.
Can I add to this? Because I get this question a lot in the mental health context. If you need police, fire, or EMS, call 911. If you're not sure, call 988. And the crisis counselors can spend time on the phone with you. That's their job, is to listen and spend as long as you need to figure out what makes sense next. So we do not expect anybody to be expert in all of the acronyms that I just went through. That's unreasonable. And once we become expert, and then there'll be new acronyms, right? There's no point in the public learning them. I think the focus is, if you're not sure, call 988, and they can help you figure out what makes sense next.
Okay, and I think my big issue there is that I think still a lot of folks are not aware of 988 and the fact that that exists. And then, and I know that the state, from what I've heard, is planning on putting more resources into expanding the outreach for 988. But I guess my question though is, if I call 988, then how is that going to connect to all the different other services? If you could go through that and walk us through that a little bit too.
Sure, I can do that right now. And so the 988 promotion campaign started this month across New York State. So I hope many of you will be seeing those ads. 988 counselors are trained in the services that are available across our city, which changes, right? So they're always incorporating new information. They assess callers, right? Form a bit of a relationship in a very small period of time, and can provide in the moment, immediate coping skills and de-escalation on the phone. For many people, that call is sufficient. For most callers, in fact, the telephonic intervention or text exchange or online chat is sufficient, and they resolve the whatever it is, the emotional distress that they're experiencing comes to some resolution, and then there's agreed upon next steps, right? Whatever that is, that might be going out and taking a walk, right? It may be something much more acute, depending on the person's situation. And so they will de-escalate on the phone, assess, provide coping skills. Sometimes the person may need more. They will connect people, but they will dispatch mobile crisis teams to respond in person within a few hours.
Okay.
So they're doing that thousands of times a year.
Yeah, and I think you just answered my question, because if it's the reverse situation where they do call 988 and it actually does turn out that there needs to be some more serious responses, then do they connect and do they know how to, bring things to either 911 or EMS?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
And then for Be Heard, I know you said for mental health they get a one-day training. Is there any more that they get for the 911 dispatchers? Because I feel like
they're
it's
provided
a
with
lot.
different scenarios,
Yeah.
right? Essentially, when you call 911, you're asked, do you need police, fire, or medical, right? And then we're going to ask, what's your location, so we can verify where you are. And then the caller will go into what the emergency is and what's needed. If it's someone experiencing a mental health crisis, we will get the gist of what's going on, and always connect to EMS.
Because I know in a lot of other, fields that are out there, if I wanted to keep my social work license, I would have to do continuing education credits, right? So I'm assuming that there's also a refresher every
Yes,
year,
sure.
hopefully.
So
Okay.
about 6 to 8 weeks, we provide in-service training with any updates to any procedures or any new policies that may be going on.
Okay.
But our operators are not medical professionals.
Right.
They're just provided with the type of calls we may encounter.
Right. And typically, how long does it take for a Be Heard team to get dispatched once it's determined that there is one that needs to go out?
Thank you for the question. So typically, once a call comes in to 911 and it reaches our assignment receiving dispatchers, they go through a series of questions. Sometimes that takes minutes to categorize this call appropriately. Once the call is categorized where it meets the criteria for a Be Heard response, which would include having no indication of violence, having no indication of weapons, then that call would be transferred over to our dispatchers, and the call would be transferred to whatever dispatcher is working in the dispatch area that they're working, whether they're working in the Bronx or Upper Manhattan, and then that dispatcher will assign that call to the appropriate resources if there's one available. They also will dispatch calls in priority order. And sometimes there are calls that take a little longer to dispatch because the dispatchers are in the process of dispatching our life-threatening emergencies. So, we do have times where the Be Heard unit is dispatched in priority order, which means it'll be the next one to be dispatched after we dispatch the very critical assignments, which are things like cardiac arrest, choking, unconsciousness, things like that.
Okay. And you kind of started answering my question because I just wanted to, if you could state for the record, like what specific criteria is used to determine whether a call is Be Heard eligible?
Okay, go ahead.
So we used an application called Computer Triage Application, which will lead the person on the phone to ask a series of questions. So every time the algorithm will be dependent on the previous question. So the first initial questions are always things that relate to life-threatening emergencies. For example, is the person awake? Is the person breathing? So if the answer is yes to all those questions, then it leads them down the track of asking why did you call 911? What is the mental health emergency? And then a series of questions that will trigger a Be Heard response, which will include no weapons, no violence, no suicidal tendencies, and then that call will get categorized a specific criteria for our Be Heard units. We have a specific call type that is only for our Be Heard units, and it has to match that criteria for them to be dispatched.
Okay, and what is the specific call type designation?
The calls that we dispatch Be Heard units to are classified as EDPM. EDPM.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Also, how many response teams are available per precinct? And is it still 31 precincts right now that you guys are operating in? And just wanting to know how that's prioritized.
So we currently have 9 Be Heard teams that are operating during the daytime, and we have 9 teams that are operating in our afternoon shift. And recently, as the mayor announced, we have eliminated some of the precinct boundaries so that our units can respond to areas that are right outside the precinct boundary, which was our limitation in the past. So as of right now, our Be Heard teams are able to respond to many more areas of the city now that we've eliminated those artificial boundaries of precincts.
Okay, so those 9 teams can pretty much go anywhere in any of those 9 precincts that have a Be Heard team?
That's correct.
Okay. And how does the Be Heard program decide which precincts to expand to next? And are there current plans, and what is the current plan to expand Be Heard, and the timeline, if you have that information?
Sorry. So, Be Heard expansion has been paused as a result of the most recent FY25 PEG. Decisions around where Be Heard will expand to next have not been made yet. The mayor, the city is still committed to citywide expansion of the Be Heard program. At this time, we're using kind of this pause, this delay, to really make some operational changes, like the one that Chief Escobar just described with the removal of the precinct boundaries. We're looking at ways to get the teams to respond to the most appropriate calls. And so in the past, decisions around where the teams expanded to were made based off of high 911 mental health call volume in addition to some operational considerations. And that will likely continue to be the case, the criteria that we look at. But at this moment, there are no plans for expansion.
Okay, so then 2 follow-up questions to what you just said, because I'm going back to the testimony, which says that in FY22, there were 2,000 calls or people served, FY23, 7,000, and FY24 so far, it's 15,000. So my question then is that in terms of budget and PEGs, which are concerning, because we don't want the PEGs to impact, obviously, direct services on the ground.
Yes.
But if that's the case, what's the budget situation? Do you have enough funding? If you have 9 teams, I'm just, the numbers in my head don't make sense, right? So if that's the case where you're receiving that many more calls, I guess the first question is, how many of those 15,000, does that mean that all 15,000 calls receive Be Heard responses in FY24? And if so, how does that look in terms of the funding and the budget?
Yeah, so with the same funding, we were able to gradually increase the amount of calls that the teams have gone to. And as of FY25, it was FY24, it was up to almost 15,000 calls. And so those were how many times the teams were dispatched and went out to respond to.
Which
a
I want to
911
reiterate
call.
is the goal, right? We want these teams to
Yeah.
go out more. I'm just concerned that there's not enough funding or budget to support that. Yeah.
The funding that we have at the moment is sufficient, and we are seeing, we have seen the numbers go up with the funding that we have.
Okay. Then, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm skipping around a little bit, sorry. So then, in 2025 fiscal year, the budget has allocated a combined $35.1 million to H&H and FDNY for the Be Heard program, and this number is a reduction, it seems like, from recent years, right? So I guess, can you sort of explain, I know it's enough. The first year, I know that there was $55 million in the budget, but there was trouble hiring staff and getting things, up and running, which is why in the first year, I get why the number decreased from 55 million to whatever it was, right? I think it was 20-something million, I'm just going off my memory, but if the number for FY25 is now 35.1 million, can you just sort of speak to, if that's a reduction, is that still enough? Because I'm anticipating there's probably going to be more calls this year.
I'll let H&H speak to the changes in their budget, but I will say that at the start of the program, there were a lot of, first-year startup costs associated with operating this program. And so that sort of reduction takes into account us no longer needing some of those startup costs.
Yeah, so I guess the better question would be, take a full year of operation, comparing that to now FY25, right? So if you could compare a little bit of the year over year, how that works in terms of the increased calls and if the budget is sufficient for that.
Yeah, so what I would say, at least between 24, 25, there is not a appreciable difference in kind of the number of social workers that we would be able to hire. So there wasn't a reduction in our head count, so that allows us to continue to respond to the same number of calls that we have responded to in FY24.
So I'll go more into the budget questions later, but just really quickly, going to this is one of my, I guess, pet peeves, is how to make sure that we're all sort of sharing data with respect to, HIPAA laws and violations, right? So if there's any techie people in the audience that are looking to do pro bono work for us, just, come see me after this. But do the Be Heard teams, FDNY, NYPD, and health and hospitals share data regarding past responses to mental health crises, right? So if someone has been in the system before, how are we tracking these folks? How are we making sure that there's some sort of history that follows them that we can tap into so that we can better treat them moving forward?
So I can talk about from the H&H perspective. Certainly, if someone is seen by a Be Heard team and meets mental health assessment criteria in the field, we can see those past Be Heard responses. We can also see, because of our electronic medical record, other hospitalizations that might have occurred within the health and hospital system. So if someone had previously been in the ER at Bellevue, for instance, right, we would be able to see that interaction once that individual met mental health criteria and we began to serve that patient on the ground.
Right, but then my question then is, how do you share that data with the other agencies sitting here, right? And I think that's the thing, is how do we make sure, because I gotta say, even within the health and hospital system, it's great, but then from where you guys drop off to where they go to outpatient treatment, let's just say, what system is in place to actually follow these folks?
So it certainly can be a little tricky, as you mentioned, with HIPAA and our ability to share protected health information of patients, especially if there's prior instances of hospitalizations, what that looks like. What we do is we're looking at this data internally to H&H, and when someone does have multiple instances, we are looking at those instances and what we can do differently the next time. So does that mean they need a higher level of support and service on that next interaction? We're going to work with them in the field to get them connected to that higher level of support.
Right. And then I guess my question is for OCMH, because as you guys are sort of the overarching, coordinators of this program for Be Heard, how is there a system in place that allows you all to follow someone through and also track whether they've had a previous, if they've been seen previously by a Be Heard team?
We do not track that. We don't look at any sort of medical data. So that would be H&H, who has access to those sorts of medical records, and as Jason just described. And just to note, we don't share any data from H&H or FDNY with NYPD. The data is shared amongst these agencies.
Okay. And for FDNY and EMS, do you guys all have access to this data as well? Or do you have your own data?
We every time a Be Heard team responds, we generate a call report for that particular interaction, and that information stays with us. And because of HIPAA protection, we are not allowed to share much of that information.
Okay, so if I approached each of your agencies separately and I asked you for some demographic and also without revealing someone's identity, right? And incidences, would you guys all have the same answers? I guess is my question. Like, is everything going to add up to be the same?
I think we would have slightly different answers, and let me tell you why. Because when EMS responds, they're looking at that entire picture of everyone they respond to. So they have everything from dispatch down to the people who are served on the ground. Whereas H&H, we only have the number of people and the information on the people that we're serving with our social workers on the ground. So we have a piece of the pie. I would say it is the same answer, but we are a subset of the larger answer of EMS.
Okay. If we could figure out how to get the whole pie, I think that'd be awesome, because, and I know that may seem like I'm harping on the data point, but the reason why I am sort of drilling down on this a little bit is because I think in order for us to figure out how to better respond and improve the program and help improve it, we need to get a clear sense of what the data is. And I think right now, even I'm sitting here confused about which information relies with which agency. So I just want to be clear on my intentions of asking and drilling down these questions. So if we can have maybe further conversations about this afterwards, that'd be great. So going to, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to recognize Councilmember Yeager and Mealy. I'm sorry, guys. So I just wanted to take time to do that. Really quickly, so Friday, the mayor announced Be Heard. Can you sort of talk us through the differences in the metrics that you are reporting on year over year? For example, it doesn't seem like that we're getting data on the number of folks transported to community-based healthcare sites, as an example. So, and I know that previous reports have articulated average response times for Be Heard calls, but it's missing from the latest report. So do you know what the FY24 average response time is? And does the city have plans to include this in upcoming reports?
Well, I'll speak to the transports to, did you say transport to the hospitals?
Yeah, community-based healthcare.
Yeah. That is a number that we continue to report. I'm sorry? Yes, that is something that we continue to report. So in the FY24 data that we recently released, 43% were 43% of individuals that were assessed by the mental health clinicians on the Be Heard teams were either stayed in the community in their homes or wherever the 911 call took place, or were connected to a local resource like a supporting connection center in East Harlem.
Okay, thank you. And just really quickly for budget purposes, for both H&H and FDNY EMS, could you give us the breakdown of the Be Heard budgets and how much is allocated for personnel services versus OTPS?
I don't have that right in front of me. I would have to get back to you. I certainly can provide that before the close of this hearing.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, same for H&H. I would just say that the majority is OTPS. Or, no, I'm sorry, the majority is PS, is personnel services.
Right, personnel, yep. And what are your strategies for recruitment? Because I know that you have, according to you, you have enough teams to respond to the current calls, but I know in the beginning it was challenging to onboard and hire staff, and so just wanting to hear what the strategies are for recruitment and as well as what funding you would need to make your recruitment goals achievable.
Absolutely. So I'll just say that, there are struggles with staffing are part of, I think, a nationwide trend in being difficult to find, mental health providers, globally. So I would say it's not unique to Be Heard that we're having, some difficulty finding social workers. What I will say is that what we have done is a lot of different campaigns to bring social workers to health and hospitals generally. So we just did a recent ad campaign. You might have seen it in the subways. I see it on my ride home most days. To attract social workers to health and hospitals to include Be Heard. And we've done some very specific Be Heard related social media and other ad campaigns to bring in social workers into the Be Heard program and have really increased the number of Be Heard clinicians that are a part of the program.
And we would welcome council support in amplifying those messages.
Got it, yep, definitely. We've been joined also by Councilmember Rivera on Zoom. Let me just ask one or two more final questions before I hand it off, and then we'll come back, because I know some of my colleagues have to leave. But, as someone who worked for many years in the nonprofit immigrant community where language access is very difficult, there is so much stigma. What happens in situations where it turns out that you go to the site and it's very clear that there needs to be someone who speaks a various different language? And of course, I'm just thinking off the top of my head of Win Rosario's family situation. If it deems where, if it's necessary where they need some sort of more, language capacity, like, yes, I know there's Language Line, but if you could speak to, situations that you've run into where that's been a challenge. Has Language Line worked? Do you have, what percentage of your responders are bilingual and speak different languages? If you could speak to that as well.
I'll talk just on the H&H side quickly. So yes, we would use, in this instance, Language Line for the majority of our translation needs in the community, I think. And also thinking about, I think there's another part of this, which is about the care and service that they might be connected with as well, and thinking about what care and services would match their language preference. So we're using Language Line out in the field. We have not got any reports back that it's not meeting our needs out in the field. So, we have certainly employed it a number of times. We can circle back with some more data on that. But it's also about those responses and where we send folks to within the larger behavioral health system when it comes to language access.
Okay. And in terms of the other agencies and the folks on your response teams, if you could speak to if there are folks that are speaking multiple languages, and in the recruitment process, if I could, I would highly, highly urge that to be something that we include, because, as we know, we live in a city that is so diverse and speaks so many languages. And so if you could just speak to that as part of the recruitment, and also whoever's on the response teams on your end, with the EMS or OC.
So I'll just speak a little bit about our Be Heard teams. We have amazing personnel that work in the Be Heard team that are recruited specifically for the Be Heard. Many of them have an experience with a mental health emergency in their family or in their life, and that's why they chose to be part of the Be Heard team. Many of the members that work in Be Heard are bilingual. They, some of them speak Spanish and are, use their Spanish skills. We also just a couple months ago instituted a new application on our department phones, which every member carries, which is a translator application to assist them with any language that may need to better communicate with the members of the public.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm going to take a pause and then just recognize also we've been joined by council members Brewer, Gutierrez, and Ressler. And I'm going to pass it off because I know council member Chair Ariola needs to leave soon. So Chair Ariola, if you wanted to go ahead and answer your questions.
Thank you, Chair. So let's talk about what EMS. So EMS's operating guidelines and procedures relating to the department's response to mental health calls was recently updated. Can you please tell us what those updates were and describe them?
So the procedures that were recently updated had to do with the type of calls that our mental health response units are assigned. So previous to June of this year, our crews were responding to mental health emergencies, some of them which were not completely triaged by our communication personnel. Oftentimes that happens when we have days with excessive numbers of calls coming into the system, and some calls end up going to relay positions which do not get a full triage. We have been doing a lot of work in the last year to increase the number of members assigned to emergency medical dispatch to improve our capacity to triage the mental health calls. So that change that we did recently was to target the calls more appropriately to our Be Heard teams. So instead of sending them to some of these calls that were not fully triaged, may not have very little information, and may need the response of NYPD because of the lack of information, now we are better triaging those calls and only sending the Be Heard teams to calls that are appropriate for their response without NYPD assisting.
Thank you. And do voluntary hospital units respond to EDP incidences, to your knowledge?
Yes, the voluntary units respond to many emergencies in New York City, and part of their response assignments are certain mental health calls that are designated for them to be assigned. So yes, they do.
Oh, great. And for hospital transports for emotionally disturbed persons, do police officers accompany the ambulance every time?
So every call is different. Every call that we respond to poses a risk to the members of EMS, and it is their decision whether to request the assistance of NYPD if it is necessary. Many times NYPD does respond to the hospital with us for our safety, and oftentimes they do not. When the EMS crew has a great rapport with the person and there's no immediate danger, and they will take the person to the hospital without NYPD assistance.
If EMS arrives on the scene to a mental health call and an individual in crisis exhibits violent behavior, what is the scope of duties for EMS personnel until the police arrive on the scene?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of the question.
Sure. If EMS arrives on the scene to a mental health call and the individual in crisis exhibits violent behavior, what is the scope of duties for EMS personnel until the police arrive on the scene?
Thank you so much for that question. That is a great question. So our members are trained to respond to many types of assignments. Many of them have a risk, and many of them have violence involved, and they are trained to attempt to de-escalate the situation first, and if that is not working, they are trained to back away and wait for NYPD to respond.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have for now, Chair, but I'd like to go on the list for the second round. I appreciate it. Thank you for the consideration. Thank you for your answers.
Okay, and now we'll move on to Chair Salam.
Thank you. I'm wondering, in terms of the calls for the 911 operators, how they evaluate the eligibility for Be Heard or to route the calls to Be Heard, and what types of behaviors indicate a potential threat of violence, for instance, yelling, throwing plates, property damage, things of that nature. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's the process that they say, you know what, this doesn't need to be responded to with a threat of death, but rather mental health challenge.
Okay, so after verifying the location, the operator will ask the caller essentially what's going on. We take at face value what the caller is saying. If someone is experiencing a mental health crisis, we will then ask, are they a danger to themselves or anyone present? Or is anyone hurt? If none of that exists, we will connect to either EMS, either way, whether there is or isn't.
Once the call is connected to our emergency medical dispatch call takers, they will go through a series of questions, and every call that comes into 911 that is transferred to our EMS call takers goes through the same process of questions. So even if it gets categorized as a mental health emergency by NYPD, once it gets to our EMS call takers, they have to ask a series of questions, and I'm just going to give you a couple of them. And it starts off with, is the patient awake? Is the patient breathing? So if the answer is no to any of those, it goes a different track, and we dispatch an ambulance right away. Obviously, that is a life-threatening emergency. You know, we try to get to those emergencies very quickly. Our priority 1, 2, and 3s, which are things like cardiac arrest, unconscious, choking, things that will kill you in a couple minutes. So, but once the answer is that they are awake, that they are breathing, then they go down the series of questions asking the mental health emergency questions to make sure that this call is appropriate for the Be Heard team. So some of the questions are like, is there any immediate danger? Is there any violence? Is there any weapons? So those are the type of questions. So, and if any of those are a yes, then the call will be classified as something differently, and a Be Heard team will not respond.
So how about, you know, things like yelling, property damage? Does that require a police response?
That would require a police response. And just to make it clear, when we connect to EMS, we're not disengaging the call. The operator is trained to stay in the call until EMS is finished triaging, because conditions in the field are very fluid, right? Things change. So we want to make sure the person is getting the right resources that they need.
And I would just add that to Chief Washington's point, NYPD does stay on the line as a call is being triaged. If EMS determines that a Be Heard team is going to be dispatched, then a message is sent to NYPD that says that they are not needed.
Hold on one second. Has there been any instances where the NYPD has been told they're not needed, but they still responded?
That does happen. It depends on when the message is received by NYPD. So if NYPD is already on their way or already at a scene, it's possible, yes, that that PD will be on scene for a call that the Be Heard teams respond to. And once they're there, once the Be Heard team arrives, they will let PD know that they're not needed.
Has there been any data captured as to how many instances like that have happened?
We do not have that data. We don't have data from NYPD. And I'm also not sure that NYPD captures that data.
No. So Be Heard is not an NYPD resource, so we don't track that data.
Sorry, can I interject for a sec? So, okay, sorry, I was just thinking. Okay, so I know that it's not technically in your wheelhouse and realm, but is there at least some sort of notation by your officers when they get there that there is a Be Heard team available or that this was a mental health crisis response?
The officers will make a notation of it and notify the dispatcher. That information could be pulled. It's kind of time consuming, but it would be available if you wanted it.
No, thank you.
If I could just mention, there are instances where like LaQuisha stated, that when the call is being triaged, the call goes through different cycles. And initially, it might be classified as something. As it's being triaged, it'll be classified as something else. So there are times when NYPD goes because they think it is a call that they need to respond to. Once we triage it, we see that we don't need, we will send them that message, like LaQuisha said. Be Heard responding, no NYPD needed. But on occasions, NYPD is already en route because depending on how they categorized it, an NYPD resource is already en route. But our units have the ability to get on the scene if they determine that NYPD is not needed, to tell them, we don't need you right now, and they can back away. So that is something that is an option for them.
In that same instance, in terms of, I'm just thinking about like who's in charge, a chain of command kind of thing. Have there been any instances where they've been told they're not needed, but they said, this looks like we are needed, and therefore we will take control or take command?
I don't have, any information of any calls like that have occurred. Is it possible? Probably, but I don't have any information on things like that. I do know that we do training with our H&H partners and NYPD, and our teams that are out there, our Be Heard teams, work very well with the NYPD precincts in the area and, communicate whatever is needed on scene. And we know the objective is to de-escalate the situation, and if that's possible, we will ensure that nothing else comes on the scene that will escalate the situation. But if they are needed, we know that they are around, because every situation that EMS responds to is a potentially dangerous situation.
And Chair, if I may add, our operational guidance to police officers is that if there's a difference of opinion between EMS and PD, we'd like to have the patrol supervisor as well as an EMS supervisor consult on scene to see what would be the best outcome to provide the best care for the individual.
Has there been any instances of disagreement? And what happens in that particular case?
I don't have for this hearing any instances of that nature.
Of the emergency calls, how many 911 mental health calls were there? And I'm wondering by year, for the year 2023, 2022, 21, 20, and 19, et cetera. And are there any trends of such calls increasing over the recent years?
So, according to our data, our mental health emergencies overall in New York City have gone up by 12% since 2019. We certainly can get specific numbers for every year, but we have seen an increase in mental health emergencies in the past few years.
Not 12% per year, but over the
Yes, since 2019 overall.
oh, got it.
So there is fluctuations. In some years, we have higher numbers of mental health calls. Some years it dips, but overall, it has been increasing by 12%.
Of 911 mental health calls, how many result in emergency dispatch, and how many calls were referred to other resources, for instance, NYC Well, other or community-based services?
So we don't currently have an option to send 911 calls outside of the 911 system. So not to form what was formerly NYC Well 988. So all calls that come into 911 do receive an emergency response from either NYPD and or EMS.
Of calls leading to police-civilian encounters, how often are people designated emotionally disturbed, and what implication does that carry?
So I think that's probably a question for NYPD. It's important to note that both NYPD and FDNY categorize mental health calls as EDP, but the numbers are different for each system. So NYPD has, a total number of EDP calls that they categorize, and FDNY has a total number that's different. And that's partially due to kind of the differences in how they triage and how calls come in.
Okay, so just to give a little context, I have figures from 2023. Over 9 million calls came into the system in 2023. Of those calls, police officers responded to radio runs of EDPs less than 2% of the time, okay? So it's actually 1.8%. Our officers last year responded to 174,893 calls for service of an emotionally disturbed person. This year so far, we've taken 6.5 million calls, and we've responded to 118,387 calls.
Of mental health calls leading to police-civilian interactions or encounters, how many of these encounters resulted in individuals being arrested, and for what charges?
I don't have that in front of me right now, but I could get that to you.
What is the rate of use of force in these potential circumstances, and how does that compare to other calls for services? And has that changed since some officers started receiving CIT training?
Sorry. I can speak to CIT generally. I don't have the stats you're asking for.
How many officers completed CIT training by quarter in the years 2024, 23, 22, 21, all the way down to 2015?
Okay. So just real quick, CIT, just some background. So it's a national model adopted in 2015. I just want to stress to the council that we don't work in a vacuum as the NYPD. We do work in conjunction with DOHMH through an MOU, and also we use clinicians from CUCS.
Through the 4-day training at the Police Academy, there's also 1-day session where we have a peer panel, just to support us in the training. So since inception, since 2015, we've trained 21,705 members. That's active and retired members. Currently, about half of the NYPD is trained. That's 16,454 members currently trained in CIT. Some of the concerns that come up always is, how is it we don't close up that gap to get closer to about 90% compliance or more. The numbers have not dropped. Again, 21,705 active and retired, and currently half of the members have trained. Since 2015, we also had, I just want to mention to the council, we had a 2-year gap with COVID. So from March 23 of 2020 through March 21, 2022, 2 years, we did not have CIT training. Some of the things, we recognize the seriousness of the training, and some other things that we've done to really close that gap and really to get a lot of our members a refresher or trained. I just want to mention, I mentioned this at a last council hearing, is since October 2023, every single recruit gets the same 4-day training. So when you think about 4 classes in a year, average class about 600 recruits, on average about 2,400 recruits will be trained in CIT. I also want to mention that as we train, one of the things we do is to prioritize the operational commands. Why? Because they are the most likely officers to have any type of encounter with someone that's suffering from the throes of mental crisis. So we're certainly doing that. I just want to mention that with patrol, as of September 19th of this year, overall patrol total numbers is 14,915. We've trained 7,750. That's about 52% of patrol command officers assigned to patrol trained. Housing about 73%. Transit 75%, and other units we don't prioritize as much, but we focus really on the operational commands. We've also expanded CIT. The initial design was to have intimate small classes, 25 per class. We have 2 sessions now, an AM and a PM class. We also have doubled each class now to about 50. So in a week we have 2 sessions going back to back. On average, 80 to 100 members are trained in CIT. 33,000 members, right? Ebony just mentioned 9 million calls, 174 calls that we've responded to. We have to reach 33,000 members, and one of the things we've done with great success is to put out a training video, virtual training, a little bit of a refresher. And this particular one that we put out this year is titled Engaging Individuals in a Mental Health Crisis. And so far, we put that out as of September, as of today, actually, we have 70% of our members trained. That equates to 23,352 members trained. There's also a concern about supervisors on the scene and what's their role. One of the things we've also done this year is to implement a 1-day refresher course. So for every new captain trained, every new lieutenant trained, every sergeant trained, we have a 1-day refresher. We work, again, very closely with CUCS. We're very happy with our partnership with them. And they also help us to have that, they bring on the peer panel who actually speak through their lived experiences. I sat through the training myself, and I think I found that to be the most moving experience out of this CIT training. So total this year so far, again, we just started July 1st with the supervisors. 330 supervisors trained so far, captains, lieutenants, and sergeants. And occasionally, every quarter or so, we put out a refresher bulletin if there's procedures that change, policy that change, and we put out a refresher bulletin. We published one in April of this year, and I'm pleased to say that we have we had really good responses with that, and we have over 90% of our members trained through the virtual training. So that's just quick background on CIT.
I'm thinking about current news-related or newsworthy incidents, like the police shooting on the train station last week, and also Wynn Rosario in this particular instance. How does the department triage emergency calls that officers who have received CIT training or relevant specialized training, and how are they deployed in mental health calls?
So you're asking if we use CIT training, do we have officers who are CIT trained, do we dispatch them to this calls?
Well, are they, I'm assuming, and you know, I don't want to go through the whole statement of what an assumption is, but I'm assuming that of the officers, the fact that we have CIT training, is every officer trained in that? And as it related to like the Wynn Rosario incident, as an example, because it appeared that the officers may not have been trained in CIT.
So I can't speak to that specific incident. I could just tell you that these are very tragic incidents, and any loss of life is tragic. So I could speak to how we train in de-escalation and use of force specifically, but I cannot speak to that particular incident. What we see on ground is not, I think what I get a little bit from what you're asking is, do we have CIT officers assigned to these jobs when the EDP jobs come along? And we're dealing with volume. You heard what Chief Washington talked about. And honestly, we just want to get our officers out there to help as best we possibly can, de-escalate situations as best as we can. I don't know that we have enough time to pair officers to say, hey, who's CIT qualified and who's not. So, or maybe, I don't know if we can, I know that we don't do that, and I would assume also that Chief Washington's shop does not take the time to, you know, we just want to get them out. There's a 911 call, there's an emergency. The idea is to get our officers out there. We would like to have CIT officers present, yes, but I don't know that we do that tailored approach of having a CIT officer present in every situation.
Sorry, can I just ask a real quick follow-up to that? So my understanding was also during COVID, I understand that the CIT trainings were sort of decreased in terms of the budget. So can you speak to whether that's fully brought back up? And also, do you think that it would be it would help decrease some of the numbers of instances where force is used and improve overall safety for the public as well as the officers if CIT was mandatory? Because I can tell you that of all the COs that I have and the captains in the precincts, Borough North and South that I work with, they all actually want more of this training. And I think it would benefit everyone if we made that mandatory. So do you think that would help, number one? And number two, how much would it cost, do you think?
So just to speak to the budget, I think about $2 million. We mentioned this the last time. It is absolutely, it's helpful, it's mandatory. And again, mandatory for all our recruits, they go through it. Every single recruit since October 2023 has been trained in CIT, and we continually have the classes, and as I mentioned, have expanded attendance. So we're happy with it, and we'll continue to push.
I'm wondering, and this is an ask, will the department commit to using only CIT-trained officers to respond to mental health calls or participate in mental health calls? And I'm wondering because it seems like that type of training for those types of instances helps save lives. And I think that that's the ultimate goal that we want to achieve. And will the department commit to that?
Absolutely, we agree with you, yes.
I think I'm going to go for a second round.
Oh, okay, you want to?
Well, yeah.
So we'll move on to Councilmember Narcisse. Chair Narcisse, sorry.
Council Chair is the same person. My question is about who offers the training for social workers and EMT paramedics to ensure that they are giving appropriate guidance for de-escalation tactics and other clinical skills required to respond to an individual experiencing a crisis? What specific de-escalation techniques, I know you've been answering some of the question around there, but what specific de-escalation techniques are currently implemented by BHERD teams?
So I can talk a little bit about the training. So it's a 4-week training that's done jointly with EMTs and social workers, which really covers the range of experiences and training that they would need to operate out in the field responding to mental health calls. So, you have two different jobs coming together to work together. And we're training them together, right? So the social workers are getting experience and some training on EMT fundamentals, and then the EMTs are getting training on mental health fundamentals. So we're training on everything from motivational interviewing to trauma-informed care, to hearing from peers that have had a response out in the field by EMS and by NYPD. So it is really a comprehensive 4-week training for, again, both the EMTs and the social workers. I will also note for the social workers themselves, we're hiring social workers that have extensive experience already doing crisis services. So whether that is, working on a mobile crisis team, working in, a comprehensive psychiatric emergency program within a hospital, or another mobile-based team, we're really bringing in social workers that have a lot of that crisis experience, as well as, a preference for social workers that have lived experience, right? So part of our application process from the very beginning at New York City Health and Hospitals has been a preference for folks with lived experience. So on top of kind of that fundamental crisis experience.
Thank you. So I'm assuming it's H&H.
It's a combination of H&H, and we actually bring in some other providers as well in areas where they can do potentially a better job than we can do. So motivational interviewing, for instance, we do contract out for that.
Okay. If an individual is serving as a Be Heard responder, do they also serve other roles within FDNY or H&H currently?
I'll speak for H&H first, and I'll hand it over to Chief Escobar. For H&H, their only role, they're 100% on Be Heard teams.
Okay.
So for FDNY EMS, our members are trained EMTs that get specialized training to be able to work in the Be Heard team, and that is their primary assignment. However, those members, because they are trained EMTs, are able to work in other bureaus and areas of the department on overtime if they wish to do so.
Thank you. Coming back a bit on the language part, what language that your staff speaking right now for the one that dispatching? What languages that you provide services now?
I'm sorry, I'm here. I'm having a hard time.
I said, what languages are Be Heard services offered in?
I don't have the exact number, but we have an application that allows our members to use a translator application to be able to communicate in many different languages to the members of the public.
And then for H&H, just going back to the language line question, it's over 200 languages through language line.
For the app?
Yeah, I assume through
okay.
I don't know much about the app, but through language line, through the telephonic translation.
After all, we are in New York City. And depending on an app, when somebody have a mental health crisis, app is not gonna help you much. So I wanna know how many languages that you have like your folks, your staff having in place.
Yeah, we'll circle back on how many, so for the multilingual, bilingual staff, we'll circle back on how many folks are bilingual, multilingual, and then the languages that they speak.
That's very important.
Absolutely.
Even in physical health is a problem. So can you imagine somebody having a mental crisis and you're trying to put an app for them?
Absolutely.
All right. No, yeah.
Quite.
At times, Be Heard response times have averaged about 20 minutes. What can be done to decrease the Be Heard response times to match the approximate 8 to 11 minutes for other emergency services?
So thank you for that question. I'll give you a little context. So our all calls that come into the 911 system, have to go through a categorization process.
You're talking about that 911 one?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. I'm gonna.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Respond that to that.
All calls that come into the 911 system go through a categorization process. Because we are 911, we respond to life-threatening emergencies, and we have to provide the greatest good for the greatest number of people. And part of that involves us asking a lot of questions during the interaction with the caller to properly categorize this call so that the right resources are assigned. Unfortunately, some of the mental health calls that come in, because the way we categorize our 911 calls, will have a lower prioritization than, for example, a cardiac arrest or an unconscious or a baby choking. So because of that, some of those mental health calls are dispatched after we dispatch all the medical emergencies that we have to respond within minutes. So that is one of the reasons why some of the mental health response calls have a little bit more of an extended response times. But we understand that we are trying to get the specialized teams that have additional training to the most appropriate calls. And sometimes that means that we need to take a little more time to dispatch these units. In addition, because we categorize these calls to a certain priority, the teams do not respond with lights and sirens, and they do not respond like our traditional ambulances responding to cardiac arrest and life-threatening emergencies. So that is also why they would have an extended response. But we know that getting these specialized teams to these mental health emergencies is very important, and we take great pride that our teams are specially trained and get to these calls still quicker than some other services offered for mental health emergencies.
Okay, can you compare that to 988? If someone called 988, wouldn't it be faster? If you call directly.
So I can try to respond to your question. Let me know if I'm getting at your point. So if you call 988, right, we're picking up the phone within 30 seconds, having a conversation with the person, which can take an undetermined amount of time. There, we don't strive to be brief. That's not the point of it. It's not 911. So they may talk for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour. If 988 assesses a person as being in need of a mobile crisis for an in-person response, those teams are responding citywide. The average was 2.3 hours last year. So we're thinking of that as urgent. It's distinct from emergency services. It's the difference between saying, I need to go to the emergency room now, or I'm going to stop at the urgent care center when I'm done with work, right? They're sort of a similar distinction.
So the reason I'm doing that is because when somebody have a mental health crisis, we don't have to go to all the loophole of all the other heart problem. And specifically that person have a mental health, and we want the mental health team to reach that person. And I feel that we're not doing enough to promote the 988 to let people know that this is the help that they can get instead of going to that triage process. I'm a registered nurse and triage nurse as well. So that's the reason I get to that point, because we have to differentiate mental health from physical health to make sure they get the services in a faster way. Because when somebody go into a crisis, I understand heart, I understand that because I'm a ER nurse, but I'm saying like mental health doesn't have to go to all the loops that we're going through. One other quick question that I have, I haven't finished describing the direction office. If a Be Heard response team is dispatched to an individual experiencing a mental health crisis, is the individual billed for the Be Heard services if the response team deems it's necessary to provide emergency medical care or call an ambulance? Will the individual be billed for such care? Will they notify if the costs prior to actions being taken that would result in a medical bill?
So I'll talk about the Be Heard response itself. So the two EMTs and the social worker responding to a patient in the community. That interaction with the two EMTs and with the social worker, that is not billed. Right now, that is fully covered by the city and is not part of what the patient would be billed for.
All right. No, the difference between medical and the mental health crisis, if they're going to be billed. But anyway, we move forward because so many people are waiting. I don't want to go back and forth on that one. Does Be Heard respond to people under the age of 18? If so, what is the age of the youngest person you have served? If not, do you have plans to expand the eligibility criteria?
So yes, Be Heard does respond to patients under the age of 18. I don't have in front of me the youngest, but I can circle back with the youngest. But we have often responded to schools, to homes where there is a minor who is a patient in crisis.
The youngest age for eligibility for Be Heard is 6. It used to be
6?
Yes, we used to respond to all ages, but learned through the implementation of the program that individuals under the age of 6 require a different sort of response.
This is not a favorite topic, but we talk about it all the time. Involuntary removal. Since the mayor's November 2023 announcement on involuntary removal procedures, how many people have been identified as needing mental health removals? How many encounters have not resulted in hospital transport?
So we don't have specific data on involuntary removals under the mayor's announcement and policy. What we can say is that during the announcement of that policy, we as a city put procedures in place for all of the agencies that are involved in involuntary removals to begin to track and collect how often those involuntary removals are happening. And we're gathering that information, and we will be able to report that information in accordance with local law.
So you don't have no data on that?
On involuntary removals citywide? No.
And about NYPD?
Not here.
Do NYPD have the data?
No, the NYPD does not have data at this hearing.
You don't?
I do not. But we will follow up and get the data over. We'll circle back to that.
You know what, Chair? I think I'm going to take a pass because I know some of my colleagues have some questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay, great. So first up, we have Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Schulman.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you all to be as succinct as possible, and I'm going to apologize in advance if I interrupt or cut you off. Okay. I'm just going to dig in. Why does each data brief created by the city use different variables and measurements to show outcomes associated with Be Heard, and do you have plans to standardize what information is in the Be Heard data briefs?
The metrics that we report on have evolved with the growth of the program as we identify different metrics that the public, that council are interested in. We try to report on those. As of right now, we released a new data page on Friday that has data spanning from the start of the program through the end of fiscal year 24, which just ended 2.5 months ago.
Thank you. I will say that data that you dropped on Friday, which didn't leave us a lot of time to dig into over the weekend, but it is pretty thin compared to the data that is kept by other cities at this point. In Portland, Oregon, for example, Portland State University, they conduct the program evaluation of their street response team. Would you guys consider partnering with a local university like CUNY to do something similar? Because it would expand your capacity, but also I think that independence is really important too.
We have been in conversations with different academic institutions about Be Heard and evaluation.
And specifically about them doing these evaluations?
Yes.
Great, thank you. This is a quick yes or no. Can the city commit to public and timely quarter data briefs with consistent variables with the things that you're already doing, but some of the things that we've talked about and we'll continue to talk about here today?
We are committed to timely data reporting.
Okay. Sorry, but it's one more minute, Gail. Sorry, Councilmember Brewer. I'm kidding. Out of the calls that Be Heard responds to, what percent of those, after they get there, do police then get called in?
We do not have that data at the moment.
Okay, and I named earlier the very, very low, almost non-existent percentages in other cities, so I think that's important to keep. We talked about the 118,000 dispatches. I'm going to do two questions together, but we talked about the 118 dispatches. While that's only a small percentage, I think that's probably still too many when we know that one out of every 3 people killed by a stranger are killed by a police officer. Half of the people killed by police officers in this country are people living with a mental health diagnosis, so we know what's at stake here. We know that the officers that killed Kowalski Trey were CIT trained. In fact, one of them was trained just 3 days before that shooting, so it hammers home that police, no matter the training, are not the right responder here, and so I just want to emphasize that. And then my last question in this round is, you said that out of the 44%, that 44% of people were connected to a community resource. What's the breakdown? How many of that 44% are staying where they are? How many are going to a local resource? Which local resource are they going to? Of that 43%, how many did you respond to on a subsequent call again? Are there any trends that you're noticing from the breakdowns of those interactions? Because none of that information is available.
So I don't have that information in front of me. Well, we'll follow up with that. It's something that we do track about how many folks are and where folks are going, but it's a combination of referring back to a provider, it's a combination of taking someone to a support and connection center, and a combination of referring someone even to our virtual express care.
So you do have it, but you didn't bring it here today?
There's issues with the amount of data that we can provide based on how many times we did it, and HIPAA and our ability to share.
I don't know what HIPAA has to do with how many people you left in the community that opted not to go to a program, or what programs are being utilized without giving anybody's personal information. I was a lawyer. I had my clients sign HIPAAs. I know exactly what type of information must be protected. And what I'm asking you has nothing to do with HIPAA at all.
So again, some of the...
I'm just disturbed that you didn't come here with the information that we were likely to ask about today.
So I'm
sorry, I've gone over time. I want to be respectful. I will hand it over to the chairs.
Thank you. We're going to have a second round. The next council member, Schulman, please.
Okay, thank you very much, and I want to thank Councilmember Bottcher for trading with me, because I have a hearing I want to go to. But it was very important for me to speak today. I have a little bit of a statement, and I have some questions. So Win Rosario was a constituent of mine, and the system failed him. I said that on March 27th when he was killed, and I'm saying it again today. This is an individual who knew he was going through a mental health crisis, whose family knew he was going through a mental health crisis, called 911, and he got killed as a result of that. That should not have happened. Our mental health system is broken, and separate from that, his family had indicated that they had tried to get him treatment prior to that call in our hospital system, and that failed him as well. So this, separate from the Be Heard and everything else, we have to really take hold of that, and I'm somebody that's very committed to that. So, but I have some questions about the whole Be Heard system and the response and everything else. So one is, I heard previously that there is a difference between the definition between FDNY and NYPD of an emotionally disturbed person. Why is that? Why is that not consistent across the board? Can nobody answer me?
So I could speak to just some of the procedures once the call comes to EMS. So the The calls, when they come into 911, start off first with an NYPD call taker. They will categorize the call a certain type, which I'm not going to speak of because I am not familiar with the call types. Depending on that call type, it goes to EMS, and we start our triage process. We have various call types that we classify our mental health emergencies. NYPD has different call types because we are using two different criteria. And I'm not going to speak for NYPD, but our criteria is based on safety, any medical conditions that may change it from a mental health emergency to a medical emergency. So that is why we kind of speak different languages in the call typing, because we go through a series of questions which will potentially have that call change several times during the interaction.
Because I think there's an assumption when it goes to NYPD that there's a violent situation, and so the reaction is based on that. Chair, can I just finish my line of questioning?
Okay, try to wrap it up, please.
Does NYPD want to respond, or yes, no?
I know, quick on time, just to narrow in specifically on what you're asking. You're specifically asking, does NYPD want to comment on?
Why there's a difference between, if somebody calls 911 and they're having a mental health crisis, but it only goes, because in the case of Wynn Rosario, only NYPD responded, nobody else. So that's why I want to know the differences and how that determination is made in the 911 system.
Sure, so I'm going to speak to this quickly, and then if I get anything wrong, please let me know, Chief. There are certain things that the call taker will be looking for when they first call 911, right? Some of those things are a weapon. Some of those things are violence. When those factors are present, all calls are still connected to EMS.
Right.
Okay? FDNY ultimately makes a determination about whether Be Heard is eligible to respond to that. Okay?
Okay.
But when we see certain situations where a civilian should not be walking into because the civilian does not have the training, the civilian does not have, and I hate to admit, sometimes weapons, right? Or body armor, those are times where it would be appropriate for NYPD to respond to.
I'm not saying NYPD shouldn't respond, I'm saying that they shouldn't be the sole response. That's the issue.
Understood. What I hear your point. Your point is NYPD alone shouldn't be going. I certainly hear that, but there are certain times when it's going to be outside the scope of safety for other agencies to respond to our jobs to preserve the peace.
Yeah, we can debate that. I'm not going to debate that here. So I have a question about, so Be Heard, I know it's on pause, did I hear correctly?
Expansion.
The expansion is on pause. It's fiscally prudent to expand it as opposed to not expand it because you save money on the other end and you save lives on the other end. So I just want to make that statement. My other question is, in the testimony, it says the Health Department manages New York City's single point of access system to specialty treatment and recovery services. It says here that the referrals come from providers and all that. Are there no referrals from hospitals? Because very often what happens is somebody who's having an emotional or mental health crisis goes to the hospital and they're released right away. So that's why I'm asking the question.
Sure, that's a common referral pathway. In fact, the most common, the single largest source
Is
of
the
referrals
hospitals?
to SPOA are hospitals.
Okay, because it wasn't mentioned in here.
Sure.
I'm gonna, because I know a lot of people wanna ask questions, but I'm gonna end it here. But and I appreciate it, and I hope we have more discussions on this. Thank you.
We have a second round colleague. Next is Councilman Butcher.
Thank you very much. Who's getting the Be Heard program next? When the freeze is lifted and you get the green light to expand the program, which neighborhoods will start getting behavioral health responses to behavioral health 911 calls?
We have not made that decision yet.
You stated that the decisions with respect to which precincts get these programs is based chiefly on the volume of 911 mental health calls. Where do the precincts in City Council District 3 on the west side of Manhattan, the 1st, the 6th, the 13th, the 10th, Midtown South, Midtown North, where do those fall with respect to the volume of mental health 911 calls?
We don't have that data with us, but one slight correction. The decisions around which communities we expand to are partially based off of 911 call volume, but also based off of other operational considerations. On
The 16th of September, I emailed and requested, and you're nodding, so you got the email. I requested a list of precincts in order of the volume of 911 mental health calls. Followed up on Friday asking that be brought to this hearing. Is that a request you're familiar with?
Yes.
Okay.
We were not able to pull that data in advance of this hearing, but we can get you that data.
Okay, you can pull it after the hearing.
Sure.
Okay. Other factors to be taken into consideration, would the fact that Times Square, for example, gets 50 million visitors per year, would that be a factor that you'd consider in the expansion of this program?
I can't say. I wouldn't be able to speak to that. There are a number of different operational considerations that go into the decisions around the communities that next get a team.
In your conversations, in your collective conversations, what neighborhoods are under consideration as you just talk about where the program goes next? What areas do you have in mind?
That decision has not been made yet, but I will say that we do have a number of other mental health crisis-related resources in the communities where Be Heard does not currently exist. And my colleague from the health department, Jamie, has talked about some of those things like mobile crisis teams, which are citywide and can be accessed through 988.
Sure. They're not doing the trick. We all know, and you agree, that ultimately 911 calls about mental crises should have a behavioral health response, not just a police response. We agree, that's why we're here. The west side of Manhattan has, we've got big problems. I know my colleagues can say the same thing about their districts too, but we want this program in our district. Looking forward to working with you to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, member. The next is Council Member Joseph. She's not. Okay. Is Nurse here?
Oh, Nurse not here.
Oh, perfect.
I have a second round
She's
whenever
here?
y'all are ready.
She'll be back. She'll be back. Oh. Council Member Brewer, Gail Brewer.
Thank you very much. I mean, I know how much work you're putting into this topic, and I can tell you it is the #1 issue in New York City now. And so this hearing is incredibly important. I just want to tell you one quick story. Was the other day I was in the district office. A young man came by. He actually said to us, I am in bad shape. I could kill somebody. I need help. I went to GMHC. I went to Bellevue. I got no help. Now, I should know about 988. I didn't think about it. I happen to have been one of the people who was there when Ryan Health Center started, and I called Ryan because I got everybody's cell number, and the next day he got service. He met them at Ryan in the morning. They took care of him, and he has care. That's how I know how to do stuff. But I worry if I don't have somebody's cell number, what am I going to do? What would have 988 done if this young man had not had me, who has everybody's cell number in the city of New York?
Can we give 988 your cell phone number?
Yes. And you know what? I could handle it. I can handle anything, I'll be honest with you.
Yep.
But what would he have gotten from 988?
So I don't know the full circumstances, obviously.
I mean,
of
I
the
didn't know either. He
situation,
was
but
really
yeah,
in bad shape, and
typically,
he
yeah.
was, like others, admitting it.
Yep. So that's great, right? That he found help, and so thank you for helping him. If he had called 988, they would have spent time on the phone with him, trying to listen to him and understand what he was going through, to reflect on that, right? So he can feel heard, and they can do a more thorough assessment. They may have connected him to the Ryan Health Center right down the street there. That's entirely possible. One of the most common
This
things.
was 6 o'clock at night.
So it depends, right? They will know the operating hours of the places to which they are referring people, and they will connect people to things that are commensurate with the acuity of the situation and immediately available.
Okay, I'm just saying, it sounds good. I know you're trying. We just need a more immediate response. I'm just saying, and it's a 24-hour issue, et cetera. The second question I have is just beds at health and hospital. I was actually not here, but I listened to everything. And you're right, housing is the issue. So my question is, the mayor's talked about these beds. How many are now available for people who have mental health issues? And what is it? Obviously, we want alternatives to Rikers, which is part of the issue. So I'm confused about these beds. Like, what do we have now? Are there any that are alternative to going to Rikers? That's my second question. What is with these damn beds?
So there's a number of services that might describe themselves as beds. I could talk about the housing and the crisis beds. Health and hospitals can talk about inpatient beds. The health department supports over 12,000 units of permanent supportive housing. So that's where people sign leases and live for, decades, as long as they want to live in that place. We also have crisis residences, which provide an alternative to hospitalization. We may characterize their capacity as beds as well.
I heard you had 38 or something.
We have 38 of those in contract with the city.
Good memory for
yes,
earlier.
Excellent, good. There's also 12 more on contract with the state, so there's currently 50 open and available in New York City, and more to come online as those new services become licensed.
Is there a
by the
waiting list
state.
for those? Is there a waiting list? I assume?
Is there a waiting list for those services? No, I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head.
Okay, because it seems to me that's what people need and want right now.
Yeah, they're a tremendous.
How long do people stay at those crisis beds usually?
It ranges, average around a week. They can stay up to 28 days, I think, but we can make exceptions as needed.
Okay. The other issue is, and it's the whole issue is you serve, like you have somebody through EMS, through NYPD, whatever the situation is. They're served by you, but then they leave whether it's a crisis, whether it's Bellevue, then they, how do you track them? Because that's what the problem is. You have people the public is now crazy about people in the subways, et cetera. The press, and the tabs have it on the front page every day. How do you track what's happening to these folks? Now, I have to give DA Bragg credit. I assume he has somebody at arraignment now, and he put $3 million into that and $6 million into street work. Seems like it's working. Are you coordinating with him? Because he's doing that. What is happening to people once they leave arraignment? What's happening to people when they leave Bellevue? What's happening to people when they leave your crisis beds? That's what I'm concerned about. I had 35 foster care kids. I know what it means to have people in trouble. So what happens? How do you track those people when they leave?
So I think there's definitely a lot of opinions about tracking people.
I know, but you have to do it in a positive way.
I'm
doing it in a positive way so they continue to get help.
Yeah, so at the clinical level and at the care delivery level, our services, all of them will be required by contract to have a follow-up contact, right, relative to the scope of their intervention. So a mobile crisis team may check that a person attends the appointment to which they were connected. An ACT team that worked with a person for a few years will, check in at 90 days post-discharge. So they're built in at the clinical level where the person knows the situation uniquely.
Okay, because my experience, a lot of people just don't go to the next appointment. That's my experience. So that's where the problem is.
Yep. Following up and making services easy to access is
Correct.
critical, right? So that it's not hard to walk in and to get what you need is what we're focused on.
So that's the challenge, I would say, big challenge. And finally, those who have drug overdose or just drug issues in general, Are there enough programs? Are the hours correct? Is the service there, et cetera? Because I have a lot of friends who are judges, and this is an issue for them. They say there are not enough programs for the individuals who come before them in court and they are trying to find the right services. They say they're not there. So is that something that you feel is sufficient? A lot of them are state-funded, I know, and oversight by the state. I used to be on a board for 25 years of a drug treatment program. I know these programs. Just walk me through somebody who's got a drug issue. EMS is there, maybe police are there. How does that get handled? Not easy.
So I think, you asked about police or EMS. I think the drug overdoses are a horrible problem that our city is focused on, turning the tide on the overdose epidemic. I think this hearing is focused on mental health crises. Certainly
Right, but
there's
you
an
could be
overlap.
mentally ill
So
and have...
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. But I'm not prepared to talk about substance use treatment capacity. I think that was the question you were asking, and I
Okay.
don't have those details here today.
Okay, so if the person is also mentally ill, how would that play a role? And using drugs.
Yes, so certainly that's common, and I think we
Very
expect
common.
and require all of our mental health care providers to be able to assess substance use, take a harm reduction approach
Right.
to welcome the person into the services, not to reject them and say, oh, sorry, you're not welcome here. That's unacceptable. And so we want all those folks to feel welcome in our programs, to be able to do overdose reversals, right, through naloxone, and get people access to things like medication-assisted treatment through their mental health programs so they can get evidence-based care for their
Okay,
addiction.
so something like that would be able to be dealt with if you see there's a mental health aspect to
Yes.
that person.
Absolutely.
What would you do with that person? Would they go to Bellevue in Manhattan? Where would one take that person with a mental health issue? And obviously using drugs.
Sure, so I think, I don't know that I'm answering your question about where we would take a person. I'm talking about the sort of care that we would provide. And so most people are getting care in the community
Okay.
where they live. So I talked about medication-assisted treatment and
Yeah.
overdose prevention, Narcan.
Okay, I mean, all right, it's not what I see on the street, I have to tell you. And then just finally, on the data tracking, I understand there's been a lot of data questions today, I would have the same questions, so what are you doing to standardize? What's the next step after this hearing to try to standardize some of this data? Because obviously, with all due respect, you don't have much data today.
We published a lot of data on the OCMH's webpage for Be Heard, data spanning from the start of the program through the end of FY24. We'll continue to report data there and make data available on that webpage. And we are committed to releasing data in a timely manner.
Okay, does it also go to the open data platform?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's my bill.
Okay. We will find out.
Thank you.
I want that same kind of time in my second round.
You're not going to have the same time. Council member, can you wrap it up for me?
I'm done.
See? Now, coming back to CIT training, we understand that you are prioritizing the training for officers who are likely to interact with someone in crisis, right? Is there any timeline in mind to get 100%? Because I heard 70%. I don't know if I'm wrong.
There is a timeline with CIT training. So again, it's 33,000 members. We're about halfway through to close the gap, because besides just CIT training, we also have to be concerned about refreshers. So essentially, if you took that course, say, in 2017, here we are in 2024, where is this refresher? So we have that virtual training is done. We're good with that. But we want to, the concern is just to get all our new recruits through training. So again, 4 classes a year, approximately 600 per class. On average, we train about 2,400 of our recruits per year. So this is just steps that we're taking to close that gap. We have the virtual training, we have the supervisors also, because they have a role also in their response to these incidents. So there's a lot that we're doing to get our people trained.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let me quickly, Member Caban, just 1 second. Local Law 53 of 2023, it was a training for the autism how to interact with people with autism. So can you tell me where we're at with that, with the training?
I'll tell you that we went above and beyond. So that video was put together this year. As we speak today, we have 84.2 members trained. Again, focus on operational commands, but overall NYPD, 84.2%. So that equates to about 28,218 members trained. A few council hearings ago, we had a council member that was concerned about children. And we have now expanded that training to incorporate in the recruit training. We have the DOE always speaks to our recruits, and we also have the Osborne Institute that also speaks to our recruits. So the DOE presentation is based on police response to children in crisis in public school settings, and the Osborne Institute trains our recruits on a topic of safeguarding children. So we've gone above and beyond. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Keep
Thank
on
you.
doing it, because a lot of the reason that question come up, because a lot of people in mental health crisis, you interacting with young folks that have autism, and you cannot make the difference in that.
Thank
So I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Now we're going back to Council Member Caban.
Thank you. Same disclaimer as before. This is a quick one. What's the average salary of a social worker on a Be Heard team, and what's the average salary of an EMS worker?
The average salary for an EMS EMT who is 3 years on the job would be somewhere along the line of $46,000.
That is horrendous. It's appalling. You spend time training these folks up, and then they're not making a living wage in this city. And so when we talk about capacity and the ability to hire people and how do we expand, because we can't do that, it starts with making sure that that particular sector of first responders gets paid what they should be paid. And I know that that's not your decision, but that's, I mean, it's a condemnation of the position that the administration has taken on paying these folks. I'm going to shift over to the Department of Health. You testified earlier that CIT uses peers, correct?
So CIT would be a fire department. Oh, I'm sorry, police department.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you had testified that you have peer teams involved in your mental health response work.
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Peers add tremendous value to the work that we do.
And I'm going to add to your answer and say that it has also been empirically proven. Research data evidence shows that peers create safer environments and produce better health and public safety outcomes. So my question to the Be Heard team is, why aren't you incorporating peers on your teams, and will you commit to incorporating peers onto your teams? You just heard that your partners in government, your health expert partners in government, use peers.
Yeah, I think that's actually absolutely correct, right? So peers are a valuable part of our healthcare system, right? So in health and hospitals, we have them in,
But my question is, why don't you use them, and will you commit to adding them to your teams? Really, really quick, because I've got
Absolutely,
a minute
yep.
and a half.
The reason that we don't have them on our Be Heard teams is that we are relying on a clinical assessment out in the field about whether or not an individual should be referred back to the community, to
Why
a
does that
community
preclude
provider.
you from having a peer on a team? If it's a 3 to 4 person team, you have a clinical professional to assess, and you could have a peer. So that doesn't seem like it. Will you commit to adding peers to your teams?
This is something we are
Yes or
looking-
no? Will you commit to adding peers to your teams?
At this time, we are looking at it, so. But
Okay.
I just want to mention that a peer can't do that clinical assessment. We have 2 EMTs.
I didn't say that the peer should do the clinical assessment. I said they should be part of the team. I'm going to move on to my next question. Thank you. I want to ask about just how this is more about dispatch and sort of how they're assessed. It was testified earlier that operators are not medical professionals. Is there a mental health expert in dispatch helping to screen calls or to do the training? I visited several cities, and in one of them, they actually did have a mental health expert in dispatch helping dispatch those calls with the full-time dispatchers. Just the question is there a mental health expert in dispatch assisting with that work?
So the fire department has, as part of the emergency medical dispatch, several medical doctors that are assigned to come up with all the algorithms that are used.
But are they in dispatch? That was my question. Are
They're
they
not
are
physically
they
in
having
dispatch.
face-to-face interactions and conversations with dispatchers?
The answer is no.
Thank you. What's that? Yeah, thank you. Do dispatchers get pulled off the floor for counseling after a particularly traumatic call? Like, are they taking a break after something? Again, this is something I stood in the middle of a dispatch room in another city, and they had a protocol for taking folks off the floor, making sure that they're well cared for. Is that happening in dispatch?
I'll speak for EMS dispatch because we have different agencies here that do dispatch for EMS. Whenever any of our communication members experience a very traumatic call, we have supervisors that are trained to offer peer counseling, our
That's great.
CSU unit, and so the answer is yes.
Thank you. And NYPD, the two questions. Do you have a mental health expert in dispatch with the dispatchers, and are you pulling people off the floor to provide support?
No, we do not have a mental health professional. And we do have a stress class, we call it. And we do identify operators that experience a traumatic incident that they may handle the call.
Thank you. I just have two more questions. Chair, may I? Or chairs, may I? Thank you. All right, I got the nod. I got the nod from Chair Salam. Okay, so my first of the two last questions. When I was in dispatch, right? I'm talking to first of all, that is a hell of a job. That is a really hard job to do. And, they're getting in information and they have to make a call based on the information they have, and there are legal liabilities. And I had never thought about this part of the equation before. And I said, why aren't more calls going to the alternatives? Why aren't they? And they said, well, I have to legally go off of the information that's being given to me by whoever it is on the other line, even if I think it might not be the most accurate description of what's happening. Do we have a public education program, or will you consider a public education program so that individuals who are calling 911 are better reporters of behavior? Because the way that we talk about mental health, the way we talk about how somebody presents, makes a difference on what the dispatcher has to do. And so if we want to make this better, that's like a critical piece. Do we have a public education program like that? And are you willing to explore and dig into that? That's my first question. I have one more question.
So the Mayor's Office of Community Mental Health is working with the Health Department, with a number of city agencies around public messaging around what is an emergency versus what is an urgent mental health crisis. And so we are working together to identify the best way to publicize this to the community, because we too, whenever we do a presentation about the Be Heard program, we talk about it in the context of all of the other crisis response services in the system. And we do know that more education is needed around when to call 911 versus 988.
Well, and it's not even a matter of when to call 911 versus 918. It's how do you describe somebody's behavior? Like, that's actually, the language you use to describe somebody's behavior is actually what's important. And I wonder if people within the administration understand that, and also, again, if the public understands that. And this question is connected to that. I want to know more about how dispatch defines violence. Because if you ask our mayor, he's been on the record describing shadowboxing as violence. Somebody else might think that a person in a experiencing a mental health episode yelling obscenities is violence, but it's not. And again, a real life example is I was with mental health, the Portland team, and they told me this story. They said, we went to a call and we showed up, and the police are back there. They don't get called in. But the gentleman, when we got there, who was experiencing the mental health crisis, had a bunch of rocks in his pocket. He had a couple rocks in his hands. And the police tried to come in saying, he's got a weapon, we got to go in. And the mental health responder says, no, it's okay. We don't need you to come in. And he walked in, he sat down next to this person, which the police officers, because of the orientation, because of the training, would have been like, that's not protocol. You cannot do that. You don't sit side by side, you're vulnerable, X, Y, and Z. It's totally different. He said, no, I feel safe. That's what I did. And over the course of a conversation, 1 rock comes out of the pocket, 2 rocks come out of the pocket, 3 rocks come out of the pocket, and they have this really good conversation, and it sets the tone, right? And so and this again goes back to language and how we're describing things. How does dispatch define violence? How are the teams defining violence? How is the NYPD assessing what is violent or not violent? Because that dispatch team said, no, this person holding rocks, that's not a weapon and it's not violence, and we should be the team responding, not the police. But in this situation, the police could have very well said, no, that's a weapon, we're going to do that. So how are each of these pieces of the process defining violence?
I want to start by saying thank you for recognizing the hard work that operators have. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
Right? And so my operators are taught to take what the caller is saying at face value. Right? We're not going to assume anything. We're going to document what they're saying and give them the services that they need, whether it's police, fire, or medical. Okay? I would say that an aggressive or destructive behavior could be considered violent, all right? So if they're describing someone saying that they're swinging at me, or they're banging on a car, or they're destroying items in a house, that would trigger a police response, along with possibly EMS, if there's some type of medical history possibly. If there's something more.
If there's if there's some sort of destruction of property but not a threat to a person, can the team say, hey, no, we feel comfortable, this actually isn't violence and we're equipped to deal with this situation?
Well, that's going to have to be determined on the scene, right? The operator's not going to determine that.
Right, and so if it's on the scene with a BHERD team, they're making independent judgments about what they feel comfortable with in the moment. So,
but they might not even be there in the moment, depending on what happened in dispatch.
Correct. Well, I was answering your question about, what the team thinks and what the team might feel is violent or not violent, right? So if it is undirected, destruction of property and a BHERD team is there, they might not feel that that is violent in the moment.
And I mentioned earlier that things are very fluid, right? Initially, when a person calls, they may be exhibiting that behavior. 2-3 minutes goes past, people calm down, and vice versa. It could be very calm initially and then escalate.
But is there clear training, sort of expanding workers' knowledge of, again, this what is defined as violence?
Again,
or like, are y'all walking through these ideas of like, well, maybe that's actually not violent. Yelling like that's not violent, or like, is that part of the training?
I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. They are trained to take things at face value. It's what the caller is stating is going on at that moment.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I'll leave you with I think this is a good question. When I spoke to the Denver Star program, I asked them, hey, what's in your dream world? Like, what's the next step for the program? What would you do? And they said, in our dream world, if we had all of the resources, anything and everything we wanted, we would actually already be in the community. The same way that you see police officers like on the beat in the neighborhood, that's how we want our teams. We don't just want to be responding to calls. We just want to be ever present and available to have these interactions. In y'all's dream world, what's the next step for BHERD?
As a city, we want to make sure that we are providing the most appropriate response to every mental health call, every mental health situation. As often as possible, that includes a mental health professional.
I mean, I agree. I think it's dream world, dream thinking, blue sky. It is ensuring that every response has a mental health clinician to be able to do both de-escalation and to help someone navigate that situation and to get someone to the care that they need. that the composition of that team might change based on, again, the dispatch decision, but having a mental health clinician at every call, I think, is kind of the dream.
Thank you, chairs. I encourage y'all to dream bigger so that you're chasing something more robust, but thank you.
Great, thank you. And we're gonna head over back to Chair Salam.
Thank you. Just two questions. One is, how does the NYPD evaluate the success of CIT training? For example, do officers with CIT training have lower rates of use of force, higher rates of voluntary compliance?
We don't track our officers and success rates with incidents that they respond to.
Okay. So it was said that all 911 calls receive an emergency response. My question is it feasible and would it be beneficial to have 911 to 988 transfers? Do you have operational concerns?
We know that some jurisdictions, I won't say a lot yet, across the country are looking at sort of interoperability or ways to connect 911 to 988, and that is something that we are also committed to exploring.
And just lastly, in terms of the blue sky question asked earlier, I think it would be really beneficial. I'm a newcomer to politics, and as a public servant, I've often said that those closest to the pain should be at the table, should have a seat at the table. And I've heard that kind of echoed throughout, and I think that that'll be a really, really great opportunity for us to really have a robust system, because New York is the leader. I mean, we know that, right? We are on the cutting edge of everything great. And to be able to keep moving forward in that reality, that dream reality, right? The American dream, for instance, I think would be very, very beneficial. Thanks.
Chair, can I just follow up on something you had asked earlier, data-wise, for NYPD? And I think this actually ties into your question recently about the effectiveness of CIT trainings. Just zooming the camera out a little bit, 9 million 911 calls approximately every year. Looking at use of force reports for NYPD, only 1,700 times has force been used on somebody who was designated as emotionally disturbed person. Okay? What I want to emphasize is, in a vacuum, 1,700 does sound like 1,700 more than it should ever be. Trust me, we got that. But 9 million calls, approximately 180,000 or so EDP. Some of those are same calls for the same person, right? And then the second thing I wanted to say is 30 to 40 adversarial discharges of firearms for those 9 million calls, right? And the last thing I wanted to say is that in regards to the effectiveness of the crisis intervention training, there was an incident, I believe it was in June, March maybe, June. There was somebody who was exhibiting signs of extreme emotional distress, and it looked like maybe possibly going to jump off of a bridge. And 5 officers came up to that person. 4 out of the 5 of them were trained in CIT, and they talked him down off of the bridge, and it was a positive resolution. And so we believe in this training. You heard Chief Obey. We have, and Councilmember, come on, she talked about peer evaluators, right? CIT has a peer panel, people who have experienced these crises come in and actually talk to the recruits. All recruits get this training going forward. One of the questions you had earlier was, will PD commit to a policy where we send people with CIT training? Yes, because the goal is to have every single person trained with CIT training, and it's going to happen, right? Every recruit's getting it. So I wanted to give you that one data point that you asked for before we walked out. So, and it kind of dovetailed into your other question.
No, thank you for that. I'm hoping that that also provides us an opportunity. You know, I think oftentimes about like after action plans and looking back and saying, how can we get it better? Just, from my own lived experience, I'm wondering, and I know that part of this is like dealing with transparency and things like that, but you mentioned about the 9 million overall, and 79 or 1,000? 70?
My apologies, 174,000
174,000.
emotionally disturbed persons calls of those 9 million EDP calls. So
Gotcha.
2% or so less? You want to, sorry, Chief, I might have got one of those wrong. My apologies. Here, come on up.
Just taking a look at 2023, we've taken over 9 million calls. Of those calls, 174,000 were radio runs that the officers actually responded to, which is less than 2% were EDP calls. Emotionally disturbed persons.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks.
And Councilmember Brewer?
Thank you. Maybe you answered this and I wasn't paying attention, but how does the mobile unit crisis teams work specifically with all the amazing work you're doing with Be Heard? How do they work together? Is it different locations? Is it different clients? How do they work together, if at all?
Sure, so Be Heard, as
I know
Be
what
Heard
they both
goes to
are.
911. Mobile crisis teams are accessed through 988. Sometimes Be Heard, after going out, will refer to mobile crisis teams for further assessment and connection to care for adults and children. So they may be Be Heard may refer to mobile crisis.
Okay, so it doesn't go the other way, but because that wouldn't make sense. So
Correct.
And how many crises? I know how many Be Heards you've talked about that. How many teams do you have? I know you said that earlier, but how many crisis teams?
Sure. So there's so last fiscal year there were 16,500 referrals to mobile crisis teams.
Okay.
The size of the teams vary between programs. There are 19 serving adults and 5 serving children.
Okay. And you could always use more. They're fully staffed?
We can always use more of everything.
Okay, and that's, I know, but is that something, but it seems to, I keep saying this, there's only one issue in New York City right now, and that's called challenges of mental health, right? That's what's on the front page of every newspaper every day.
And housing.
Housing, but they go together because the mental health is often there because there is no housing, I got it. But the question, or the right kind of housing. So my question is that, in terms of the crisis teams, is that the same status in terms of personnel you've had for the last few years? Has there been an increase?
So the teams we've had have been around for quite some time.
Right.
So we haven't changed the number of teams that we've got.
Same number?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I just want to recognize we've been joined by Councilmember Gennaro. And just really quickly, before we move to public testimony, Councilmember Gennaro or any of the council members, Holden, Bob Holden, or anyone, do you guys have questions also you wanted to ask? Okay. Councilmember Holden?
Thank you, and I'm sorry I had to run out. We had another event, but and this might have been answered, but the triage, when you get a call, and you said when I left, you were getting multiple calls on the same individual, let's say, and deciding on what to do, who to send, that sometimes is very, very difficult because you don't want to err and then something happens. The error is made and then somebody loses their life. So it's that 911 operator has a tremendous responsibility, or operators. So if it comes in 6 different ways, 6 different calls, the assessment has to be done quickly, right? Because seconds matter. What's the turnaround time the average turnaround time on these calls when somebody's having a mental health crisis? Like, do you have a general, how many minutes, 5 minutes before a decision is made?
I don't have the exact number, but it is, we have been improving the number of communication members that we have at our dispatch center in order to be able to triage more calls. And, many calls that come in obviously start off with NYPD. Once they are transferred to EMS, they go through a computerized triage algorithm where one of our specialist will be asking questions to see if it meets the criteria for our Be Heard teams to respond. Now, when there are multiple calls in the systems that come in, usually those all get linked up and only one person is really talking to the caller. But you know, we have seen that many of the calls that come in for mental health emergencies are not the caller directly. It's a third person, a third-party caller, or somebody else that has very limited information, and that is why we err on the side of caution with many of these calls. And I know, you know, previously we talked about violence and the definition of violence, and we do take what the members that are on the call tell us as what is happening. So one of the questions is there violence? And if the person says yes, they will go down the line of needing an NYPD response.
Yeah, and we all know sometimes when somebody does call, it's not the way they said it or the way it was interpreted. So that is, it's not an exact science, because I know when I call 911, I'll tell the operator something and it comes out very differently. Same thing on 311. So there's always that human error part of it, or at least how it's interpreted. So that is why we need to come up with a system that can get very accurate information as quickly, out there as possible, because lives are at stake here. But thank you for that answer. Thanks.
Okay, any other council members have questions? That's it? Okay. Thank you so much. I really, really want to encourage, before we switch out and move into public testimony, if you guys could have folks from your agency stay, maybe not everyone, but at least one person, because we've been really waiting for this hearing for such a long time, and I think it's very important for you all to listen to and stay as long as possible if you could listen to the public testimonies that folks have. So, and with that, I'm going to conclude the admin portion, and thank you all so much for your time and for being here and for answering our questions. Yeah. So just in a couple minutes, I'll call up the first panel. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, if I could just ask for the admin folks to switch out so that we can actually get ready and move on to the next panels. Or stay. I hope you guys stay.
Folks, can we get everybody to settle down while we switch over to public, please? Everybody settle down and find a seat.
Okay, so I now open the hearing for public testimony, and I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms if you have not done so already, and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's oversight topic, Be Heard, and responses to mental health crises, and on Introduction 532 and Introduction 1019. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. And I just want to emphasize that I hate playing bad cop when it comes to time because, and everyone here knows this, because I want people to have as much time as possible, but we're gonna try, because we have a lot of folks, so we're gonna try to stick to the 2 minutes, but please believe me when I say that any written testimony you guys submit, that we read each and every word of it because, you know, and that is something that we take actually when it comes to feedback in drafting some of the legislation and policies and how to move forward. So we really appreciate all of you to submit. Make sure you submit your written testimony because that's super, super important. We actually do read every single word. So I want to say that first. And really quickly, we're going to be shifting to witness testimony on Intro 532 first. So we're going to have the first in-person panel, which is Deanna Philippe, Kaja Price, Bracha Ruckner, and Yurucha Silber. And I apologize ahead of time if I'm mispronouncing names. So if you guys could please come and sit, take a seat. Okay, perfect. So if you, maybe we could go this way, and however you guys, if you want to start first, and if you could tell us your name. Yes, yes.
Imani Moore, and I'm here to represent the Rossi School in Woodside, Queens, and also to support my fellow principals and administrators in the Catholic schools, the yeshivas, as well as the Islamic schools, asking for assistance to lower the eligibility number for the safety guards with the schools. Our school personally experienced issues after the October 7th incident, where several of our students were accosted outside the school. And with the ongoing situation overseas, we're fearful that more situations may happen going forward. Now, the public schools have school safety. We have to either dig deep and ask for parents' contributions to provide security. Many of our schools, the security that we have are grandparents or stay-at-home moms or sometimes elderly grandparents that will stay and work as security. My school in particular, we only have 6 male members in the building. The rest of the staff are all women. God forbid if something were to happen, we need that assistance. And I'm sure my other fellow administrators feel the same. We feel that the government, it's the government's responsibility to provide the students of the city of New York with security. It's adamant. We should not wait until some devastating situation happens, and then in hindsight, we say, oh, we should have done that. Let's do it now. We've worked hard to get Albany to expand the budget, and now you have the money. All we need for you to do is lower the eligibility rate so that schools that have 100 students can be safe. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Khadija Jean Price. I represent the Islamic Cultural Center School located at Upper East Side. To follow on my esteemed colleagues' comments, we've always had an issue with security because of where we are. We're affiliated with the largest mosque in Manhattan, actually on the East Coast. So we've always had a security issue. it's not rare for us to come to school and see security forces outside, because we've had somebody has phoned in a threat. So my staff, myself, my students, my parents have always been concerned about security. It has been heightened because of the number of threats during the last year or so. So again, I want to expand on what my colleague said, that yes, we also, most of our parents are taxi drivers, so our income is very limited. We are tuition driven, we're very limited, so we need more security, but at the time we're not able to afford it. So if we could just lower it, security should not be about numbers. Security should just be about students in schools. So I also support the number of the eligibility number being lowered. It should not have a number, but it should definitely be lower than 300. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
My name is Bracha Rutner. My name is Bracha Rutner. I represent Yeshiva University High School for Girls, located in Queens. And I think that there isn't always so much that we agree upon, but I think that we definitely agree that the safety of our children comes first. Even before October 7th, but certainly since then, I have worried incredibly about my students. We've seen a continued increase in school shootings around the country, and we're very worried that our students need to be safe. Data shows that even schools under 300 are facing similar security risks as larger schools, but we often lack the resources to protect our students. We might therefore be perceived as soft targets because we don't have sufficient security. I know that since October 7th, we added an extra security guard, which is an increasing financial pressure on both our school and our families. We don't have the economics of scale of larger schools, and we're very worried. There have been global tensions rising since October 7th that are clearly going to have an impact on all of our schools in New York, and we really need to go ahead and increase our funding. Every student deserves protection, no matter how small their school is, and the policies that we have should reflect that reality. We really want to go ahead and protect our students, and they are our most vulnerable population. Who can argue with protecting kids, knowing that they can come to school every single day and be safe? So I hope that we will consider lowering the threshold below 300 to provide added security for our students to protect them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dina Philippe, and I'm the principal of Cristo Rey Brooklyn High School in East Flatbush. Cristo Rey Brooklyn has a strong tradition of providing quality education to students who come from underserved communities and students who have a strong desire to go to college. One way we're able to make this work for our families is that our students go to school 4 days a week and they work 1 day a week. In corporate settings, these sponsorships provide their tuition and basically make Catholic education affordable to families who otherwise would not have the opportunity. I want to thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you for considering the passage of Intro 532 in order to protect small schools like mine and the women sitting next to me. As stated before, there is no reason why students in religious schools and students in small schools should not be protected, just like students in any other school. When this grant was passed about 10 years ago, we were eager and excited, and we certainly did apply for this grant, only to be disheartened when we learned that as our enrollment has decreased since COVID, now we are ineligible to have this protection. So quite honestly, I serve as protection as the principal with my dean of students and a few other teachers. That's unfair to me, unfair to our faculty and staff, and certainly our school community. By passing this bill, Council, you would affect change for a community that's been marginalized in a number of ways. Passing this bill means not only Cristo Rey Brooklyn, but other schools like mine would be able to protect students, family, and staff. Non-public school students should be provided with the same safety measures that all their counterparts receive in other public schools. It is unjust to do otherwise, especially in the current environment that we are living in right now, where schools that are typically the safe space have now been under threat. So again, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you on behalf of Cristo Rey Brooklyn and other religious schools in our city.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have questions here for this panel? Councilmember Yeager?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Principal Felipe, just to be clear and to expand a little bit, did you at one point have a school safety or school security guard that was reimbursed?
No, we did not. So the height of our enrollment was 324, and when we applied for the grant, we were still just under. We were told no.
Do you have a school security officer that you pay for that's not reimbursed?
We do not have any school safety at all.
So the lack of this program is costing you your ability to actually have a school security officer?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you to this panel so much. And next, we're going to call our second in-person panel for Intro 532, Logan Clark, Sydney Altfield, and Joseph Rosenberg.
I'll start. Good afternoon. I'm Joseph Rosenberg, Director of the Catholic Community Relations Council, representing the Archdiocese of New York and the Diocese of Brooklyn and Queens. We strongly support Intro 532, a bill that would help increase the safety of children, faculty, and staff at non-public schools throughout our city by expanding an important school security guard program passed by the Council in 2015. Ensuring the health and safety of school children and protecting them from violence is a priority for all of us. New York City's public schools, for example, have had a security guard system in place for many years. The tens of thousands of children in our city's non-public schools, however, did not have such a program until 2015. And that was when the New York City Council recognized this inequity and by a vote of 43-4 passed Local Law 2. The law allowed non-public schools to hire uniformed school security agents and be reimbursed for this cost by the City of New York. More than 200 non-public schools, including Catholic, Jewish, and Islamic schools, currently are in this program. But Local Law 2 is deficient in that only schools with 300 or more students can be part of this initiative. As a result, non-public schools with enrollments as large as 299 students are not eligible. Intro 532 would rectify this problem. It allows all non-public schools to be eligible for this program regardless of the size of their student enrollment. This change significantly increases the number of non-public schools citywide that will be entitled to hire school safety guards to help protect their students, their faculty, and their staff. The Catholic schools in New York City have over 80 schools with 300 or more students that participate in this program. Passing this bill would enable an additional 78 Catholic schools to hire security guards and be reimbursed. The Catholic schools of New York City have a long-standing history of excellence with high school graduation rates of over 98%. These young people reflect the demographics of their local communities, with over 60% being students of color. They and their counterparts in Jewish and Islamic schools deserve to be safe. With the number of religious hate crimes increasing in our city and episodes of horrific violence against school children in our country becoming commonplace, security measures to protect these young people should be expanded. On behalf of parents, children, and faculty, we urge the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Hello, distinguished chairs and members of the council. Thank you for having me. My name is Sydney Altfield, and I'm the executive director of Teach NYS. I also want to thank the esteemed principals that were here to testify during their day of school and those in the gallery watching. For years, Local Law 2 has been a lifeline for schools above 300 students enrolled. They need this program. They use this program. Hundreds of schools use this program, and thousands of students are safe because of this program. But also, every year since Local Law 2 was passed, thousands of students are not eligible for this safety, and hundreds of schools are being left out. Every year, I get this phone call. I get a phone call from a school administrator telling me that last year they had 304 students, and this year they have 297. And where are they supposed to get that extra money to have a security guard in front of their school? They have to turn to the parents. This inevitably becomes an anti-Semitism tax for the Jewish schools. This becomes an Islamophobia tax for the Islamic schools that are being paid from the parents to keep their students safe. I get these calls every single year. And since October 7th, hate crimes have risen exponentially, as well as spending for security. Teach NYS did a survey after October 7th and found that security costs increased in schools 47%, and the majority of that cost was being covered from the parents. It is enough that these families are paying and have this financial burden on their shoulders to keep their students safe, the most basic right that our government should be giving us. And so I urge the council to pass this Local Law 2 expansion to lower the threshold from 300 students to include every student, no matter what size their school is, no matter where they go to school. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all distinguished chairs and members of council. My name is Logan Clark. I am the Assistant Director of Budget Review at the Independent Budget Office, or IBO. My portfolio at IBO covers analysis of the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, in addition to other citywide operational costs. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here today to provide analysis on Intro 532 of 2024, which concerns the reimbursement of non-public schools for the cost of security guard services paid for through DCAS's budget. The intro would expand eligibility of the program to smaller schools, which IBO estimates would double the potential cost of the program. IBO estimates that the total potential cost of this legislation could be an additional $19.8 million if all eligible non-public schools opted in, bringing the total possible program cost up to $39.6, which is above the cap as it currently stands. However, even with the current program, spending remains below capped levels. So under Local Law 2 of 2016, the city allows for non-public schools with more than 300 students to apply for reimbursement for the cost of security guards. It is a multi-tiered program, allowing for schools with greater numbers of students to apply for more security guards. Schools are required to hire security guards according to the prevailing wage schedules set by the city comptroller, and DCAS maintains a pre-qualified vendor list. Assuming 180 days of school as required by state law, the cost of a security guard for a full school year would be at a minimum $36,114, depending on the guard's years of experience. The program is currently capped at $19.8 million annually. However, as the table below shows, the city has not ever actually reached that limit. As of the 2023 to 2024 school year, using data from the New York State Education Department, the total number of eligible schools is 277, and under the tiered system, that equates to a possible reimbursement of approximately 460 security guards. Just to wrap up really quickly, the number of schools that would be eligible using the 2023 to 2024 data that are under 300 would be about 548, and so that's another 548 guards. It's about 19.8 million, and we are more than happy to talk about some crosstabs on that if you would like.
So what was the 277 number again?
277 is the number of schools currently eligible.
Okay, Councilmember Yeager?
Thank you. Mr. Clark, on using the high-end number that you have, if every single school that could be possibly eligible would take advantage of it, that means New York City would get 548 good union jobs?
It would be 548 new security guards that would be eligible for reimbursement.
At prevailing wage?
At a prevailing wage, yes.
Good union jobs?
I can't speak to whether or not they're all unionized, but they are at a prevailing wage rate, and so at the union wage or above.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other council members have questions? Good, okay. Thank you so much to this panel. And now we're going to go back to our Be Heard topic hearing, public testimony. So we're going to move to a really short Zoom panel, and I just want to call the following 3 names. So if you're on Zoom and you hear your name, please wait for a staff member to unmute you and until the sergeant cues you to start. So I'm going to call Elliot Jones, Jody Escabel, and Sam Rabbins. And Elliot Jones will go first, followed by Jody, and then Sam.
You may begin.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Well, it's an honor to be here today. My name is Elliot Jones. I am the program manager for the Oakland Fire Department's Mobile Assistance Community Responders of Oakland, better known as MACRO. And this has really been an enlightening hearing to hear this today, and just want to really commend you all on investing in the Be Heard program. It's only a few years in, and just like the fire department of today is not the fire department when it first launched, you need to give these programs opportunity to grow and really come into their own in the public safety landscape. Across the country, I believe every program is dealing with the data challenges. Not only are cities not great at keeping and sharing data, it is something that we are constantly trying to improve upon to make it digestible so that the public can understand our impact. Another challenge that was often mentioned here is the dispatch challenge. And I think that that's something that can't be discounted. The dispatch challenges that we all face are evident. These systems are underfunded and underdepreciated, and they need to be invested in. To kind of enhance your call taking capability, I would recommend having a couple different sources to contact or request support, either a direct line managed through one of your dispatch centers or an email. If something is truly non-emergent, I think that you can spend time to write an email. Finally, I know I don't have a lot of time. I think a lot of people like to focus on crisis, and there is so much that can be done up to crisis. Our model is similar to yours in a way that we have an EMT that rides with a peer or a community intervention specialist, and they're able to take on so many of these low acuity calls that it never meets the need of not only needing further EMS support, but law enforcement. I think the fire department is also left out in a lot of these discussions. Firefighters often have to respond to these low acuity calls that may have a minor medical component. So having an EMT
Time
and a
expired.
community intervention
Thank you.
specialist, I did my best. Thanks, guys.
Oh, if you wanted to just wrap up real quick, sorry.
No, absolutely. Having those two components can really address the majority of these low acuity calls that clog up the system. So continue to invest and work out this model. And you guys are doing great so far. And we're happy to help all the way out in Oakland if we ever can.
Perfect. And then next we have, sorry. Yeah, after. Okay, so next we have Jody.
You may begin.
Hi there, committee members. I apologize about the slight delay there. I'm actually Jeffrey Bustamante. I'm a deputy director here at Albuquerque Community Safety, filling in for Jody on what has become a very dynamic Monday, but really excited to be here and share briefly some input. So again, my name is Jeffrey Bustamante. I'm the deputy director here at Albuquerque Community Safety. Here in Albuquerque, we recently just celebrated our 3rd birthday. Our goal through our programming is to provide Albuquerque with a holistic, empathetic, and informed response to behavioral health and mental health related calls for service. Responses are personalized to the needs of the individual, family, and community so that ACS can bring the right response at the right time. And over our 3 years, we've responded to over more than 80,000 calls for service. As you know, across the nation, we're working through many of the questions your conversation has brought up today. This is why during our time, ACS has been fortunate to work in partnership with other cities as we reimagine public safety. We thank New York, Sacramento, Seattle, Durham, Denver, Oakland, and many, many more for working individually and collaboratively to ensure that their city residents receive the best possible response. We believe that behavioral health response is an integral piece of the future of public safety and strongly encourage the continued robust development across the United States. Thank you again, and please never hesitate to reach out with any of your questions.
Great, thank you. And next, Sam.
You may begin.
Thank you to the distinguished chairs and city council members for hosting this hearing. It is a true honor and privilege to be with you today. My name is Sam Rabens, and I currently serve as the Associate Director of Criminal Justice Services at WellPower, a nonprofit community mental health center known nationally as a model for innovative care. We proudly serve the city and county of Denver and support communities in their wellness and recovery. In my role, I oversee multiple programs that focus on the intersectionality of mental health and criminal justice. Today, I'd like to talk about one of our programs at the forefront of innovation in mental health crisis response. STAR, or Support Team Assisted Response, serves as Denver's response to alternative to low-risk, low-acuity 911 calls, many of which are related to substance use and mental health concerns. Launched June 1st, 2020, the STAR program is a partnership between WellPower, Denver Health, one of Colorado's premier healthcare institutions, Denver Department of Public Health and Environment, the Office of Social Equity and Innovation, Servicios de la Raza, and the STAR Community Partner Network, and Caring for Denver. Since 2020, STAR has expanded from one pilot van consisting of one mental health clinician and one medic to 16 initial response vans with 8 clinicians and 8 medics on board, and a group of community organizations that help support individuals in crisis post-van response. The intent of STAR is to support community members in crisis by sending the right response at the right time. People call 911 for an array of reasons, and it's not always something that presents with a legal nexus. Previously, 911 calls were handled solely by police, fire, or emergency medical services. Denver took steps to look at how to best meet the expansive needs of a community and added the STAR program to the emergency response system. One of the components that makes STAR such a successful program is the collaborative partnership that we have with Denver 911. Denver 911 views STAR as a fourth type of response alongside police, fire, and emergency medical services. This means that there are policies, procedures, and trainings put into place to identify the most appropriate response type for each call that comes through Denver 911, and thus send the most appropriate type of support for the Denver community. This is a paradigm shift from how we previously supported community members in crisis. STAR provides a trauma-informed response to those that request an emergency or imminent crisis response.
Your time has expired.
But you could just wrap up, yeah.
Thank you. The initial response team or STAR van team provides direct clinical de-escalation, community service connections, as well as on-demand resources such as water, food, clothing, and basic living supports. Our team helps the emergency response system handle the overwhelming number of 911 calls that don't require a police response. The team can provide medical assessment, triage, crisis, intervention, de-escalation, and connection to community resources. STAR teams can also transport clients to those resources as necessary. We provide harm reduction, trauma-informed philosophy with people and are able to creatively meet whatever need they are pursuing.
Okay, sorry, if you could just wrap up in 1 or 2 more sentences.
Yep. Just wanted to give some stats really quick. Over the past 12 months, STAR has successfully responded to 4,489 clinical encounters with 2,943 unique individuals, and of those, there has not been a single arrest.
Great, thank you. I want to open it up to questions from council members. I know Councilmember Caban has a question, and I also have one after that too, so feel free to go ahead.
Thank you so much, and I just want to thank all the partners across the country that have joined us here today. I have a question for Oakland, and then I also have a question for Denver. But out in Oakland, you mentioned that it's a simple question. You mentioned that you use peer support on your teams, correct? Oh, did they leave? Oh, it was the first person on the Elliot Jones.
Yep, I'm back. Yes,
thank
still
you.
here. Sorry. So yes, we do have a team. We operate in teams of 2, 1 an emergency medical technician and 2 a community intervention specialist, which is more in line with that peer support role. But they are both members of the fire department. They came in equally, and they are union members of SEIU 1021.
I love that. So not only do you have peers on your teams, but they are union workers.
Absolutely. And the one thing that we think works really well with this is that if we do our job and focus on the up to crisis, having those more advanced teams with whether it be paramedics or clinical support that could be available as needed for those crisis level situations. If everybody does their part, we can all, eat the whole pie together.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And then my next question is for Sam. And I just want to point out, Sam, that I actually got to visit y'all, and I got to go into one of your vans and meet some of the members of the Denver STAR teams, and y'all just do incredible, incredible work. So thank you for that, and also, thank you for Local Progress for making those connections. Who also helped us invite people to testify here today from around the country. So that's why you're hearing from some of these folks. Can you talk a little bit about some of the data that y'all collect and publish? Like what are the different data points, metrics, and kind of how you then use that data to improve the work you've been doing over time?
Great question, and super glad that you had an opportunity to come visit Denver and visit our STAR program as well. Yes, we collect an array of data here in Denver. We collect all of our demographics as much as we are able. And we also collect veteran status, houseless status. We're also collecting, if there is a mental health diagnosis, we are collecting that information as well. We are consistently re-looking at our data to see what needs to be collected, what's important, and then how do we use that data to identify our response in the community? How can we, from a DEI perspective, better respond to the community even more fruitfully than we already are? And how can we use the data to better inform where we're serving people, as well as how we're referring people to the next step.
And you guys, if I'm not mistaken, because I've looked at your published reports, you guys also publish like heat maps on where you're finding that you're responding to the most, or you're publishing where you're taking people to, whether it's an emergency room or some other place. That's also being collected and published as well, right?
Correct.
Great, thank you. And then my last question, and I'm sorry, I can't, because I also visited the Portland Street Response team, and so I can't remember if this was an example given by you guys over in Denver or them, but when a team goes and interacts with an individual and asks them, because you have water, food, clothing, ask them what they want and where they want to be, there was a story that was told that was like, well, we just asked them, and if they have like a favorite tree in a favorite park, we'll go take them there and we'll say, hey, do you need clothes? Do you need water? Do you need coffee? Because if that's where you feel safest, we'll take you there. And then also it's a way to be able to continue to re-engage. And so my question for you, and anybody can chime in here, is, what is the overall public health and public safety policy of your municipal governments? Because ours has not been the friendliest to folks who are at the intersection of homelessness and mental health struggles. And so it might not actually be the safest thing to bring somebody to sit in a park or something like that. Unfortunately, it should be. It should be. And so I'm just wondering sort of what the conversations are like and what the policies are around some of those things.
For STAR, again, we're providing the right response at the right time, and we're ensuring that people go to the place that's safest for them and to meet their needs. We do work closely with our STAR Community Partner Network, which is a group of organizations in the community that we will refer people to with their consent, so that we are providing that follow-up wraparound care. So we're not just dropping someone off, let's say, at their favorite tree. We're also then providing additional supports for individuals, no matter where they land in the community. And we also work closely with our first responders in Denver. We work closely with police department, fire department, and our emergency medical services, as well as our local hospitals, to ensure as best as we are able that needs are being met of individuals. If we can't provide them a safe, what providers may see as a safe space, i.e., 4 walls and a roof over their head every single time we make contact with someone.
And Elliot here, I'll jump in. A little jealous that Samantha's camera's on because I want to see y'all too. I want you to see me. But similarly, the city has had to come to grips that not everybody that we get a call for is a mental health crisis and they need to go somewhere. Many people are simply desperate. If you've had 2 or 3 days where you haven't had anything to eat or drink or are sleeping outside in the cold, anything can set you off. So what we find, it's valuable to make contact. It's valuable to build trust because these people are often using decades of trauma around trusting the system. And when we are finally able to get through to you, we're waiting for that one opportunity, that one moment of clarity or shared reality where we can make an appropriate resource connection. And that really is happening now a little over a third of the time. But we kind of need that rate. There are not enough beds. There are not enough resources available. If everybody raised their hand that needs help, wanted help. So you really have to trust these teams to develop and manage these relationships, to find out what's good in the moment and set themselves up for the next visit where they can hopefully break through a little bit further and get people the help they desperately need.
Thank you. I actually had a really quick question for all of you as well. And I don't know if we're going to get the answer today, but I guess this goes to just the differences in laws state by state, because a lot of the jurisdiction of how mental health services are delivered, it varies state by state. And so I'm just wondering, because I would love to hear from you, and maybe this is just like a longer separate meeting that we should have with you all, because I'm curious to know how laws across various states are similar, which are the challenges and which are not as similar, and also how does that impact services like Be Heard, like we're talking about today, in coordination with other agencies? Because I think that there are definitely lessons that we can learn from other cities for sure, and then maybe perhaps using that to figure out how we work through some of the challenges in a city like New York. And so I was just wondering if any of you were familiar with how the various different state laws across the country can impact this type of program.
Well, I could jump in really quickly. In California, a mandate came out from the governor that there's something had to be done about the homeless encampments. That, coupled with many cities outside of Oakland trying to throw laws on the books, anti-camping laws, you can't sleep here overnight. All of this puts pressure on cities to come up with a solution. And if you're connected on public transit, sometimes you have to be prepared to deal with a bunch of people coming into your border after they've been pushed out of a city they may have become unhoused in or experiencing challenge in. That all being said, even the best laid intentions can sometimes have the worst outcomes. So as we're doing community sweeps and encampment clearings, we're working closely with other partners in our Health and Human Services Department to make these service connections. And as people get into housing and supportive housing or other programs, this allows us to focus on who's remaining and the specific challenges that they're having. One core tenet about macro is nothing is forced. We don't force you to do anything. It's all voluntary. So really building up people and getting them to a place where they're ready to accept services is what has worked for us. And you need time for that. And sometimes the cities don't give you that, but if you come up with a plan, you stick to the plan, you can get ahead of some of these external forces that may impact your city.
Great, thank you. Any others?
I think just to add to that too, we have partnerships with, like I said, all of our first responders in Denver, partnership with mayor initiatives and groups that are working towards navigating this new landscape. And then at Wellpower, we also, we work with our Star Community Partner Network, which is that group of community organizations to get people after the initial, after we have buy-in, after that initial crisis response, to get people then connected to long-term services to help mitigate some of the needs that were expressed. And then we also have, we're also able to accept people with all types of Medicaid and other insurances. And so we work with that insurance group as well to make sure that care is being able to be accessed by individuals in our community.
Great, thank you. Thanks to this panel. Yeah. Anyone from admin still here by any chance? Oh, yay. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. So now we're going to move back to in-person testimony, and sorry, I made a mistake. We have another panel on Intro 532 before moving back to the oversight topic. So really quickly, if we could bring up Nicholas Tishuk, Clarissa Alieto, and Aaron Acosta.
Thank you, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Clarissa Alayeto. I manage Community and Government Affairs at DREAM, formerly Harlem RBI. DREAM has been serving the East Harlem and South Bronx communities since 1991, and today we work with nearly 3,000 young people across 4 schools. Our students come from diverse backgrounds, including a high percentage of students with IEPs, multi-language learners, and most recently, families seeking asylum. Our students are public school students, and they deserve the same safe, secure learning environments as all students in New York City. But unfortunately, charter schools and private spaces like Dream are currently left out of the city's security guard funding. We support Intro 532, but we urge the city council members to amend the bill and to include charter schools in private spaces like Dream. Right now, we're the only public schools left outside of the city's security protection, despite facing similar challenges. The lack of funding and security guards means that Dream has to divert money from critical programs, including mental health services, athletics, arts, and additional supports for students with IEPs. By securing funding for school safety, we can reinvest in what matters most, our students' education and well-being. We urge you to prioritize the passage of Intro 532 and ensure that all students, no matter where they attend school, are equally protected and supported. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Erin Acosta, the Director of Family Engagement and Communications at Growing Up Green Charter Schools. I'm also an alumni parent of the school and a longtime resident of Astoria, Queens. I respectfully submit the following testimony on behalf of the students and families of Growing Up Green. Thank you all for your attention. I have submitted my written testimony online, but I'll summarize here. Growing Up Green has been a part of the Queens community since we opened our first school in Long Island City in 2009, followed in 2015 by GUG 2 in Jamaica, Queens. We serve over 1,400 students in grades K through 8. We're not co-located, just like Dream, with another public school. We pay rent for each of our buildings. Our population is very diverse and reflects the neighborhoods we serve. We welcome all types of learners, including students with IEPs, multi-language learners, and most recently, we've had many students whose families are asylum seekers. All of our students are public school students and have a right to a safe and secure learning environment. Intro 532, if amended, should include these public school students. We have had security issues in both our Long Island City and Jamaica communities. Most recently, there was a knife incident outside of our building on 161st Street in Jamaica. Our families are very, very, very concerned, and their children deserve a safe learning environment just like every other kid in New York City. Currently, because GUCS is excluded from the security guard funding, we have to take that funding out of our per pupil to pay our security guards. So I urge you all to please include us and protect all the children in New York City. Thank you.
Hey everybody, good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Tishuk. I'm the Executive Director at Bed-Stuy New Beginnings Charter School in Brooklyn. We serve over 700 students and families in our community, and as a neighborhood resident, it's a great school. Come visit anytime, no matter who you represent. I did submit testimony, so I just want to kind of summarize my thoughts in a simple message, and to echo my colleagues here and also echo the colleagues who spoke earlier from the other types of schools. The governance model that the parents choose to send their children to should not determine whether they access this funding, whether it's a public school in district space or a charter school co-located in district space, whether it's a private school, whether they're religious, whether they have a specific vision or model, whether they're a charter school, private space such as mine or my colleagues here. It really shouldn't matter. We have our students' best interests in mind as educators, and that should really be what demonstrates the needs. And I also think the smaller schools should also access that funding too, by the way. I think that the idea that anyone in the city has a disproportionate access or lessened access due to any of these factors is really unfair. I think it's great that there's schools in New York City that you pay $40,000 a year and they're amazing, they're phenomenal, get access to this funding, but we should too. And it shouldn't be about governance, shouldn't be it's charter versus district versus private versus religious. It should really come down to the needs of our kids. In our school, 96% of our kids are eligible for free and reduced lunch, and 20% are McKinney-Vento eligible, meaning they're homeless, in transitional housing, in the shelter system, or doubled up. They deserve the same opportunities that everyone else is getting through this program. I think it's a great program. Please expand it. Please amend this bill so we can access these funding. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I don't think no one has questions, right? Do we guys? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. And so next we're going to go back to in-person panels. So we have Grace Nichols, Joelle Balamschwan, Jonathan Chung, which I know that name, Ray Schwartz, I know that name too, Jim Bohovich, and Ramon Leclerc. Yes. And it's awesome to see all you guys, familiar faces. Yay. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Ramon Leclerc. I'm representing the Alternatives for Homeless LGBTQ Youth. Let me say first that police are antagonists and bullies who show up with guns, batons, riot gear, and other paraphernalia to intimidate people going through mental health crises. I've experienced my director call 911 for a schizophrenic client who was having a hallucination that they were saving a child and throwing their book bag across the dining hall, who needed to be on medication, who was not medicated for a while, and police in full, even though my director expressly said the client was nonviolent, just needed to get to a hospital ASAP, police showed up in full riot gear, causing an adverse reaction from other clients in the dining hall, which is not fair and could have been a deadly situation if I had not stepped up and removed those clients from that hall. Also, unprofessionalism runs rampant within NYPD and the EMS systems. One time we had a client who we hadn't seen, who was street homeless and schizophrenic, who needed to be medicated. My director once again called 911 to get this person to the hospital. The police show up first, and then EMS shows up, asks the officer what's going on. The officer nonchalantly responds, "Oh, somebody's off their medicine." And the EMS's response was, "Me too." It blew my mind. Excuse me for going over, I just need to get this out. But the client ended up leaving, and we barely seen the client since, so it's a major concern. There needs to be some sort of oversight and training, or just remove the police. I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Ramon, and thanks for joining the call the other day as well and sharing your story there too on the round table. I really appreciate that, so thank you. And we'll come back to you. But Jonathan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lee, Councilmember Caban, and all the distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for holding today's really important hearing. My name is Jonathan Chung. I'm the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for the National Alliance on Mental Illness of New York City, or NAMI NYC, and a steering committee member of the Correct Crisis Intervention today. While NAMI NYC appreciates the goals of the Be Heard program and the city's attempt to shift crisis response to social workers and EMTs, we have great concern with how the program is being implemented and with the current composition of the crisis response teams. We have made clear to the City Council and the administration that it is extremely important to fully fund a mental health crisis response program that is citywide, operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, includes peer responders, and has no police involvement. What we advocate for is not currently embodied in the Be Heard crisis response program that's coordinated out of the Mayor's Office of Community Mental Health. These changes must be made as soon as possible to drastically improve the program. Two key goals of the Be Heard program are to increase connection to community-based care and decrease hospitalizations. Yet just 6% of people who receive a Be Heard response to a mental health crisis are transported to a community-based health care or social service location, and nearly 60% are still transported to the hospital. The program is failing to meet its goals and in turn, failing vulnerable New Yorkers in need of help. There must be more transparency around the Be Heard program to inform best practices and investments in crisis response. We're thankful to Councilmember Brannan, as well as Councilmembers Shulman, Narcisse, and Lee for introducing 1019 that will help in this cause. The city must commit to working more closely with community-based service providers and to greater transparency. As a result of the city's poor allocation of resources, 20 people who should be alive are dead, and their family and loved ones are left grieving and searching for answers. Having a mental illness is not a crime and should not be a potential death sentence. We can and must do better than this.
If you could just
I will
then
wrap it up. We strongly urge the administration to properly expand the Be Heard program citywide with the specific proposals outlined in our testimony. And again, it's very important that peer crisis workers are included because they're highly capable, equipped to conduct the psychoeducation and outreach necessary to engage folks having a mental health crisis. Thank you again for holding this important hearing, and please use this as a resource for anything you may need in the future.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members and chairs. Thanks for allowing me the privilege to speak today. My name is Jim Bohovich. I've been a peer specialist for 10 years. I've had bipolar disorder and PTSD for 30 plus years. I currently work on an IMT team at Community Access. I'm a steering committee member for CCIT. I've worked on an inpatient unit at Kings County Hospital. I've worked in Kansas and Cleveland, Ohio on mobile crisis teams and doing community work. I just wanted to talk about a few things that I heard today. People seem to have questions about what de-escalation is and what techniques are. Doing de-escalation is all about it's like a skill, it's an art, and it's having a positive attitude. You try to be an opening, accepting person, and you're calm, you're collected, you're chill even. And the most important skill is absolutely listening. You just listen, listen, listen. Once you get the person talking about what they're going through, the de-escalation will begin. They'll start to feel more calm. They'll talk about what their issues are. They're letting out their emotions. And that's how de-escalation works. As peer specialists, we try to provide hope. That is difficult to explain in 2 minutes, like how that works, but it's a real part of what we do. De-escalation techniques, you also follow your gut instinct, see where the person is, and follow their lead. Just to be clear, motivational interviewing is not a de-escalation technique. And also, the mental health crisis is incredibly massive and pervasive in America, and especially here in New York City. Chair Lee, I would like to volunteer to help you with data analysis pro bono. One of the things that peers do is we try to get people in different situations to talk about different things. Last week, I cooked lunch with a participant of ours, and the conversation was incredible. And yeah, if you have any questions about my experiences, please let me know.
Great, thank you.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Joelle Balam-Schwan. I'm with the Supportive Housing Network of New York. We're a statewide membership and advocacy organization representing the providers of supportive housing. I'm also part of CCIT NYC. So thank you so much for holding this hearing today. Mental health crisis response is of critical importance to both me and my organization. I've lost close loved ones to mental health crises, and the supportive housing community has an increasing need for a peer-led, non-police mental health crisis response system. Supportive housing, as you know, permanent, affordable housing with on-site voluntary services for those who have experienced homelessness and face systemic barriers to accessing and maintaining permanent housing, which includes folks living with serious mental health concerns. Nationwide, the pandemic exacerbated mental health crises, and as a result, the past few years, the majority of our members have reported an increase in the incidence and intensity of mental health concerns amongst tenants. Staff and tenants are in need of a resource to call upon to ensure that an individual in crisis can be met with a personal person-centered approach, like Jim was talking about, rooted in genuine connection and communal well-being. Be Heard, as it currently operates, is not providing that. Be Heard response teams fail to include peers, people with a mental health experience. When across the country, mental health crisis response systems led by trained peers have proven more successful than police-led responses. Where Be Heard is operating, response teams are only responding to 29% of mental health related 911 calls, leaving police to respond over 70% of the time. We have seen time and time again, police are not equipped to handle mental health crises. Since 2015, at least 20 people have had fatal encounters with the NYPD during a mental health crisis. 85% were people of color. In order to operate outside of the police system, Be Heard should be dispatched to 988 versus 911. Be Heard also only operates 16 hours a day, as we've heard, and must be available 24/7. And of course, it should be fully funded to expand its operations citywide. So Be Heard is a very important step in the right direction, but these significant changes must be implemented as soon as possible. With the recent killing of 19-year-old Wynn Rosario, we must all really say enough is enough. Thank you so much. Ray.
Perfect. 2 minutes. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairs Lee, Salem, Narcisse, and Arolo, and all the other members of the committee. My name is Ray Schwartz, and I am a resident of New York City and have worked in mental health services in both public and private and nonprofit sectors as an employee and a member of nonprofit boards in the mental health field. I am here to support and be part of the CCIT advocacy efforts. My experience and observations for more than 40 years in the mental health field still leave me puzzled as to why there is a public safety criminal justice response to a public health need. While Be Heard has been the New York City government response to altering how a mental health crisis is responded to, their last-minute data dump, when analyzed, still has the police responding to more than 70% of 911 calls. Other localities are doing much better. Stereotyping and bias about people living with a mental illness is suppressing the development of a fully implemented non-police response to mental health crisis calls. The last Friday's data dump is an attempt to provide meaningful data, requires real scrutiny. I and my colleagues from CCIT are willing to meet with you and staff to review and use the data to identify what information is missing, unexplained, and questionable in order to accelerate the transformation of a city's mental health crisis response so it is focused to addressing public health need and permits the police to use their available resources to address public safety. I did include in my testimony some other comments and questions about the data, which I hope you guys will be able to review and get us engaged in participating. Thank you.
My name's Grace Nichols, and New York's my hometown. I went to high school over here at Stuyvesant. And I come to you today, drove in from Maine. After getting my law degree, I now work for the Maine Human Rights Commission. And 25 years ago, despite the fact I was a science teacher and a mother and pacifist, after a misunderstanding with a social worker, the police came for me and dragged me off to a mental hospital where I both witnessed and experienced human rights violations that I did not think were legal in the United States. And when people with disabilities are subject to the types of police brutality that is a national crisis in public health, it's not just New York, but when I heard that New York was having this degree of difficulty in respecting human rights, I had to come down and testify today. Now, I represent a coalition named New York Act Up. We are a historic group that has provided peer support for people living with HIV and their allies for over 47 years. We're famous in this city for confronting the city when our blood was on your hands. And we stand in solidarity with our sisters and our brothers in the mental health rights and recovery movement. I have a statement here that we consent to. And ACT UP members live in every borough. We have over 1,000 members. ACT UP New York supports funding a Peers Not Police mental health crisis response in New York City, Stop NYPD Violence. And we know that all people with disabilities are in danger when the status quo continues. We rely on you, our City Council, to protect our safety and civil liberties. In the last 8 years alone, New York City police have murdered 20 New Yorkers in their botched attempts to help them during a mental health crisis. These killings, in which the fear of people with mental health diagnoses intersects with racial profiling, are unacceptable and preventable. We are calling on you to act as a voice of the people most in need of protection. ACT UP has served the HIV-positive community since 1987 using our own peer support and direct action model, defending a vulnerable population against stigma, governmental neglect, big pharma profiteering, and lack of treatment access. We have fought against civil rights violations of all kinds. We know that any New Yorker can experience crisis and that people living with HIV are impacted by your choice in how to address a crisis. We also know that Black and brown New Yorkers, as well as impoverished New Yorkers, are most at risk for a violent police response. People with HIV are overrepresented in each of these groups. We stand with correct crisis intervention today and their Peers Not Police model. We know that the presence of trained peers as first responders to New Yorkers in crisis saves lives, saves dollars, and also provides jobs to caring, trained people with lived experience of mental health crisis.
Sorry, Grace, 1 second. Just because I have to give as much equal time
Yeah,
to
yeah,
folks
yeah.
as possible.
Okay.
If you could sum up in 1 or 2 sentences.
I
'cause
will,
and hopefully you have the rest of that in your written statement that you're submitting.
So we recommend full funding, 24/7 for a peer-led, peer-centered model. And we also ask, given that the mental health crisis is intersectional with physical health, intersection with the LGBT community, intersection with racism and classism, that you incorporate physical health peer support into your thinking on this. ACT UP, fight back, fight stigma. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I think Councilmember Caban and I are the only ones left, so do you have any questions? Okay, I just want to say thank you to all of you, especially, and just to reiterate, peer, and more supportive peer services is important to me personally, but also to the speaker and other council members, which is why we wanted to make sure to include that in the first step of our roadmap, because we see how important it is, whether it's in the criminal justice system, whether it's in just your neighbors who are experiencing a crisis or family members. It is super, super important. So I just want to commend you all for the work that you're doing. And I'm glad that so many of us are associated with NAMI New York City as a former board member myself. So I just want to really say thank you to all of you for the work you're doing. And Jim, I definitely felt more calm with you speaking. And we have to meet people where they are, right? We have to meet people where they are. So yes, definitely. Can you come talk to some of our constituents that are upset about their potholes and stuff? No, I'm kidding. Okay, thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much, Ramon. And that is something we talked about yesterday on our roundtable panel with youth and runaway homeless youth. So thank you so much for reiterating that. That is so true. Yes. Okay, so next panel, we have Bella Soyoung Park, Mo Razvi. I saw him earlier. I don't know if he's still here. He has to leave, right? Okay. Okay. Amber Song, Allison Wilkie, Cassandra Kelly, and Kimberly Saltz.
No, I don't have it yet. It'll be coming.
Are you with COPO also? Okay. Can you give us your name? Sorry, actually, you could start first, but if you could give your name for the record and the organization again, just so we have it. Oh, wait, I think you need to turn the mic on. Just press the button.
My name is Reverend Terry Troya, and I work for Project Hospitality.
Oh, did you also fill out a slip as well?
I did.
Oh, okay, perfect. So we'll take you off that one and then put you on this one. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Terry Troya, and I work for Project Hospitality in Staten Island. We serve street homeless and unstably housed persons. A majority of the people we serve have lived experience with behavioral health issues. I'm here to share with you the story of a Staten Island man living with mental illness. In need of immediate mental health services, a 911 EDP call was made. The man was transported to Rumsey Hospital, at which point, upon exiting the ambulance, he decided to leave the site and not enter the hospital. I am not clear on what transpired at that point, but here is how the interaction between the man and NYPD ended. The man's head was pushed into the dirt so deeply, with such force, where his head was held until he was non-responsive and ultimately declared dead. The autopsy revealed soil in the man's throat. He was suffocated to death. 911 was called because a man in crisis needed immediate mental health attention, and he died before he could get help. He was ill, he needed healing, he ended up dead. We need mental health professionals and peers who are trained both in mental health crisis and de-escalation to be the lead for mobile crisis teams, an integrated team of trained peer professional collaboration that includes NYPD, FDNY, and EMS. Be Heard needs to be everywhere in New York City, including Staten Island. And New York City needs a public health response to a public health need, a peer mental health expert, joint-led integrated mental health crisis response team. And these teams must be fully funded and must work as an integrated effort to de-escalate, offer positive, person-centered, trauma-informed crisis intervention services while providing for both the protection of human life and respect for human life, with the ultimate goal of providing the person in need with life-saving services. Thank you.
Hi, thank you all the council members and chairs for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Bella Soyoung Park, bilingual mental health counselor and case manager, and I'm here on behalf of the Korean American Family Service Center, or KFSC, as part of this Asian American Mental Health Roundtable. At KFSC, we work to empower immigrant survivors of gender-based violence with a focus on culturally and linguistically competent services. Our clients are often among the most vulnerable populations, facing multiple barriers to accessing the support they need due to language, culture, and stigma, particularly in times of mental health crisis. KFSC stands in strong support of expanding programs like Be Heard, which align with our core belief and should be under the assumption that mental health crisis should be met with care, compassion, and cultural understanding by trained professionals, not by law enforcement alone. During the times when many of our survivors struggle with mental health challenges, including severe trauma often resulting from their interaction with police officers, having responders like us who can understand their cultural nuances and can communicate in their own languages has been essential to ensuring the safety and proper care. So with all of these being said, we urge the city to provide the resources needed to equip Be Heard programs and teams with cultural competency and linguistic access, and to fund community-based organizations like KFSC, who have long been trusted providers of care in immigrant communities. Our clients deserve a response that prioritizes their mental health and respects their cultural background, ensuring they're treated with dignity and receive the care they need. We hope to see the city further invest in this life-saving program and partner with organizations like ours to create a more inclusive and responsive mental health care system. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Is this on? Okay. Hi there. Thank you to the committee chairs and members of the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm Amber Song. I am Senior Program Coordinator at the Asian American Federation, where we represent the collective voices of over 70 member nonprofits that serve 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. Win Rosario, a Bangladeshi teenager in Queens, was in a mental health crisis and called the police. We all know what happened next. Within minutes, he was dead, shot by the NYPD. The recent tragedies of Win, Victoria Lee in New Jersey, and countless others show that police shouldn't be the only ones to respond to crises. Instead, it's better for mental health workers and someone from the community to respond, which is why we applaud Be Heard. But we found that it hasn't targeted the Asian community. So how can we better meet these needs? We urge the City Council, as well as members of the relevant committees and city agencies, to consider the following recommendations. 1, to equip Be Heard teams with the linguistic and cultural competencies to serve the Asian community through translated information in common Asian languages and staff who understand Asian cultures and speak Asian languages. And 2, invest in organizations that provide in-language and culturally competent services to the Asian community. Our mental health partners provide in-language mental health care in culturally appropriate ways, and they receive referrals from mainstream agencies and hospital systems that put a strain on our partners' already limited capacities since they do this work with no dedicated mental health funding. The city should provide funding to these organizations to provide preventative mental health care before mental health issues turn into emergencies. And the city should consult with them to make sure the Be Heard program meets the Asian community's cultural needs because these organizations are trusted among the community. We at the AAF will continue to do our part through advocacy, research, and programming. We lead the Asian American Mental Health Roundtable, a group of 12 Asian-led, Asian-serving organizations, some of who are testifying here with me today. And together we work together to tackle challenges, find solutions, and share resources to improve access to culturally competent mental health services for Asian Americans. We look forward to working with the city as it creates innovative solutions to address and support New Yorkers experiencing mental health crises. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Kimberly Saltz. I'm a law fellow with the Legal Defense Fund. New Yorkers need to have a meaningful alternative to law enforcement when experiencing behavioral health emergencies. Be Heard in its current state fails to provide New Yorkers with the community-based response that is necessary to prevent police encounters, and it further entrenches officers into mental health crisis response in New York City. People with serious mental health and behavioral health disabilities are far more likely to be the victims of violent crime than the perpetrators. But these individuals are significantly more likely to experience police violence than their peers without such disabilities. Crisis intervention training and co-responder models are not an effective solution to police violence. Law enforcement has a fundamentally different goal and different priorities than mental health providers. Law enforcement's mission is to enforce laws. Mobile crisis responders, including clinicians, social workers, and peer workers, do not involve police and have the professional expertise and training to safely and effectively engage with someone in a mental health crisis. Their mission is to resolve the incident, identify and understand the underlying issues, and connect the person experiencing crisis to the additional services they may need. These services can change lives, but only if they're effectively funded and effectively deployed. The City of New York has an obligation to avoid putting New Yorkers at risk through criminalization, through police encounters, simply because of their mental or behavioral disability or because they are in crisis. We urge City Council to invest in true community-based responses to calls involving people with mental health crises. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassandra Kelly, and I'm an attorney at the Legal Aid Society's Criminal Law Reform Policy Unit. At the Legal Aid Society, we see the profound consequences of over-policing, especially in generally under-resourced communities that so many New Yorkers we represent come from. A 911 call for mental health assistance is often met by cops with guns who have no insight into how to de-escalate the situation or connect that person to recovery-based mental health care and support. Police have killed and injured too many of our community members during these encounters, and they are almost never held accountable. If people survive these police encounters, they are routinely thrown into the criminal legal system. They meet our lawyers and our social workers in filthy city arraignment booths, traumatized and further decompensated by their sudden and sometimes violent arrest and detention. Our lawyers have to explain to these New Yorkers the impossibly inhumane situation they are in, that their mental health crisis resulted in their arrest, and that legal aid must now fight to keep them off the irreparably dangerous Rikers Island. This should never be the path for our neighbors in crisis and in need of care. It is essential that we remove the NYPD from mental health crisis response once and for all. Continuing to send police to respond to mental health crisis sends a message that the city does not care about the lives, safety, or dignity of people living with mental illness. And given the NYPD's documented history of racial discrimination and violence, the threat to the lives of Black and brown New Yorkers with mental illness is especially high. The criminal legal system causes harm and is not the answer to public crisis. Instead, we need to invest in a non-police, public health-based response to mental health crises that use harm reduction principles, centers peers who understand and live with mental illness as frontline workers, and ensures that New Yorkers get immediately connected to recovery-based mental health care and support. We must also invest in robust community-based mental health services that help prevent escalation and crisis by providing daily affordable access to mental health services and additional funding and support for assertive community treatments like ACT. In our written testimony, we expand upon these objections to the Be Heard program and our suggestions for investment, but I will refer you to the analysis provided by our friends at Communities United for Police Reform, who have analyzed the gaps and identified solutions that will move us out of a carceral approach to crisis situations and into a public health-based mental health crisis response. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Wilkie, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Strategic Campaigns at the Coalition for the Homeless. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Chair Lee and Councilmember Caban. I want to make 4 points today. First, there was a lot of talk by the administration about the availability of mobile crisis teams through 988, but the mobile crisis team website says specifically that they will not respond to people who are street homeless. So if people are living on the street and have a mental health crisis and they're not in the Be Heard area, like say in Times Square, which also came up, they will get no other option other than a police response. And that is a big gap in being able to have some kind of response that is squarely in the mental health system and outside of the uniformed services. Second, I've been looking at the data that was released on Friday. And if we're looking at whether Be Heard is effective at its goals and actually having a non-police response that connects people to care, you kind of have to look at the full universe of calls. So there were, in FY24, 51,329 mental health calls. Of that, only 40% were found Be Heard eligible, which is a really big drop. Of that total number of 51,000, Be Heard dispatched a team in only 29% of those calls. And then of that total number of 51,000 calls, they only came in contact with a person in 14% of those calls. And I didn't hear an explanation today about why there's such a huge difference in them not actually coming into contact with someone when they actually do respond. The third point I'll make is about the outcomes. So I think other people have pointed this out, that in 57% of the cases where they respond, it results in someone being transported to the hospital. That number is egregiously high. So in a similar program in Toronto, that figure's 8%. And in the Portland Street Response Team, that number is 2.5%. So the number of people going to the hospital is incredibly high, and we don't know, and they couldn't tell us whether those are involuntary or voluntary transports. Just the last point that I'll make very quickly is that I have concerns about the algorithm that they're using and whether there are racially disparate outcomes on that. Even in health settings, algorithms have been shown to be racist and biased. So I have concerns about whether that is resulting in the really low number of cases being found eligible. So we stand with others at CCIT in calling for a peer response that is truly outside of the uniformed services and police.
It's interesting because actually when I was at KCS, we were part of a grant where we looked at how questions were being asked to, like the PQ9 that everyone uses to assess mental health diagnoses. Even that, right, it's a very Western way of asking questions, right? So we actually worked with some funders to rejigger the questions so that it's more friendly to different cultures, because they're not going to answer in the right way, right? If you just ask them bluntly, or experiencing a mental, they're not going to, respond in the same way. So to your point about the algorithms and the trainings, I'd be curious to look that more, and that's a good point. And I just want to thank all of our advocates who are here today. Obviously, for the AAPI communities, we've seen a lot of incidences happening that could have been better handled for sure. And so, and the language access and the legal aspect of things is always a need. So I just want to thank you all for your advocacy. And Councilmember Caban.
Yes, thank you. Just thank you for your testimony and the work that you're doing, and thank you for crunching those numbers over the weekend. I think some of the things that I've heard from y'all and others kind of synthesizing it a bit, a big one on the hospitalizations is that what we've seen in some of these other cities is that the reality is they simply have more places to take people. more places, more diverse settings that are meeting a whole host of different needs. And what we found from looking at the data from lots of different cities and the information that they're reporting is that the more places they have to take folks that are not an emergency room or a precinct, the more successful the program is in the long term. And that also, while we saw here in New York City that the emergency calls are trending up, that actually the best metric for success for an alternate responder program is for there to be less 911 calls overall, because that means that the preventative infrastructure and the continuum of care infrastructure is strengthening, and also that alternative response is being effective in connecting folks to a continuum of care. And so I just wanted to take the pieces of information that folks have been sharing with us and kind of put that together a little bit. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay. I wish I had prizes to give away for the folks that are still sticking around with us. Yeah. Wait, what? Okay, so next panel, we have Dr. Victoria Phillips, Victor Herrera, Arlene Mikado, Sasha Myrie, Leah Faria, and Sakina Treese. I hope I'm saying these correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sure. Absolutely. Okay.
And is there anything we can do to support you? Would you like some water?
Fine.
All right, you got this. Take your time.
Just wanted to hi, I'm so sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Annalisa Williams, and I'm here to advocate for people who have been affected by NYPD and their actions, and for people whose mental health has been affected due to similar experiences. As a young Black woman in America who's living with mental health struggles and suffers daily, I expect when calling for 911 for help due to my health that I would be treated with deference and respect and be treated swiftly. However, that was not my experience, and on multiple occasions due to NYPD and one occasion due to FDNY. On the occasion I had an interaction with FDNY, I was physically assaulted due to having a panic attack and refusing to walk to the ambulance, because I felt dizzy and because I couldn't breathe, which later was discovered that my oxygen had dropped to an 89% and I had arrhythmia. I also, when I arrived at the hospital, had a stroke in my right eye. Due to my medical history that was documented in the system where EMS had information of my past arrest records and my past health records of my mental health and physical conditions. I was choked, slapped in my face, and my glasses were broken by FDNY paramedics and EMS, which my mother later then found my glasses broken on the staircase. Being arrested due to I was arrested besides FDNY, I'm sorry.
Take a deep breath, take your time, you got it.
Later that night, I was arrested by NYPD due to false accusations and later taken to the hospital. Besides FDNY, on multiple occasions, I have been verbally, emotionally, and even physically abused by NYPD. However, that was not the most traumatic experience. Unfortunately, it's sad for this to be said because going through severe mental illness can already be traumatizing. Being arrested due to mental breakdown and what was called resisting arrest caused me to be arrested and wrongly accused, as well as wrongly accused of assaulting an officer, which showed on the body cam that I did neither. Neither me or my family was notified I was arrested until I arrived at the hospital where I was told I was being admitted for 48 hours under watch and was arrested in psych and handcuffs. This experience was severely traumatic, as I could not use the bathroom without a male police officer having me under watch and watching me while using the restroom. I couldn't shower while at the hospital and couldn't change or use the bathroom without a male officer being in the same room as me or the same bathroom as me. I was not even given a female officer at any time and was constantly anxiety-ridden. Unfortunately, I'm not the only person who's experienced being wrongfully arrested, and I hope to spread awareness to my experience and others. I faced being forced to plead guilty to a felony, which I did not. Sorry.
You got this. Take
To a felony which I did not fortunately accept and kept fighting for my innocence. Please take this experience as a motivator to continue fighting for the rights and health. Thank you. Health of people who been demised and detained wrongly by law enforcement and treated unfairly by FDNY. I hope for New York and the city to place more programs for people, families, and citizens to feel more safe and provide better care and protection to people with mental health conditions. I truly believe that people with mental health conditions is part of the vulnerable population and should be treated as such. The city should have more peers and communities and law enforcement with no training or minimum training. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Annalisa. Yes. I think that actually deserves a clap. I don't know if we're allowed to, but okay, I'm going to clap for that. Thank you. And thank you to both of you for being supportive.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sasha Myrie. I am a mother and an advocate for my daughter who's sitting beside me, and I'm a New York City resident. I'm also a civil servant. I also work with the vulnerable population, and I also live with someone who needs my support. And on June 18, 2023, at 11:43 p.m., I made a 911 call for a mental crisis in which my daughter was experiencing. She was attempting suicide. I made the call for help, a call that I will always live to regret. At 12:21 a.m. on June 19, 2023, 37 minutes after a call that I made, more than a dozen officers arrived at my mother's home. And 2 minutes later, FDNY EMS workers showed up. What I thought would be help became a living nightmare that has caused my daughter trauma ever since. And once again, and for me, trauma. When officers arrived at the scene of my mother's home, you would have thought there was a crime in progress that required more than a dozen officers and a handful of patrol cars that blocked an entire one-way street. A crime did not occur. My daughter was treated inhumane, dismissed, and was violated by the people who are supposed to serve and protect civilians, including those who are having mental crisis. My daughter was emotional, and her cries became screams for help when officers ran into my mother's tiny corridor of her Bronx apartment. I'm sorry, I'm going to skip right through because time is limited. While I did not witness...
It's okay, continue.
Sorry. While I did not witness my daughter assaulting any officer, I was there. My daughter did not have her rights read. She was not told she was being arrested. Until we arrived at the hospital, still, she was not informed by officers of the arrest. She was hospitalized for 4 days in CPAP while she was handcuffed, hands and feet to a bed like a caged animal, unable to use the bathroom, given bedpans to urinate and defecate, and while a male officer would be in the room at all times. Male officers were present when she needed hygiene care from nursing staff. She was exploited. She was humiliated. She was being punished for her disease in the most inhuman way possible. She was denied any contact with me or loved ones for 4 days. Not one phone call was made from her. Fast forward. My daughter faced a felony assault charge that was brought up against her on June 23rd, 2023. I requested FOILs from NYPD multiple times. This morning I looked at my email to see the confirmation receipts. I've never received any body cam. My daughter spent more than a year fighting to not take a plea deal, something that is obvious in our community, to cover the problem. My daughter was proactive and assertive of not taking a plea deal. We went through 2 legal aid lawyers to a court-appointed attorney who still insists these things can get tricky. She was coerced in the criminal justice system. It wasn't until August 14th, 2024, not so long ago, 2 days before her last hearing, that I finally received the body cam of more than a dozen officers. And it is horrendous. It's an outrage, and it's a crime. Because what I watched on more than a dozen body cams, it took a lot of strength, because I'm even more traumatized today. Because I wish 2 things. I never made that 911 call. And I wish I never had to watch those body cams, because she didn't hit an officer, but she was physically abused that day. And I filed with CCRB, and everything was unfounded and unsubstantial. And they refused to open an investigation that I've requested. It's not funny how today, finally, I'm able to access records. So I'm not going to continue to turn a blind side, because on August 14th, my daughter did take an ACD, a weird ACD. She didn't have to have any departments of community service or anything that the judge questioned, the DA and the prosecutors in the room. How is it that this defendant is offered an ACD? What the judge didn't understand is that he was not going to be able to hear her story because it was lies. I saw everything. My daughter was brutalized that day by police officers. I witnessed a police officer ready to pull his gun in front of me. My mother terrified, a senior citizen terrified in her own home, and became a child. And she had to face a felony charge, and guess what? She has to wait another 5 months before she's cleared of that felony charge. Our people who are facing mental crisis in community are being discriminated. They're being brutalized. Not all of them end up on the news, deceased. Some of them live with a lifetime of trauma. I know the job I do, I'm hearing it. It's a shame. When you hear Miss Myrie, I couldn't call 911. I was afraid. I was having a crisis. Now we're having people having to make the decision. And we as family and caregivers and loved ones are making a decision. Because when we're trying to save a life, 911 is out here to destroy a life forever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your stories, both of you.
Thank you all. You are amazing.
And this is exactly why we're here today, because we need to figure out how to make 988 more prevalent so that these situations don't happen, as well as to make sure that Be Heard is as effective as possible. So I just want to thank you both for sharing your stories.
Wow, I'm extremely moved right now. Thank you. My name is Sakina Trice. I am a senior staff attorney I work for the New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. I work in our disability justice program. And NOPE, well, thank you first off for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of NOPE regarding the city's Be Heard program. This spring, NYPD officers in Queens fatally shot Win Rosario, a 19-year-old, while he was experiencing a mental health emergency for which he called for help. Again, Win called for help and was shot by NYPD officers. How many more individuals must die at the hands of police before we finally adopt a more humane, a person-centric approach to mental health crisis, one that is free of discrimination? This is an important issue because people are being abused, people are dying, particularly people of color, people that look like me. NOPE is deeply concerned about the city's practices related to responding to mental health emergency. We urge City Council to mandate significant changes to Be Heard, as it is a deeply flawed pilot program which merely purports to be a non-police response to people experiencing mental health emergencies, but in fact, it is part of the long tradition of policing, criminalizing, and under and misserving people with mental disabilities. Funding Be Heard in its current guise diverts money from what we truly need, which is a true non-police response, one that dispatches a team of peers, those with lived experiences, and emergency medical technicians who are not city employers. We need 24/7 operating hours. All calls need to be routed through 988, and above all, we need a system that prioritizes the self-determination of those with mental disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Lee and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Center for Justice Innovation. My name is Arlene Machado, and I'm a case manager for the Bronx Hope Program, Bronx Heroin Overdose Prevention and Education Initiative of Bronx Community Solutions, which addresses substance use and add a harm reduction model at the precinct level, providing the opportunity for rehabilitation rather than jail or options that fail to address the underlying issues. Over the years, I've been a witness to the desperate need for mental health care for the people that we service. Mental illness and substance use go hand in hand. It's rare that we meet clients who don't have a history of mental health disorders. Typically, most clients usually use illicit substances because they don't have the access to proper mental health care services. They face barriers like having to wait too long to see providers, not having insurance, and not being able to complete the various intake assessments. Their health insurance just isn't accepted at the clinics that they've been referred to or that they heard about. It's frustrating for us as caseworkers, clinicians, social workers, etc., to sometimes find the adequate care for our clients. Imagine how hard it is for the people that are actually waiting for the care. I wasn't always a caseworker. I began my career as a peer specialist. My goal has always been to help and support the clients that have struggles. As a peer, I was able to connect with people that I served, not in a clinical sense, but in a way that related to the realities that they were facing. I was a person somebody could speak to without the judgment, without the fear of judgment. I was a voice for people who weren't loud enough to be heard. My past life experiences were no longer just a piece of trauma that I carried around. They became valuable tools of knowledge to be passed on so that others could have the opportunity to know better and do better. I say all of this to highlight the value that peer specialists bring to the work and the lives of our clients. Our data shows how impactful peer engagement can be and how our clients are likely to complete programming if they are connected with a peer specialist immediately after being arrested. Mental health responses such as these are so integral to rehabilitation and connection to community. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is Victor Herrera, leader and member of Freedom Agenda, Close Rikers, former jailhouse lawyer, mental health advocate, and street lawyer for Sensible Policies, DBA Gap Solutions. In almost every home, I'm quite positive that there's a concern related to a person experiencing emotional crisis or trauma. However, those of us that have no home, are returning citizens, are the target of structural racism, don't have such luxury as access to the resources necessary to be appropriately treated. I urge the City Council to revise the NYPD Patrol Guide language, demanding the NYPD and NYC Department of Health and Mental Hygiene to end the stigma and criminalization of people experiencing emotional crisis. My own experience of being the subject of the Patrol Guide for illegitimate purposes to cover up misconduct by two agencies DHS Police and NYPD and the Health and Hospital Corporation response to NYPD practices that resulted in harm to my mental health is the reason I survived post-traumatic stress disorder today. Today, people who have no resources are treated with dangerous consequences, injury or death. No to EDP. No to NYPD as first responders or co-responders. Yes to expanding Be Heard and funding your mental health resources. What I have learned as a client of CUCS IMT is coping skills that many in the community are deprived of on account of no funding sources. DOHMH and the city must do more for the at-risk community and address the epidemic as a serious public health concern. We've had too many police responding with no de-escalation skills or training. Hence, the subway shooting cannot be exempt, as it was clear the individual was experiencing a crisis when he asked the officer to shoot him. The fact that these kinds of concerns are ignored raises serious questions whether it's deliberate or negligent in this city doing more for the at-risk community members who deserve treatment, not bullets. Innocent bystanders being in the path of what is clear inadequate responses to people experiencing emotional crisis. Yelling at or threatening a person experiencing an emotional crisis is not de-escalation. More provocation and deliberate to create the idea of the NYPD patrol guide definition of threat to themselves or others to justify lethal force. Thank you.
Peace and blessings, everyone. All chairs and council members. I'm Chaplain Dr. Victoria Phillips, aka Dr. V, and today I'm speaking from several volunteer and contracted positions. Be Heard had a pilot prior to the pandemic, right? I believe it was focused more on the Upper East Side. Now there are 31 in police stations out of 77. These numbers are disrespectful. Expand to all communities, not just those zip codes this city favors. We are all New Yorkers. That's like having an officer on tour in our communities without being CPR certified or firearm trained. 9 a.m. to 1 a.m., this is Be Heard hours of operation. As a doula, I know our society doesn't tell its mothers' wombs what time to deliver their children. Do we monitor the hours unexpected fires should break out? What time is appropriate for a car accident to occur? So why am I saying all these things? Because we don't ignore the basic human need and right around the clock to physical care, so why are we doing it for mental health treatment? I worked in nursing in regular ER and in the ER for mental health, which is known as CPEP, Comprehensive Psychiatric Emergency Program, for many, many years. The system is failing us, the most vulnerable populations. I've said Mr. Carter's name on this record previously because our city agencies failed him as well. The shelter system, the hospital system, the police department, the DA, the judge, the Department of Corrections, where he died less than 72 hours upon arriving on Rikers Island. 68% of those with mental health concerns do not receive the mental health treatment they need while incarcerated. On this point, let me also state on the record, hospitalization can also be a form of detainment. As an Army brat who grew up listening at my bedroom door to the lasting trauma of deployment assignments discussed by my serving parents and their platoon members, I'm programmed to hear the cries of others, to advocate, create, and implement lasting change. That can only begin by us all holding ourselves accountable, elected officials, community members, and all peers accountable every day. As clergy, I know no one escapes. Can I just get a few? As clergy, I know no one escapes crossing paths with mental health concerns. From the law enforcement officers who personally ring my crisis line in the middle of the night to principals who are referred to me by superintendents. Invisible disabilities, mental health concerns, developmental delays, etc. As a brain surgery survivor, I personally know no one has patience anymore, including service providers and medical and mental health care. Police often enter our communities already put off. Yes, Be Heard needs additional languages, but also make sure those who use sign language and any other means to communicate have access as well. Let me be clear, cultural humility is key. Our city has zero excuses to not meet the demands of its residents. We are the people. Officers need to use person-centered language and should fall back on these radio runs. My community knows NYPD leads all calls that they respond to, regardless of what you heard on the record today. The answers and examples given today were full of fluff. Lastly, I'll finish by saying from a public safety perspective, I can recall working at the largest SRO in the nation. My client with known substance abuse had a gun in my office. He didn't point it at me, nor was it actually loaded, but I didn't know that in the moment. And I say that because it was early evening, one of the late nights that I was giving medication, and literally minimum staff. I had to utilize all de-escalation tools and trainings that were given to me to keep myself safe. safe. And guess what? He ended up handing me his gun, and that's how I found out it wasn't even loaded. And then one other example very quickly, years later in 2011, I was held hostage in a Micah shelter. We had just opened up. I had no working phone in my office, and not one security officer made rounds to the 9th floor for over 2.5 hours. My high-needs client, who was recently released after 30 years, said I reminded him of a woman who he had previously raped and stabbed by Fordham University. By the time security had appeared, I had my client sitting on the floor in front of my door. The excuse later was security was short-staffed. I say all that to say de-escalation training is a must, but more importantly is holding those accountable to actually use it. Too many times police resort to uses of force when it isn't necessary. I know my examples are extreme, but even in those moments, life can be preserved and still should hold value. 9 million calls was stated today from the date of 2023. And one of the department members said only 1,700 uses of force. Out of 174,893 calls that they responded to last year, divide that by 1,700, that equals 102.87. So out of every 102 people, a use of force was actually done. And CCIT trained officers should be also 100, CCI training should be 100% at this point. And it also should not be rushed nor overlooked. The curriculum facilitators should have time to flesh out concerns, questions, and be held accountable for their own biases they might bring to the trainings. And if classes doubled in size, has the time doubled in size to deliver the message and materials? Peace and blessings.
Thank you, Dr. V. Thank you to this panel. I don't know. Did you want to say anything? No? Okay. Good. I just want to. No, I want to highlight that all the examples of what you all are bringing up, and by the way, I have a family member and friends, by the way, that have experienced similar incidences where they had mental health crises and were, in situations they were found homeless. And so I want to commend everyone here, and also, being the chair of mental health disabilities and addictions, right? Those things need to, No, you can ask. Those things need to be, we should respectfully address each one and not make assumptions, but also at the same time, our system is not set up to fully treat someone as a whole person and a whole being. So if I have a substance use and a mental health issue, a lot of times I have to walk through separate doors to get treatment, and the folks are not talking to each other. So I just want to thank you all for your continued advocacy, and thank you so much for being here. And I love that your mom is also being here to support you, and that really is so huge. And so I just want to say thank you for waiting and for sharing your story. It is so much appreciated, and of course for all of you, and Dr. V always bringing the fire. I love it.
I just wanted to emphasize one thing in regards to the daughter going through the experience, because, this thing with people experiencing emotional crisis, I'm not using EDP anymore. I want to change that. It's real because I was reported as emotionally disturbed 9 times, okay? 5 out of those 9, I was forcefully injected with an antipsychotic drug, okay? Now, just to be clear, okay, that the practice of the NYPD Patrol Guide is clearly open for abuse. They intend to use it as a criminalization type of approach to individuals experiencing an emotional crisis, okay? 9 times, held against my will, lost 2 jobs, lost my car, had to sue them in federal court, and broach a subject of acting in concert theory against private corporations, nonprofits involved, okay, in this practice. This is ridiculous. And hearing this story continue today, even last year I experienced it, pulled over in my car, okay? Queens General Hospital, even after I explained it to them, don't do this, they still injected me. The hospital corporation needs to be also held accountable because they work in psychiatry. I'm traumatized. I'm scared to go to a hospital to get treated. And this is where people go hoping to get treated and get well. And this is the trauma that people like us are going through, because FDNY, NYPD, and the Health and Hospital Corporation are in collusion. The patrol guide and the use of force NYPD patrol guide, the language has to be changed in order to de-escalate these matters. in regards to the mental health community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so the next, oh,
All day today, everybody kept saying that like substance abuse is something different. It is part of the DSM-5. It is still a mental health concern.
that is so true. Okay, so next we're gonna have the next panel, Helen Skipper, Roland Pierre, Michael Nugent, Alexandra Nyman, Monica Harris, and Kayla Hackman. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon.
What? Okay. Okay, well.
Ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Lee, Councilmember Caban, and the rest of the council for giving us the opportunity. You stated earlier, thank you to us, thank you to you. My name is Leah Farrier, and I am the Director of Community Engagement for the Women's Community Justice Association. I am here today to testify in support of CCIT, Correct Crisis Intervention Today, a coalition of advanced advocacy groups and other community organizations that consist of hundreds of community stakeholders working to transform how New York City responds to mental health crisis. The Women's Community Justice Association advocates with and on behalf of women and gender-expansive people impacted by mass incarceration, and as such has had a front row seat for the criminalization of mental health crisis. Rikers Island is currently the largest mental health care provider in the state of New York, and over 80% of the women and gender-expansive people incarcerated there have a mental health concern, stark testament to the lack of appropriate response to New Yorkers in mental health crises. When law enforcement responds to a call about an individual in a mental health crisis, involvement of the legal and carceral systems become far more likely, often at the cost of the care that person actually needs. Far too many individuals have been killed by police officers while experiencing a mental health crisis in New York City. After decades of advocacy by CCIT, NYC, and others, we appreciate New York City's attempt to shift crisis response through its Behavioral Health Emergency Assistance Response Division, Be Heard pilot. Responding to mental health calls with health professionals instead of law enforcement is essential. About a quarter of all fatal police shootings in the U.S. involve someone experiencing a mental health crisis. However, we have significant concerns with the program's current structure and outcomes to date. The current Be Heard structure is fundamentally flawed and still very much relies on NYPD Be Heard teams, are only dispatched through 911 rather than 988, the new federal 3-digit number for mental health crisis calls. 911 does not accept requests for a Be Heard team response. Other issues pertaining to scope of service include that the program is not citywide or 24/7, leaving far too many citizens with police as first responders to their mental health concerns. We have seen time and time again, most recently with the death of Wynn Rosario, that it is entirely inappropriate to send police in response to mental health crisis calls, and their presence only creates deadly escalation. CCIT NYC calls for police to be completely removed as first responders to nonviolent mental health crisis calls, and for peers, people with lived mental health experience, to be a mandatory element of Be Heard teams. Response teams that include people with lived experience will help achieve the Be Heard pilot goals by shifting the model to a person-centered approach rooted in genuine connection and communal well-being. Two key goals of Be Heard are to increase connection to community-based care and decrease hospitalizations. Yet, just 6% of people who receive a Be Heard response to a mental health crisis are transported to a community-based health care or social service location, and nearly 60% are still transported to the hospital. Peers have the skills and expertise to advocate for connection to community-based care and avoid unwanted and unnecessary transports to hospitals. Although Be Heard is geographic bounds have expanded some since its inception, and it is responding to a higher volume of overall calls. The number of calls directed to Be Heard are not keeping up with the rate of the program's expansion. The most recently available data shows that only about 1 in 4 people who place mental health crisis calls in a qualifying area get a Be Heard response. In an interview with New York One, the program openly stated that teams only respond to a mere 3 to 5 calls per day. Finally, we need more transparency around Be Heard program to inform best practices and investments in crisis response. There has been no new data reported this fiscal year. The city must commit to regular reporting. Of course, in order to continue to make progress towards its goals, the Be Heard pilot will require sustained investment in the budget, starting with fully restoring the Be Heard program to eliminate the gap cuts in the adopted budget. We look forward to working with the chairs and members of these committees to improve Be Heard and ensure that New Yorkers experiencing a mental health concern crisis receive the response they deserve.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, because I hate being backup, help me out, please, because feel free to summarize, because we do have all the written testimony that we're going to read. So I want to definitely hear what your main points are, main concerns, so please feel free to summarize. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Skipper. I'm the Executive Director of the New York City Justice Peer Initiative. Once again, I find myself sitting in the council chambers, which is empty. I don't have a lot of council members. I definitely don't have the sea of uniforms that was sitting here, because we had DOHMH, we had the NYPD, we had the fire department. No one is here. So I would officially like to take this time to protest how we do these hearings, because the people that sat here need to hear what we have to say. And we've been here since 9 o'clock. I sit here in all of my intersectionality and identities. I spent 25 years cycling through the criminal justice system, through the behavioral health system, through crises. But I also sit here as a peer, moving lived experience to lived expertise. I also sit here in my other identity as the vice chair of the New York City Board of Correction. What are we doing? Peers can train CIT. They can train Be Heard. And yes, I know, because I'm one of them. I'm one of the trainers. Yet we're not good enough to work in this program. This program is only available in communities that are marginalized and oppressed. So what does that mean? The more affluent areas of New York City do not suffer from mental health crises? I think not. There was a lot being said today. A lot. And you guys know me, and you know I'm unapologetically peer. I train justice peers who have lived experiences in behavioral health concerns and also the criminal justice system. I did not get to where I am without being unapologetic and without using my lived experience. When will the city buy in to the fact that the lived experience that we have, we're not begging for a seat at the table, we are the table. These programs will not run effectively and efficiently without incorporating lived experiences. You heard from people from other locations across the United States. They all talked about, yes, we have peers. Peer support is empirical based. And I speak of that because as a criminologist, as someone who is entering into a PhD program in the fall, empirical research means that it has been studied, looked at, dissected from rooter to tutor, from A to Z. What is the problem with incorporating this into our crisis response? What is the problem with incorporating lived experiences into the criminal legal system transformation? I ask that Be Heard be expanded 24/7 because, as my sister said, you don't have a crisis at 4 o'clock on a Thursday. They often come like thieves in the night. We need to expand this program. We need to expand this program into all areas of the city because in the South Bronx, we have crises. Guess what? They have them on Fifth Avenue, too. I don't understand what the problem is, but I want to thank you, Chair. And thank you for letting me just go off topic and just talk. But please, can we switch this around? When there's a big hearing like this, can the public speak while the officials are here to hear what we say? They run the programs that we consume.
Right. So just so you know, actually, this is a conversation that several council members, a lot of us have had in terms of how we can try to switch it. So we hear you on that point, and so we'll see. I don't want to speak out of turn, obviously, but yes, we hear you. So
Thank
you.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Nyman. I am a peer. I'm a recovery coach. I'm a NAMI NYC advocate. I'm a member of CCIT NYC, and I'm the founder of the Break Free Foundation, where we provide scholarships for people living with substance use disorders to attend an inpatient outpatient facility at low to no cost to them to remove the financial barrier of entering into recovery. So I guess, as you can hear, I wear a lot of hats, but my favorite hat is that of a trainer of trainers. So as a recovery coach, I have the distinguished honor of being able to train the next generation of coaches. And we've talked a lot about the work of a peer, but I don't think we've really talked about what goes into becoming a peer. And so to become a CERPA, a Certified Recovery Peer Advocate in the state of New York, you need to undergo an exam, and prior to that, you undergo training. Your foundational training is 60 to 70 hours, which can take you 2 weeks to accomplish. And then on top of that, once you pass your exam, you can then go on and you do 500 hours, which if you're doing that full time, it can take you anywhere from 3 to 4 to 6 months. For the behavioral health peer track, it's an exam, it is classes that take around 2 to 3 months to complete and 2,000 hours of reviewed work, supervised work, which can take 1.5 years to 2 years. And I think it's absolutely ludicrous that we're expecting the committee before us that are involved in Be Heard to think that they can understand de-escalation, understand how to meet someone where they're at, because, oh, well, we watch a 45-minute video and then we quiz them like 15 minutes before their shift, and like they're so well-versed now. And I would also like to echo what my colleague had said, because I think if the members who had spoken before us could really understand what goes into being a peer and becoming a peer and all of the work that we put into it, they would understand that they shouldn't be requesting less funds. We need more funds. The average peer recovery worker in New York City makes between $40,000 to $45,000 a year. I've worked with so many incredible peers at the recovery center that I was at, and half of them work 2 full-time jobs as peers to make ends meet. On top of that, they also worked part-time jobs. That is insane. We have created a system where we desperately need these workers, and yet we wonder, oh, why do they not want to come and work within this field? It's so great. And yes, it is the most rewarding thing that you can do as a person in recovery. Being able to give back is incredible, but not being able to live can lead to its own behavioral health issues. So to recap and to conclude, what I am asking for is increased wages for the peer workforce, as well as to push back on what we heard from the panel, which was ridiculous, that like, oh, we don't know if we're gonna expand the scope, like, I don't know, as well as to remove police from all mental health crises. In my 2 years of working as a peer, where me, my colleagues, and my staff have had violent encounters with weapons, I have never thought, like, let me grab a gun. I'll feel so protected. I have always been able to help that person de-escalate and to then hand them off to community-based care. And they're still alive and thriving today. I would also like to ask that New Yorkers in crisis to receive the compassionate care that they need, not confrontation, and for us to finally take this from being a public safety issue to a public health issue. Thank you so much for your time and for staying to the bitter end.
Hi, my name is Michael Nugent. I work for Baltic Street Wellness Solutions, which is the largest peer-run organization in New York State. I want to say three main points. 20 people dead in the past, since 2015 is unacceptable. But there's a problem also of involuntary treatment, people being forced into involuntary treatment, the thing that people have alluded to in terms of hospitalizations that result from these calls to 911. And I think if you're talking about de-escalation, if you're talking about people having choice and being able to make informed decision, if you're able to do your work properly when a person is in crisis, then you're able to kind of de-escalate and there's not a need for hospitalization, right? So I think the person from Health and Hospitals was talking about kind of like they need to do their assessments and this and that so they could determine the treatment, but the person may not want to go to treatment, right? And the thing shouldn't be treatment. So we don't want the forced hospitalizations either, basically, which is what they are, forced treatment. And that's one point. The second point is my program at Baltic Street, I'm the director of employment services and education services. And those are the community-based services that we're talking about here that people need. We want people who are in crisis to be referred to us and basically to deliver those services to people who need them, who we can use our peer experience to help get through college. The number of people who actually don't finish college who are diagnosed with, so-called SMI is 80, I think it's 85% if I'm not mistaken, and that's too high. And you know what I'm saying? That's something that peers can also be involved through supported education in solving. The last point is basically we support, as Baltic Street, peer-led response to mental health crisis. We sit on, our members of our executive team sit in the mayor's office team that communicates about Be Heard and sums it up how it's going. But we do advocate for a peer-led response and more peers involved, and we're strong on that. That's what we want. And yeah, those are the three main points. So thank you for letting me speak.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kayla Hackman. I'm a resident of New York. I have been for over a decade. I wanted to thank everybody that stayed to the end. Thank you. It's your job, so you should be here. I'm saying that for the people who aren't. I'm here wearing two hats. I'm a medical doctor who has worked in a psychiatric hospital, and I'm also an individual who has psychosis. The unique perspective that I have compels me to speak out about the critical state we find our city's emergency services in at the moment, especially the interactions with individuals experiencing mental health crises, particularly those experiencing psychosis. Being mentally ill or psychotic is not a crime. The current state of affairs is deeply concerning, and having attended and taken a day off of work to be here, I find it even more concerning how no one seems to care. The tragic cases of Sharice Francis, Eleanor Bumpers, and multiple others highlight a systemic problem in how we respond to mental health emergencies. The incidents highlighted during this session underscore the urgent need for reform in our approach to crisis intervention. As someone who has been in both positions as a provider and a patient, I'm intimately familiar with the challenges of our current healthcare system. My perspective is not just professional, but personal. I have experienced firsthand trauma at the hands of the NYPD, who forced me from my own bed and took me against my will to Bellevue. While institutionalization can be a miserable experience, especially at Bellevue, and while I understand that it may seem challenging to convince people to willingly submit to it, it is eminently preferable to go to the hospital than to face the tragic outcomes we have heard today. Few people are more qualified to help get mentally ill people the treatment they need than the people who have been there and gotten better themselves. Psychosis is not a death sentence. Mental illness is not a death sentence. Peer-led policy is the only way forward. I'm here in support of the testimony that's been provided today. I'm deeply concerned about the use of algorithms to triage people. I'm deeply concerned about many things. I echo everything everybody here has said today, and I just really want to say how much I feel like I'm in despair right now because there's just nobody here who wants to listen to this. I know that you're listening to this now, and I appreciate it, but you know what I mean. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And sorry, before you guys move, I just had a really quick question for you, Helen, because we had a joint hearing one time with the Veterans Committee, right? And it was specifically about veteran treatment courts because they hadn't had a hearing since 2015. And there was one person there. He is the only peer specialist that works with the treatment courts. And I was amazed at how much he does to help veterans, to help them understand, not the veterans, but help the system and the folks that work in the criminal justice system to understand the importance of how to stop someone from having to go to Rikers versus getting that treatment that they need. And so I guess my question is, when you look at the larger treatment court system, and I ask you this in your Board of Corrections role, what is the biggest barrier that we're facing? Because in my mind, I just didn't understand why we wouldn't have so many more peer specialists that are part of that. And so if you could sort of allude to what the challenges are there.
Let me speak on that also in my role as a member of the Treatment Not Jail Coalition. We're fighting with OCA to approve the legislation. There are pockets of pieces of information here and there where OCA is not backing down from. We're trying to amend what we can without losing the essence. The Treatment Not Jail Coalition is just simply changing the gatekeepers who allow people into treatment. And I myself, I could have been one of them. I spent 25 years going in and out. I came in addicted to drugs, suffering from an unchecked mental illness with criminality because of the drug addiction and the mental illness. But because of my record, I was always not given a program, which means I was criminalized and went to jail, rinse and repeat for 25 years. If we allow people who need the support to access the support, you'd be amazed at some of the findings. Recovery is real, second chances is real. Give people an opportunity to succeed, give them what they need. And what we don't need is criminalization. And, you know, I'm involved in a fight with OCA too, because I keep going up to them saying, hey, would you hire me? You know, and I always hear yes, but we all know that that is not the case. So we need peers in the criminal justice system. We need peers in treatment court. Who better than to model and mentor and show that resiliency works? You've heard my story before. And it's not an individualistic story. I mean, it sounds hot because of the way I tell it. But other people have the same story. You know, we came through, we persevered, we stood tall, and then we got tired, and we got access to recovery, and we leaned into recovery, and we used that to spread our wings and push forward. That happens all over. But when we try to come back into these systems that have damaged us, that has traumatized us, we're always stopped. Why? Like, we should be the ones to be able to walk back in there and say, look, if I did it, so can you.
Thank you. Okay. And next panel, we have, thank you guys so much. Oh, she's not there, okay. Okay. Next panel is Tamara Bagel, Mark Laster, Priscilla Gorham, Jenna Shugast, Aaron Miner, Catherine Bayuk.
Sure. Yes, please. Sorry, I just need to. Is this enough? You think? Yeah, it's. Huh? This is one. That's one. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I guess I'll start. Okay.
And anyone, it doesn't matter. You could start. We could go in whichever order.
Okay.
Yeah.
In order. She said in order. Okay. Hello. My name is Tamara Bigel, and I am an independent advocate for people of all ages who experience mental health crises and/or developmental disabilities. I started out in the education system and watched the preschool to prison pipeline. The preschool to prison pipeline myself, as my clients could not receive the care that they needed because the services were not there or were not instituted appropriately. I also testify as a person with mental health, who has had mental health crises, and as a mother who is raising a child with mental health crises and developmental disabilities. We must expressly write into the system, into every law that we publish, children and adults with developmental disabilities and training for the individuals who deal with those crises. It is imperative that if we don't write them in, then that training does not occur and they don't get added in. Not only that, it is imperative that there is a pipeline. We talk about the preschool to prison pipeline. The number of individuals with mental health disorders that are in our jails is three times more than the average population. Not only that, but it is proven in the NAMI, in one of the NAMI series from this past January, that incidence of mental health is miscorrelated with violence. Is miscorrelated with violence. It's higher for individuals who are drinking and individuals who have been abused and individuals with access to guns, 3 times higher. We need to change our language and treat mental health as health care, not anything else.
Thank you.
Hi. First, thank you all for hanging in here. It's been a long day. Anyhow, my name is Mark Laster, and I'm a graduate of the Citizens Police Academy, 3rd Vice Chair of Queens Community Board 6, and a licensed clinical social worker for over 40 years. I'm here today to testify in support of the testimony provided by the Correct Crisis Intervention Today, NYCCIT, a coalition of advocacy groups and other community organizations that consist of hundreds of community stakeholders working to transform New York City response to mental health crisis. My comments today reflect my personal opinion about the Be Heard program, which do not reflect on Community Board 6. I've been tracking the Be Heard program since its launch in 2021. Soon after I read about the program, I was attending a meeting of the 112th Police Precinct Council's Build a Block meeting and asked the NCO officers running the meeting their thoughts about the Be Heard program. The response I received is, "What's Be Heard?" When I explained the program to these officers, they did not express a great deal of enthusiasm for it. On November 16, 2022, I attended a meeting of the Queensborough President Donifred Richards Civic Engagement Committee where Chief Galen Frierson of NYPD Queens North and Chief Kevin Williams of Queens NYPD South attended. I asked both of them their thoughts about the Be Heard program. The response I got was, "What's Be Heard?" Since there were many other civic activists at the meeting, I asked if either one of them would reach out to me or if their staff would reach out to me so we could continue a discussion about it. Never heard from them again. Then on February 28th, 2024, I attended the Queensborough President's town hall meeting where Captain Cordero of the 112th Police Precinct was present. I asked him his opinion about the success of the Be Heard program, and his response was, "What's Be Heard?" So I was disappointed with these responses, obviously. The disappointment escalated significantly, however, when Win Rosario died on March 28th, 2024 March 28, 2024. At CB6, we discussed passing a resolution regarding this incident, but decided not to when we heard about this hearing, which was scheduled for back in June. As I've stated above, I learned about the challenges police officers face daily doing their job by attending the 14-week course of the Civilian Police Academy. They have enough on their plates that should not be primary responders when, like the Win Rosario case, a call comes in that's clearly a mental health issue. This is why I come here today to testify in support of the CCIT recommendation. Thank you very much for listening to my testimony.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you to the chairs and the committee members for holding this hearing today. My name is Jenna Sugar, and I'm a Bushwick resident and a mental health service provider. I advocate for proper crisis response in our community by being a NAMI NYC ambassador. I am here to support the testimony provided by CCIT NYC. As a former counselor in a psychiatric group home, I'd like to share a real example of the impact of crisis response. This individual's name has been changed to protect her privacy. Sarah lives with schizophrenia. One day, Sarah locked herself in the bathroom and started screaming, banging her hands on her body, and pleading for help. I called for 911, assuming a trained health professional would arrive. I explained that while she was experiencing a psychotic episode, she was not a threat to others and had no history of violence. Police showed up, handcuffed her, and took her to the hospital in the back of a police car. She was discharged hours later and proceeded to lock herself in the bathroom again and resume yelling, hitting herself, and begging for help. I called 911 again, but Sarah refused to go with the police this time. I drove Sarah back to the emergency room myself and advocated for her treatment the entire time. Ever since Sarah got the support she needed, she has been living the past 2 years free of any psychotic episodes. I understand now that while she was in crisis and having hallucinations, she needed somebody there who could de-escalate the situation in an appropriate way and advocate for her. Sarah's story shows the distress that can be provoked by an improper crisis response. And by having mental health professionals and peers answer these calls rather than police, this whole situation could have been avoided. CCIT calls for police to be completely removed from nonviolent mental health crisis calls and for shifting the model to a more person-centered approach. This will require some investment, starting with restoring the program to eliminate the gap cuts in the adopted budget. Thank you for listening to my testimony. I look forward to a brighter future where Be Heard can ensure that New Yorkers experiencing a mental health crisis receive the response they deserve.
Hello, thank you for having me. Members of the New York City Council, my name is Priscilla Grimm, and I've been a proud resident of New York City for almost 25 years. During that time, I've raised my daughter, who will graduate from CUNY at John Jay in May. In addition to raising a child here in the public school system, I completed my undergraduate education in New York City at the New School, have worked for many nonprofits, and volunteered with various activist manifestations, all of which have given me an excellent education on the needs of our communities and the shortcomings of city government in meeting said needs. I am here to express my strong support for defunding the NYPD. My request today is not only because of the most recent mass shooting in the subway. For too long, Black and brown communities have been over-policed, subject to racial profiling, and in too many cases have lost loved ones to police violence. These practices must end immediately. The only way to end the way the city agency acts with impunity, violence, and opacity is to drastically cut their budget. Beyond the NYPD's misconduct, Mayor Adams' scandals cannot be ignored. As the most recent architect of funneling public funds into the NYPD, Mayor Adams has betrayed the trust of the people of New York City. He has diverted critical resources that should have been used to uplift our neighborhoods, resources that instead have been deployed to brutalize our communities This misuse of public funds is an unforgivable breach of leadership, and I call for his resignation. We need city leaders who prioritize public well-being, not those who perpetuate harm. By reclaiming the NYPD's budget, we can invest in essential resources such as education, affordable housing, mental health services, and programs that truly address the needs of our neighborhoods. It is time we end the cycle of violence and start building a safer, healthier, and more equitable city for all New Yorkers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I'm Catherine Bayuk, 30-year public defender and mental health specialist at NYCDS. My clients, all indigent, mostly Black and brown folks, due to bias, language barriers, no insurance, stigma, often have or misdiagnosed mental illness causing crises. Accessing Be Heard through 911 over-involves untrained and inexperienced with mental illness police there to enforce the penal law, leading to escalation and arrest. Note, 42% of our assault to clients involving police, etc., are flagged with mental illness. Incarceration. Note, 50% of Rikers Island detainees have mental illness. Even death. Note, Wynn, Rosario, and too many others. Perpetuating historically racist weaponization of psychiatry. Note, a white supremacist devil in the details. See my footnotes. Harming, not helping. Many would never even be clients if we followed CCIT's recommendations and removed police from nonviolent calls and added peers. Peers are the secret sauce to quickly build trust, better de-escalate crises, advocate for the right treatment, avoiding unnecessary and unwanted hospital transports, and instead working with and following up with local providers, with stable housing, community supports, better treatment plans, yielding more engagement in treatment, less emergencies by addressing what brought the person to crisis in the first place. With all we know about historical racism and police violence, New Yorkers in crisis, my clients, your constituents, deserve to be helped, not harmed. We must choose a better way. We must choose peers, not police. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thanks all for being here, and thank you to this panel for your testimony. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so next we have Andrew Smith, Robin Graham, Princess Ben Jams, and then we have Galloway, but I don't know if that's an organization or an individual person, so I wasn't sure. Oh, okay, sorry. Before you guys speak, if you could just give us your full names for the record, and if we're missing someone, please let us know. If there's anyone else in the room that hasn't spoken that signed up, let us know.
Cool, thank you. Powerful testimonies today. I really hope the NYPD and the mayor can hear some of this, but just thank you, Chair Lee, for sticking it out with us. I'm Galloway, they, them. I'm the advocacy manager at the Ali Forney Center. And, you know, this is, the reason I'm here is we are here to talk about the Be Heard program and its critical need for the clients that we serve at the Ali Forney Center. And for those that are unfamiliar, we serve unhoused LGBTQIA+ youth throughout the city and oftentimes beyond that. But one of the big things that our youth are facing is mental health crisis. And what we know and what's been said today is it pairs very much with the housing crisis. And because they're experiencing complex traumas, marginalizations, and emotional distress, we're not able to start to meet some of those needs that they have. So I really want to talk about, because so much brilliance has been said today, I want to talk about the reality of what Be Heard is happening for the Ali Forney Center clients and the staff. So when the Ali Forney Center, when the Drop-In Center, which our Drop-In Center, what it does is it's the main welcoming hub for folks to get connected to our services. And again, housing services are plethora, from education, mental health, making sure folks are connected to job placements, but ultimately housing. So when they come to this drop-in center, it used to be located in Harlem, where Be Heard was dispatched to. We saw some really helpful and successful support with Be Heard, but now our drop-in center moved to Midtown. So no longer Be Heard comes, so therefore we cannot utilize those services. And what's happening right now is we've been in this location for a year. And we started to notice this pattern, EMS were starting to take longer and longer and longer. And as of last week, EMS told us they refuse to come unless they come with the cops. And not only is that not okay, but that goes against our harm reduction model, because we're one of the few runaway and homeless youth providers that refuses to call the cops. We found it is not helpful. It has been spoken here today, when people are in mental health crises and when they're triggered, being around somebody that has a weapon that is just projecting onto you does not help. It causes further harm and therefore escalates the situation. We need more peers. We need more mental health providers that are specialized in this, such as social workers and folks like that, to be there. So just wanted to highlight that, because it's something that staff and myself were really confused. Why are EMS telling us they can't come unless the cops come? And we want Be Heard to be expanded back to all of our housing sites, but especially our drop-in center in Midtown. So fully support the expansion, the funding, and thank you again for being here. And we want to continue our collaboration support, so let me know any questions you have. Thank you. There you go. Got you.
Thank you. Before I start, I give out flyers. He's refusing to give out my flyers. Can you please give out my flyers, please? Each person has a flyer. Can you please give out the flyers to each person, please?
I think there's only one person left.
Yeah, we have it.
No, they're sitting right there. Now all of them, you have 7 of them. You have 7 right there. Can you give out the rest of the flyers, please?
Okay. Yeah, Sarah's gonna go grab and then hand them out, but
Okay.
yeah, they're on the table because it's for the record as well.
No.
Yeah, those, okay. Okay, feel free to start.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for your time, for meeting here. And the first thing I would like to say is, I'm asking for an investigation of the police for attacking me. Now, the reason why law enforcement throw people inside the sidewalk is to hide their evidence, or to people that have evidence against law enforcement that they can't testify against them. For example, if you see police raping a woman, murdering somebody, they say you're crazy, it's also on your sidewalk, you're not allowed to testify against them. So it's a tool that law enforcement use against the public. Also, there's a news article called, "Is Law Enforcement Stalking You?" Now, they have resources that's supposed to help you. So far, nobody has assisted me. I was assaulted in 2 different states by law enforcement, sent to the hospital with bodily injuries. That's why I'm asking for an investigation. The CCRB refused to investigate. It's on the website. We're going to question the witnesses and get video. They refused to do it. Internal Affairs refused to do it. So that's why I'm asking for an investigation. Since last year, I was asking for an investigation of police because of the things that they're not only doing to me, but they're doing it to people throughout America. And for some reason, they always like to kill my story. Like this gentleman here, I asked him to hand out my flyers. He gave it just to one person. So they're always trying to kill my story because they don't want people to know what they're doing to me. These people are constantly terrorizing me, all through my life. Like the guy with the hat on, went to the sidewalk, lost his job. That's a court case. Law enforcement make people homeless, get people fired from their job. That's a court case right here in New York City. So if I get somebody to listen to me, because I have the evidence that law enforcement is definitely attacking me. So I just need to get my story out there. That's why I'm asking for an investigation to be done by the police.
Okay, and just to clarify, it's not that he wasn't trying to give out the flyers, but I'm the only council member here, and then they put the rest on for record. So, but now we all have it, so it's good. So I just want to thank you for that. Just wanted to clarify that one point, and thank you for sharing your story as well. And for Galloway, I had a quick question for you. So in terms of the the decrease in the responses from Be Heard that you've seen, is it because it's not in one of the 31 precincts, even though technically I know that they're supposed to be now operational, you know, and they can go wherever is needed, but is that why, or just wondering?
Yeah, that's why.
Okay.
And then it's also been chimed a little bit today too, and Coalition for the Homeless said it as well, but it's also like there's a stigma and also racism and homophobia within NYPD of why they don't want to respond to queer youth. So we're seeing that. Because if you look at Midtown, tons of unhoused people. And the fact that it's not being deployed there is like a huge, just eye-opening red flag.
Right, which is what others have said, is that just based on the zip code doesn't mean that we don't have mental health crises in those areas too.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for asking that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And now we're actually going to move to Zoom testimony. So thank you for your patience. And we're going to call 4 names at this time. Please wait for a staff member to unmute you and wait until the sergeant cues you to begin. So the 4 names I'm going to call: Sabina Salah, Susan Margaret Murphy, Brooke Taylor, and Beth Harulis.
You may begin.
Oh, and we're going to start with Sabina, sorry.
Sorry, trying to unmute here. Good afternoon. My name is Sabina Saleh. I'm the Vice President of Behavioral Health at Project Renewal. We are a nonprofit providing homeless services in New York City for over 55 years. We appreciate the Council's commitment to mental health and this hearing on the Be Heard program. I would also like to highlight our Support and Connection Center that was brought up several times today, or what we call the SCC, which opened in late 2020. The SCC, partnering with DOHMH, offers stabilization and treatment for adults in mental health or substance use crises. It's the only program of its kind in the city, often receiving referrals from Be Heard and NYPD as an alternative to arrest or ER visits. Project Renewal can also now self-refer clients from our programs to the SCC, which has been helpful for connecting more people to the care they need. The SCC serves up to 18 guests for stays up to 5 to 10 days. It provides 24/7 intake and service, offers access to diverse support from peer counselors, psychiatrists, and occupational therapists, and provides necessities like meals, showers, and laundry. What sets the SCC apart is its low threshold, peer-led approach. In fiscal year 24, we served over 800 New Yorkers, with nearly 50% choosing to engage in aftercare services for longer-term support. Our partnership with Be Heard helps increase community-based care connections and decrease hospitalizations. However, as the only SCC in the city, we need more such programs so Be Heard teams have additional non-hospital resources at their disposal for people experiencing mental health crises. In addition to expanding models like the SCC, crisis residences, mobile crisis
Your time has
teams,
expired.
Sorry, you can finish, wrap up in 1 or 2 sentences. Sorry about that.
Thank you. So in addition to expanding all of the services on the continuum of crisis mental health in the city, we also support expanding Be Heard to all boroughs and precincts, emphasizing proper training for personnel and 911 dispatchers to appropriately categorize incoming mental health calls. Intro 1019, requiring additional reporting on mental health calls, could improve call categorization and overall transparency into the utilization of Be Heard. And We're ready to collaborate as an agency to continue strengthening our programs and improving care for all New Yorkers, especially those with the greatest needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then Susan next.
You may begin.
Hello, and thank you for having me. I'm the president of the nonprofit Drug Intervention Institute in West Virginia, and I'm honored to join you today. And while I recognize that I'm joining you from Huntington, West Virginia, please know that I was born in New York and raised in Detroit, and I spent most of my summers as a child visiting New York with family, so I'm very honored to be able to speak to you today. What you've been doing with the Be Heard program and your focus on safety in schools is a really great conversation, and it could potentially be a model for other cities throughout the country. Last week, the CDC reported that we had a decrease in overdose deaths in our country by 10%. Many states are dropping well below that average, including New York, which declined by almost 14%. But I would argue that this is not a time for us to rest on our laurels. As I shared with you today, you were talking about Be Heard, and you were talking about safety in schools, and then I've heard a lot of the folks that have testified also say that mental health and substance use disorder often go hand in hand, and we certainly see this in New York as other cities around the country. And we're also losing an entire generation of children. We lose 22 students, an entire classroom of students each week to overdose death. And in New York City, overdose continues to disproportionately impact Black and Latinos, the unhoused, the veteran population, and young persons. One intervention that is clearly helping is increasing naloxone education and access. Naloxone must be made available in public spaces, including shelters, transportation hubs, schools, bars and restaurants, and music venues. Communities across the country are deploying the one-box emergency naloxone kit next to AEDs and fire extinguishers. These boxes provide on-demand video training in both English and Spanish so that anyone can respond to an opioid emergency. To date, our organization has distributed over 13,000...
Your time has expired.
Okay, if you could wrap up in a couple sentences.
Sure can. To date, we have distributed over 13,000 boxes in all 50 states with reports of over 200 lives saved. We have municipalities like Nashville and Tampa that work with local law enforcement, community organizations, and crisis response teams to place these boxes. These cities are using OD maps to determine where best to place them. The goal essentially is to create a community of bystanders and eliminate stigma around overdose response. We would welcome the opportunity to discuss how to place these boxes in New York City as part of your coordinated response and connect you with communities that are using the boxes. No, it's probably not permissible, but I do have a box with me today, and I'm happy to include a link to how to use that in my testimony. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, and please do include that. Okay, and next is Beth.
You may begin.
I'm not unmuted. Hi there. I'm Beth Harulis, Senior Staff Attorney at the New York Civil Liberties Union. We're members of Communities United for Police Reform, CCIT NYC, and the Daniels Law Coalition. As a civil libertarian, I do want to start with brief comments concerning the Int 532. Just noting for the record that Local Law 2, 2016 is a violation of the constitutional separation of church and state. This intro is the latest effort to extend that bad policy choice that has already been made by New York. Prior iterations of this measure have been incredibly unpopular, are identified as incredibly expensive, and never made it to public hearing before. It is incredibly difficult to understand how that int came to be on the agenda for today's meeting. It has nothing to do with Be Heard and mental health crisis response, and the committees should not be considering the bill. And if the committees were and the council is planning to consider this, there should be greater public notice provided to stakeholders, including all city taxpayers. With respect to Be Heard, we have submitted comments that are extensive that touch on the Be Heard program. We provide you with a menu of alternative models of mental health crisis response. We discussed Daniels Law extensively, which is a state legislative initiative that we think the city should be adopting. And we discuss and suggest that the council entertain proposed changes to the conduct of the Mayor's Office of Community Mental Health. We believe that the Be Heard pilot project should be dismantled and that the council should move forward to form a more appropriate, peer-infused, community-based crisis response model. The Be Heard pilot continues to embed the NYPD's response to New York City's crisis response model. It provides no role for peers on teams or in leaderships. It solicits no community input, no needs assessment, does not offer trauma-informed care, does not engage in culturally competent, gender competent, or linguistically competent service provision. It appears to engage in no outreach to or have any working relationship with trusted community providers.
Your time has expired.
Organizations. It appears to operate without any focus on key outcomes, provides no follow-up care or long-term assistance to individuals or their circle of support to avoid the next crisis. We do commend to you our comments. We support the int that is designated to ensure meaningful data is provided by the city about the operation of the Be Heard pilot project. But we think this pilot project should be decommissioned, and we think the council should take the lead in forming a peer-infused, community-led crisis response system that fits within a continuum of mental health services. We're here to speak with you. Thank you so much for having this hearing. Thank you for staying till the end. And it is really distressing to see that all of the city partners who run Be Heard do not stay around to hear what the issues are. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. And next we have Brooke.
You may begin.
My name is Brooke Taylor. I'm the Director of Social Work at the Urban Justice Center Mental Health Project. And I am standing with Correct Crisis Intervention today and calling for the New York City Police Department to be removed as first responders to mental health crisis calls, and for peers, people with lived mental health experience, to be a mandatory element of Be Heard teams. Providing the services that we do, we see bureaucratic obstacles and communication gaps within and among the various systems which impede our clients' access to essential services. In New York City, there's no way to request an immediate mental health response for a person in crisis that will not involve police officers. Receiving an immediate response requires calling 911 for an ambulance, and that results in police involvement and potentially leads to a traumatic or even deadly interaction for our clients. At any time of the day or night, New Yorkers should be able to call 988, the new federal 3-digit number for mental health crisis calls, or 911 to get immediate help for themselves or someone else experiencing a mental health crisis, and know that they will be met with a caring response from trained healthcare providers, not law enforcement agents. And as a licensed social worker, I am required to intervene when a client is at risk of harming themselves. Because I know about the harm that can be caused by police responding to a mental health crisis, I am always reluctant to call 911. Many of my clients have disclosed to me that they or their family members have had traumatic interactions with police in the past. I do everything I can to triage the situation in another way, but when an immediate response is needed, I have no other choice. If I were able to call 911 or 988 and request that a Be Heard team respond and be assured that a Be Heard team would actually respond, that would make a tremendous difference. I would know that a trained mental health worker was going to assist my client and that the client would get the appropriate level of mental health support.
Time has expired.
Really? Already?
No, yeah. 2 minutes goes by real quick, I know. If you could just wrap up in 1 or 2 sentences.
Okay. Okay. I guess most importantly, like a lot of my clients who do end up going to the hospital, either with police or on their own accord, are not connected to aftercare services, and their mental health providers are not contacted, and they're often not even admitted or discharged really quickly. And so the fact that Be Heard involves that aftercare support is really, really huge and really important and should be available to people.
And just on a last note, if you could make sure to include maybe adjust your written testimony and submit it again if you haven't, because I just want to know if you could include a couple examples of that in terms of how the aftercare hasn't worked or hasn't been connected. If you could just, because I was looking for some of those examples myself, so if you could send that, that'd be awesome.
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm going to call out some names because these are folks that had signed up earlier, and I don't know if they were here or missed their names. And so if you hear your name, if you could come up to the front. Yehuram Silber, Chinu Foreman, Claudette Hill, Roland Pierre, Monica Harris, Aaron Miner, Mo Rasvi, which I know is who's not here, Robin Graham, and Princess Ben Jams. Okay, if not, then I'm going to, seeing no one else, I'd like to note that written testimony, again, which will be reviewed in full by committee staff, may be submitted to the record for up to 72 hours after the close of this hearing by emailing it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone who has participated in this hearing and shared your stories. Very greatly appreciated. And with that, we're done. I'm really bad. Today was my best.